CHAPTER XV. Of Queechy, by Susan Warner. This recording is in the public domain. Read by Abigail Rasmussen. CHAPTER XV. Very literary. Her sports were such as carried riches of knowledge upon the stream of light. Sidney. Fleda had not been a year in Paris when her uncle suddenly made up his mind to quit it and go home. Some trouble in money affairs, felt or feared, brought him to this step, which a month before he had no definite purpose of ever taking. There was cloudy weather in the financial world of New York, and he wisely judged it best that his own eyes should be on the spot to see to his own interests. Nobody was sorry for this determination. Mrs. Rossitur always liked what her husband liked, but she had at the same time a decided predilection for home. Marion was glad to leave her convent for the gay world, which her parents promised she could immediately enter; and Hugh and Fleda had too lively a spring of happiness within themselves to care where its outgoings should be. So home they came, in good mood, bringing with them all manner of Parisian delights that Paris could part with. Furniture, that at home at least they might forget where they were; dresses, that at home or abroad nobody might forget where they had been; pictures and statuary and engravings and books, to satisfy a taste really strong and well cultivated; and indeed the other items were quite as much for this purpose as for any other; a French cook for Mr. Rossitur, and even Rosaline for his wife, who declared she was worth all the rest of Paris. Hugh cared little for any of these things. He brought home a treasure of books and a flute to which he was devoted. Fleda cared for them all, even Monsieur Emile and Rosaline, for her uncle's and aunt's sake; but her special joy was a beautiful little King Charles, which had been sent her by Mr. Carleton a few weeks before. It came with the kindest of letters, saying that some matters had made it inexpedient for him to pass through Paris on his way home, but that he hoped nevertheless to see her soon. That intimation was the only thing that made Fleda sorry to leave Paris. The little dog was a beauty, allowed to be so not only by his mistress but by every one else, of the true black and tan colours, and Fleda's dearly loved and constant companion. The life she and Hugh led was little changed by the change of place. They went out and came in as they had done in Paris, and took the same quiet but intense happiness in the same quiet occupations and pleasures. Only the Tuileries and the Champs Elysées had a miserable substitute in the Battery, and no substitute at all anywhere else. And the pleasant drives in the environs of Paris were missed too, and had nothing in New York to supply their place. Mrs. Rossitur always said it was impossible to get out of New York by land, and not worth the trouble to do it by water; but then in the house Fleda thought there was a great gain. The dirty Parisian hotel was well exchanged for the bright, clean, well appointed house in State street; and if Broadway was disagreeable, and the park a weariness to the eyes, after the dressed gardens of the French capital, Hugh and Fleda made it up in the delights of the luxuriously furnished library and the dear at home feeling of having the whole house their own. They were left, those two children, quite as much to themselves as ever. Marion was going into company, and she and her mother were swallowed up in the constant necessary calls upon their time. Marion never had been anything to Fleda. She was a fine handsome girl, outwardly, but seemed to have more of her father than her mother in her composition, though colder natured and more wrapped up in self than Mr. Rossitur would be called by anybody that knew him. She had never done anything to draw Fleda towards her, and even Hugh had very little of her attention. They did not miss it. They were everything to each other. Everything; for now morning and night there was a sort of whirlwind in the house which carried the mother and daughter round and round and permitted no rest; and Mr. Rossitur himself was drawn in. It was worse than it had been in Paris. There, with Marion in her convent, there were often evenings when they did not go abroad nor receive company, and spent the time quietly and happily in each other's society. No such evenings now. If by chance there were an unoccupied one, Mrs. Rossitur and her daughter were sure to be tired, and Mr. Rossitur busy. Hugh and Fleda in those bustling times retreated to the library. Mr. Rossitur would rarely have that invaded; and while the net was so eagerly cast for pleasure among the gay company below, pleasure had often slipped away and hid herself among the things on the library table, and was dancing on every page of Hugh's book, and minding each stroke of Fleda's pencil, and cocking the spaniel's ears whenever his mistress looked at him. King, the spaniel, lay on a silk cushion on the library table, his nose just touching Fleda's fingers. Fleda's drawing was mere amusement. She and Hugh were not so burdened with studies that they had not always their evenings free, and to tell truth, much more than their evenings. Masters indeed they had, but the heads of the house were busy with the interests of their grown up child, and perhaps with other interests, and took it for granted that all was going right with the young ones. "Haven't we a great deal better time than they have down stairs, Fleda?" said Hugh one of these evenings. Yes," answered Fleda abstractedly, stroking into order some old man in her drawing with great intentness. "King, you rascal! Keep back and be quiet, sir." Nothing could be conceived more gentle and loving than Fleda's tone of fault finding, and her repulse only fell short of a caress. "What's he doing?" "Wants to get into my lap." "Why don't you let him?" "Because I don't choose to. A silk cushion is good enough for his majesty. King," laying her soft cheek against the little dog's soft head and forsaking her drawing for the purpose. "How you do love that dog!" said Hugh. "Very well, why shouldn't I? Provided he steals no love from anybody else," said Fleda, still caressing him. "What a noise somebody is making down stairs!" said Hugh. "I don't think I should ever want to go to large parties, Fleda. Do you?" "I don't know," said Fleda, whose natural taste for society was strongly developed. "It would depend upon what kind of parties they were." "I shouldn't like them, I know, of whatever kind," said Hugh. "What are you smiling at?" "Only Mr. Pickwick's face that I am drawing here." Hugh came round to look and laugh, and then began again. "I can't think of anything pleasanter than this room as we are now." "You should have seen Mr. Carleton's library," said Fleda in a musing tone, going on with her drawing. "Was it so much better than this?" Fleda's eyes gave a slight glance at the room, and then looked down again, with a little shake of her head sufficiently expressive. "Well," said Hugh, "you and I do not want any better than this, do we, Fleda?" Fleda's smile, a most satisfactory one, was divided between him and King. "I don't believe," said Hugh, "you would have loved that dog near so well if anybody else had given him to you." "I don't believe I should, not a quarter," said Fleda with sufficient distinctness. "I never liked that Mr. Carleton as well as you did." "That is because you did not know him," said Fleda quietly. "Do you think he was a good man, Fleda?" "He was very good to me," said Fleda. "Always. What rides I did have on that great black horse of his." "A black horse?" "Yes, a great black horse, strong, but so gentle, and he went so delightfully. His name was Harold. Oh, I should like to see that horse. When I wasn't with him Mr. Carleton used to ride another, the greatest beauty of a horse, Hugh, a brown Arabian, so slender and delicate. Her name was Zephyr, and she used to go like the wind, to be sure. Mr. Carleton said he wouldn't trust me on such a flyaway thing." "But you didn't use to ride alone," said Hugh. "Oh no, and I wouldn't have been afraid if he had chosen to take me on any one." "But do you think, Fleda, he was a good man, as I mean?" "I am sure he was better than a great many others," answered Fleda evasively. "The worst of him was infinitely better than the best of half the people down stairs, Mr. Sweden included." "Sweden! You don't call his name right." "The worse it is called the better in my opinion," said Fleda. "Well, I don't like him, but what makes you dislike him so much?" "I don't know, partly because uncle Rolf and Marion like him so much, I believe. I don't think there is any moral expression in his face." "I wonder why they like him," said Hugh. It was a somewhat irregular and desultory education that the two children gathered under this system of things. The masters they had were rather for accomplishments and languages than anything solid. The rest they worked out for themselves. Fortunately they both loved books, and rational books; and hours and hours when Mrs. Rossitur and her daughter were paying or receiving visits, they always together were stowed away behind the bookcase or in the library window, poring patiently over pages of various complexion, the soft turning of the leaves, or Fleda's frequent attentions to King, the only sound in the room. They walked together, talking of what they had read, though indeed they ranged beyond that into nameless and numberless fields of speculation, where if they sometimes found fruit they as often lost their way. However, the habit of ranging was something. Then when they joined the rest of the family at the dinner table, especially if others were present, and most especially if a certain German gentleman happened to be there, who the second winter after their return Fleda thought came very often, she and Hugh would be sure to find the strange talk of the world that was going on unsuited and wearisome to them, and they would make their escape up stairs again, to handle the pencil and to play the flute and to read and to draw plans for the future, while King crept upon the skirts of his mistress's gown and laid his little head on her feet. Nobody ever thought of sending them to school. Hugh was a child of frail health, and though not often very ill, was very often near it; and as for Fleda, she and Hugh were inseparable; and besides, by this time her uncle and aunt would almost as soon have thought of taking the mats off their delicate shrubs in winter as of exposing her to any atmosphere less genial than that of home. For Fleda this doubtful course of mental training wrought singularly well. An uncommonly quick eye and strong memory and clear head, which she had even in childhood, passed over no field of truth or fancy without making their quiet gleanings; and the stores thus gathered, though somewhat miscellaneous and unarranged, were both rich and uncommon, and more than any one or she herself knew. Perhaps such a mind thus left to itself knew a more free and luxuriant growth than could ever have flourished within the confinement of rules. Perhaps a plant at once so strong and so delicate was safest without the hand of the dresser. At all events it was permitted to spring and to put forth all its native gracefulness, alike unhindered and unknown. Cherished as little Fleda dearly was, her mind kept company with no one but herself and Hugh. As to externals, music was uncommonly loved by both the children, and by both cultivated with great success. So much came under Mrs. Rossitur's knowledge. Also every foreign seigneur and madame that came into the house to teach them spoke with enthusiasm of the apt minds and flexile tongues that honoured their instructions. In private and in public the gentle, docile, and affectionate children answered every wish both of taste and judgment; and perhaps, in a world where education is not understood, their guardians might be pardoned for taking it for granted that all was right where nothing appeared that was wrong. Certainly they took no pains to make sure of the fact. In this case, one of 1,000, their neglect was not punished with disappointment. They never found out that Hugh's mind wanted the strengthening that early skilful training might have given it. His intellectual tastes were not so strong as Fleda's; his reading was more superficial, his gleanings not so sound, and in far fewer fields, and they went rather to nourish sentiment and fancy than to stimulate thought or lay up food for it. But his parents saw nothing of this. The third winter had not passed when Fleda's discernment saw that Mr. Sweden, as she called him, the German gentleman, would not cease coming to the house till he had carried off Marion with him. Her opinion on the subject was delivered to no one but Hugh. That winter introduced them to a better acquaintance. One evening Dr. Gregory, an uncle of Mrs. Rossitur's, had been dining with her and was in the drawing room. Mr. Sweden had been there too, and he and Marion and one or two other young people had gone out to some popular entertainment. The children knew little of Dr. Gregory, but that he was a very respectable looking elderly gentleman, a little rough in his manners. The doctor had not long been returned from a stay of some years in Europe, where he had been collecting rare books for a fine public library, the charge of which was now entrusted to him. After talking some time with Mr. and Mrs. Rossitur, the doctor pushed round his chair to take a look at the children. "So that's Amy's child," said he. "Come here, Amy." "That is not my name," said the little girl, coming forward. "Isn't it? It ought to be. What is then?" "Elfleda." "Elfleda! Where in the name of all that is auricular did you get such an outlandish name?" "My father gave it to me, sir," said Fleda, with a dignified sobriety which amused the old gentleman. "Your father! I understand. And couldn't your father find a cap that fitted you without going back to the old fashioned days of King Alfred?" "Yes, sir. It was my grandmother's cap." "I am afraid your grandmother's cap isn't all of her that's come down to you," said he, tapping his snuff box and looking at her with a curious twinkle in his eyes. "What do you call yourself? Haven't you some variations of this tongue twisting appellative to serve for every day and save trouble?" "They call me Fleda," said the little girl, who could not help laughing. "Nothing better than that?" Fleda remembered two prettier nicknames which had been hers, but one had been given by dear lips long ago, and she was not going to have it profaned by common use. And Elfie belonged to Mr. Carleton. She would own to nothing but Fleda. "Well, Miss Fleda," said the doctor, "are you going to school?" "No, sir." "You intend to live without such a vulgar thing as learning?" "No, sir. Hugh and I have our lessons at home." "Teaching each other, I suppose?" "Oh no, sir," said Fleda laughing. "Madame Lessel and Mr. Schweppenhesser and Signor Bariton come to teach us, besides our music masters." "Do you ever talk German with this Mr. what's his name, who has just gone out with your cousin Marion?" "I never talk to him at all, sir." "Don't you? Why not? Don't you like him?" Fleda said not particularly, and seemed to wish to let the subject pass, but the doctor was amused and pressed it. Why don't you like him?" said he. "I am sure he's a fine looking dashing gentleman, dresses as well as anybody, and talks as much as most people. Why don't you like him? Isn't he a handsome fellow, eh?" "I dare say he is, to many people," said Fleda. "She said she didn't think there was any moral expression in his face," said Hugh, by way of settling the matter. "Moral expression!" cried the doctor. "Moral expression! And what if there isn't, you elf? What if there isn't?" "I shouldn't care what other kind of expression it had," said Fleda, colouring a little. Mr. Rossitur pished rather impatiently. The doctor glanced at his niece and changed the subject. "Well, who teaches you English, Miss Fleda? You haven't told me that yet." "Oh, we teach ourselves," said Fleda, smiling as if it was a very innocent question. You do? Pray how do you teach yourselves?" "By reading, sir." "Reading! And what do you read? What have you read in the last 12 months now?" "I don't think I could remember all exactly," said Fleda. "But you have got a list of them all," said Hugh, who chanced to have been looking over said list of a day or two before and felt quite proud of it. "Let's have it, let's have it," said the doctor; and Mrs. Rossitur laughing said, "Let's have it," and even her husband commanded Hugh to go and fetch it. So poor Fleda, though not a little unwilling, was obliged to let the list be forthcoming. Hugh brought it, in a neat little book covered with pink blotting paper. "Now for it," said the doctor. "Let us see what this English amounts to. Can you stand fire, Elfleda? January 1st. Robinson Crusoe. Footnote. A true list made by a child of that age." That sounds reasonable at all events." "I had it for a New Year present," remarked Fleda, who stood by with downcast eyes, like a person undergoing an examination. "January 2nd. History de France. What history of France is this?" Fleda hesitated, and then said it was by Lacretelle. "Lacretelle? What, of the Revolution?" "No sir, it is before that. It is in 5 or 6 large volumes." "What, Louis XV's time!" said the doctor, muttering to himself. January 27th. 2 ditto ditto. 2 means the second volume, I suppose?" "Yes, sir." If you were a mouse you would gnaw through the wall in time at that rate. This is in the original?" "Yes, sir." "February 3rd. Paris. L.E.K. What do these hieroglyphics mean?" "That stands for the Library of Entertaining Knowledge," said Fleda. "But how is this? Do you go hop, skip, and jump through these books, or read a little and then throw them away? Here it is only 7 days since you began the second volume of Lacretelle, not time enough to get through it." "Oh no, sir," said Fleda smiling. "I like to have several books that I am reading in at once. I mean at the same time, you know; and then if I am not in the mood of one I take up another." "She reads them all through," said Hugh. "Always, though she reads them very quick." I understand," said the old doctor, with a humorous expression, going on with the list. "March 3rd. 3 History de France." "But you finish one of these volumes, I suppose, before you begin another, or do you dip into different parts of the same work at once?" "Oh no, sir, of course not." "March 5th. Modern Egyptians. L.E.K. April 13. What are these dates on the right as well as on the left?" "Those on the right show when I finished the volume." "Well, I wonder what you were cut out for," said the doctor. "A Quaker? You aren't a Quaker, are you?" "No, sir," said Fleda laughing. "You look like it," said he. "February 24th. 5 penny magazines. Finished March 4th." "They are in paper numbers, you know, sir." "April 4th. 4 History de France." "Let us see, the third volume was finished March 29th. I declare you keep it up pretty well. April 19th. Incidents of Travel. Whose is that?" "It is by Mr. Stevens." "How did you like it?" "Oh very much indeed." "Ay, I see you did. You finished it by the 1st of May. Tour to the Hebrides. What? Johnson's?" "Yes, sir." "Read it all fairly through?" "Yes, sir, certainly." He smiled and went on. May 12th. Peter Simple. There was quite a shout of the heterogeneous character of Fleda's reading, which she, not knowing exactly what to make of it, heard rather abashed. "Peter Simple!" said the doctor, settling himself to go on with his list. "Well, let us see, World Without Souls. Why, you elf, read in 2 days!" "It is very short, you know, sir." "What did you think of it?" "I liked parts of it very much." He went on, still smiling. June 15th. Goldsmith's Animated Nature. June 18th. 1 Life of Washington. What Life of Washington?" "Marshall's." July 9th. 2 Goldsmith's Animated Nature. As I live! Begun the very day the first volume was finished. Did you read the whole of that?" "Oh yes, sir, I liked that book very much." July 4th. 12 5 History de France. 2 historians on hand at once, out of all rule, Miss Fleda. We must look after you." "Yes, sir. Sometimes I wanted to read one and sometimes I wanted to read the other." "And you always do what you want to do, I suppose?" "I think the reading does me more good in that way." July 15th. Paley's Natural Theology. There was another shout. Poor Fleda's eyes filled with tears. "What in the world put that book into your head, or before your eyes?" said the doctor. "I don't know, sir. I thought I should like to read it," said Fleda, drooping her eyelids that the bright drops under them might not be seen. "And finished in 11 days, as I live!" said the doctor, wagging his head. July 19th. 3 Goldsmith's Animated Nature. August 6th. 4th Do. "This is one of Fleda's favourite books," put in Hugh. "So it seems. 6 History de France. What does this little cross mean?" "That shows when the book is finished," said Fleda, looking on the page. "The last volume, I mean." "Retrospect of Western Travel. Goldsmith's Animated Nature last volume. Memoirs de Sully in the French?" "Yes, sir." Life of Newton. What's this? September 8th. 1 Fairy Queen? Not Spenser's?" "Yes, sir, I believe so. The Fairy Queen in 5 volumes. The doctor looked up comically at his niece and her husband, who were both sitting or standing close by. September 10th. Paolo, Virginia. In what language? Italian, sir. I was just beginning, and I haven't finished it yet. September 16th. Milner's Church History. What the deuce! Volume 2, Fairy Queen. Why this must have been a favourite book too. That's one of the books Fleda loves best, said Hugh. She went through that very fast. Over it, you mean, I reckon. How much did you skip, Fleda? I don't skip at all, said Fleda. I read every word of it. September 20th. Second Memoirs de Sully. Well, you're an industrious mouse, I'll say that for you. What's this? Don Quixote? Life of Howard? November 17th, Third Fairy Queen. November 29th, 4 Fairy Queen. December 8th, First Goldsmiths, England. Well, if this list of books is a fair exhibit of your taste and capacity, you have a most happily proportioned set of intellectuals. Let us see. History, fun, facts, nature, theology, poetry, and divinity. Upon my soul, and poetry and history the leading features. A little fun, as much as you could lay your hand on, I'll warrant, by that pinch in the corner of your eye. And here, the 11th of December, you finished the Fairy Queen, and ever since I suppose you have been imagining yourself the fair Una, with Hugh standing for Prince Arthur on the Red Cross Knight, haven't you? No, sir, I didn't imagine anything about it. Don't tell me! What did you read it for? Only because I liked it, sir. I liked it better than any other book I read last year. You did? Well, the year ends, I see, with another volume of Sully. I won't enter upon this year's list. Pray how much of all these volumes do you suppose you remember? I'll try and find out next time I come to see you. I can give a guess if you study with that little pug in your lap. He's not a pug, said Fleda, in whose arms King was lying luxuriously, and he never gets into my lap besides. Don't he? Why not? Because I don't like it, sir. I don't like to see dogs in laps. But all the ladies in the land do it, you little Saxon. It is universally considered a mark of distinction. I can't help what all the ladies in the land do, said Fleda. That won't alter my liking, and I don't think a lady's lap is a place for a dog. I wish you were my daughter, said the old doctor, shaking his head at her with a comic fierce expression of countenance, which Fleda perfectly understood and laughed at accordingly. Then, as the 2 children with the dog went off into the other room, he said, turning to his niece and Mr. Rossitur, if that girl ever takes a wrong turn with the bit in her teeth, you'll be puzzled to hold her. What stuff will you make the reins of? I don't think she will ever take a wrong turn, said Mr. Rossitur. A look is enough to manage her, if she did, said his wife. Hugh is not more gentle. I should be inclined rather to fear her not having stability of character enough, said Mr. Rossitur. She is so very meek and yielding, I almost doubt whether anything would give her courage to take ground of her own and keep it. Well, well, said the old doctor, walking off after the children. Prince Arthur, will you bring this damsel up to my den some of these days? The fair Una is safe from the wild beasts, you know, and I'll show her books enough to build herself a house with if she likes. The acceptance of this invitation led to some of the pleasantest hours of Fleda's city life. The visits to the great library became very frequent. Dr. Gregory and the children were little while in growing fond of each other. He loved to see them and taught them to come at such times as the library was free of visitors and his hands of engagements. Then he delighted himself with giving them pleasure, especially Fleda, whose quick curiosity and intelligence were a constant amusement to him. He would establish the children in some corner of the large apartments out of the way, behind a screen of books and tables, and there shut out from the world they would enjoy a kind of fairyland pleasure over some volume or set of engravings that they could not see at home. Hours and hours were spent so. Fleda would stand clasping her hands before Audubon, or rapt over a finely illustrated book of travels, or going through and through with Hugh the works of the best masters of the pencil and the graver. The doctor found he could trust them, and then all the treasures of the library were at their disposal. Very often he put chosen pieces of reading into their hands, and it was pleasantest of all when he was not busy, and came and sat down with them; for with all his odd manner he was extremely kind, and could and did put them in the way to profit greatly by their opportunities. The doctor and the children had nice times there together. They lasted for many months, and grew more and more worth. Mr. Schweden carried off Marion as Fleda had foreseen he would before the end of the spring, and after she was gone something like the old pleasant Paris life was taken up again. They had no more company now than was agreeable, and it was picked not to suit Marion's taste but her father's, a very different matter. Fleda and Hugh were not forbidden the dinner table, and so had the good of hearing much useful conversation from which the former, according to custom, made her steady precious gleanings. The pleasant evenings in the family were still better enjoyed than they used to be. Fleda was older, and the snug handsome American house had a home feeling to her that the wide Parisian saloons never knew. She had become bound to her uncle and aunt by all but the ties of blood. Nobody in the house ever remembered that she was not born their daughter, except indeed Fleda herself, who remembered everything, and with whom the forming of any new affections or relations somehow never blotted out or even faded the register of the old. It lived in all its brightness. The writing of past loves and friendships was as plain as ever in her heart, and often, often the eye and the kiss of memory fell upon it. In the secret of her heart's core, for still, as at first, no one had a suspicion of the movings of thought that were beneath that childish brow. No one guessed how clear a judgment weighed and decided upon many things. No one dreamed amid their busy hustling thoughtless life how often in the street, in her bed, in company and alone, her mother's last prayer was in Fleda's heart, well cherished, never forgotten. Her education and Hugh's meanwhile went on after the old fashion. If Mr. Rossitur had more time he seemed to have no more thought for the matter; and Mrs. Rossitur, fine natured as she was, had never been trained to self exertion, and of course was entirely out of the way of training others. Her children were pieces of perfection and needed no oversight. Her house was a piece of perfection too. If either had not been, Mrs. Rossitur would have been utterly at a loss how to mend matters, except in the latter instance by getting a new housekeeper; and as Mrs. Rennie, the good woman who held that station, was in everybody's opinion another treasure, Mrs. Rossitur's mind was uncrossed by the shadow of such a dilemma. With Mrs. Rennie, as with every one else, Fleda was held in highest regard, always welcome to her premises and to those mysteries of her trade which were sacred from other intrusion. Fleda's natural inquisitiveness carried her often to the housekeeper's room, and made her there the same curious and careful observer that she had been in the library or at the Louvre. "Come," said Hugh one day when he had sought and found her in Mrs. Rennie's precincts, "come away, Fleda. What do you want to stand there and see Mrs. Rennie roll butter and sugar for?" "My dear Mr. Rossitur," said Fleda, "you don't understand quelquechoses. How do you know but I may have to get my living by making them some day?" "By making what?" said Hugh. "Quelquechoses, Anglicé, kickshaws, alias sweet trifles denominated marines." "Pshaw, Fleda!" "Miss Fleda is more likely to get her living by eating them, Mr. Hugh, isn't she?" said the housekeeper. "I hope to decline both lines of life," said Fleda laughingly, as she followed Hugh out of the room. But her chance remark had grazed the truth sufficiently near. Those years in New York were a happy time for little Fleda, a time when mind and body flourished under the sun of prosperity. Luxury did not spoil her, and any one that saw her in the soft furs of her winter wrappings would have said that delicate cheek and frame were never made to know the unkindliness of harsher things. CHAPTer 15.
Chapter 16 of Queechy by Susan Warner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Arlene Stebbins. Chapter 16. Dissolving View, ending with a sawmill in the distance. Whereunto is money good? Who has it not wants hardihood. Who has it has much trouble and care. Who once has had it has despair. Longfellow, from the German. It was the middle of winter. One day Hugh and Fleda had come home from their walk. They dashed into the parlour, complaining that it was bitterly cold, and began unrobing before the glowing grate, which was a mass of living fire from end to end. Mrs. Rossitur was there in an easy chair, alone, and doing nothing. That was not a thing absolutely unheard of, but Fleda had not pulled off her second glove before she bent down towards her, and in a changed tone tenderly asked if she did not feel well. Mrs. Rossitur looked up in her face a minute, and then drawing her down kissed the blooming cheeks one and the other several times. But as she looked off to the fire again, Fleda saw that it was through watering eyes. She dropped on her knees by the side of the easy chair that she might have a better sight of that face, and tried to read it as she asked again what was the matter. And Hugh, coming to the other side, repeated her question. His mother passed an arm around each, looking wistfully from one to the other and kissing them earnestly. But she said only, with a very heartfelt emphasis, "Poor children." Fleda was now afraid to speak, but Hugh pressed his inquiry. "Why poor, mamma? What makes you say so?" "Because you are poor, really, dear Hugh. We have lost everything we have in the world." "Mamma! What do you mean?" "Your father has failed." "Failed! But, mamma, I thought he wasn't in business." "So I thought," said Mrs. Rossitur. "I didn't know people could fail that were not in business. But it seems they can. He was a partner in some concern or other, and it's all broken to pieces, and your father with it, he says." Mrs. Rossitur's face was distressful. They were all silent for a little, Hugh kissing his mother's wet cheeks. Fleda had softly nestled her head in her bosom, but Mrs. Rossitur soon recovered herself. "How bad is it, mother?" said Hugh. "As bad as can possibly be." "Is everything gone?" "Everything." "You don't mean the house, mamma?" "The house and all that is in it." The children's hearts were struck, and they were silent again. Only a trembling touch of Fleda's lips spoke sympathy and patience, if ever a kiss did. "But mamma," said Hugh, after he had gathered breath for it, "do you mean to say that everything, literally everything, is gone? Is there nothing left?" "Nothing in the world. Not a sou." "Then what are we going to do?" Mrs. Rossitur shook her head, and had no words. Fleda looked across to Hugh to ask no more, and putting her arms round her aunt's neck and laying cheek to cheek, she spoke what comfort she could. "Don't, dear aunt Lucy, there will be some way. Things always turn out better than at first. I dare say we shall find out it isn't so bad by and by. Don't you mind it, and then we won't. We can be happy anywhere together." If there was not much in the reasoning, there was something in the tone of the words to bid Mrs. Rossitur bear herself well. Its tremulous sweetness, its anxious love, was without a taint of self-recollection. Its sorrow was for her. Mrs. Rossitur felt she must not show herself overcome. She again kissed and blessed and pressed closer in her arms her little comforter, while her other hand was given to Hugh. "I have only heard about it this morning. Your uncle was here telling me just now, a little while before you came. Don't say anything about it before him." "Why not?" The words struck Fleda disagreeably. "What will be done with the house, mamma?" said Hugh. "Sold. Sold, and everything in it." "Papa's books, mamma? And all the things in the library?" exclaimed Hugh, looking terrified. Mrs. Rossitur's face gave the answer. Do it in words she could not. The children were a long time silent, trying hard to swallow this bitter pill, and still Hugh's hand was in his mother's, and Fleda's head lay on her bosom. Thought was busy going up and down, and breaking the companionship they had so long held with the pleasant drawing room and the tasteful arrangements among which Fleda was so much at home, the easy chairs in whose comfortable arms she had had so many an hour of nice reading, the soft rug where in the very wantonness of frolic she had stretched herself to play with King, that very luxurious bright grate full of fire which had given her so often the same warm welcome home, an apt introduction to the other stores of comfort which awaited her above and below stairs. The rich coloured curtains and carpet, the beauty of which had been such a constant gratification to Fleda's eye, and the exquisite French table and lamps they had brought out with them, in which her uncle and aunt had so much pride, and which could nowhere be matched for elegance. They must all be said good bye to, and as yet fancy had nothing to furnish the future with. It looked very bare. King had come in and wagged himself up close to his mistress, but even he could obtain nothing but the touch of most abstracted finger ends. Yet though keenly recognized, these thoughts were only passing compared with the anxious and sorrowful ones that went to her aunt and uncle. For Hugh and her, she judged, it was less matter. And Mrs. Rossitur's care was most for her husband, and Hugh's was for them all. His associations were less quick, and his tastes less keen than Fleda's, and less a part of himself. Hugh lived in his affections; with a salvo to them he could bear to lose anything, and go anywhere. "Mamma," said he after a long time, "will anything be done with Fleda's books?" A question that had been in Fleda's mind before, but which she had patiently forborne just then to ask. "No indeed!" said Mrs. Rossitur, pressing Fleda more closely and kissing in a kind of rapture the sweet thoughtful face. "Not yours, my darling. They can't touch anything that belongs to you. I wish it was more; and I don't suppose they will take anything of mine either." "Ah well," said Fleda, raising her head, "you have got quite a parcel of books, aunt Lucy, and I have a good many. How well it is I have had so many given me since I have been here. That will make quite a nice little library both together, and Hugh has some. I thought perhaps we shouldn't have one at all left, and that would have been rather bad." "Rather bad!" Mrs. Rossitur looked at her and was dumb. "Only don't you wear a sad face for anything," Fleda went on earnestly. "We shall be perfectly happy if you and uncle Rolf only will be." "My dear children," said Mrs. Rossitur, wiping her eyes, "it is for you I am unhappy, you and your uncle. I do not think of myself." "And we do not think of ourselves, mamma," said Hugh. "I know it, but having good children don't make one care less about them," said Mrs. Rossitur, the tears fairly raining over her fingers. Hugh pulled the fingers down and again tried the efficacy of his lips. "And you know papa thinks most of you, mamma." "Ah, your father," said Mrs. Ross, shaking her head. "I am afraid it will go hard with him. But I will be happy as long as I have you two, or else I should be a very wicked woman. It only grieves me to think of your education and prospects." "Fleda's piano, mamma," said Hugh with sudden dismay. Mrs. Rossitur shook her head again and covered her eyes, while Fleda, stretching across to Hugh, gave him by look and touch an earnest admonition to let that subject alone. And then with a sweetness and gentleness like nothing but the breath of the south wind, she wooed her aunt to hope and resignation. Hugh held back, feeling or thinking that Fleda could do it better than he, and watching her progress as Mrs. Rossitur took her hand from her face and smiled, at first mournfully and then really mirthfully in Fleda's face, at some sally that nobody but a nice observer would have seen was got up for the occasion. And it was hardly that, so completely had the child forgotten her own sorrow in ministering to that of another. Blessed are the peacemakers. It is always so. "You are a witch or a fairy," said Mrs. Rossitur, catching her again in her arms, "nothing else. You must try your powers of charming upon your uncle." Fleda laughed without any effort, but as to trying her slight wand upon Mr. Rossitur she had serious doubts, and the doubts became certainty when they met at dinner. He looked so grave that she dared not attack him. It was a gloomy meal, for the face that should have lighted the whole table cast a shadow there. Without at all comprehending the whole of her husband's character, the sure magnetism of affection had enabled Mrs. Rossitur to divine his thoughts. Pride was his ruling passion. Not such pride as Mr. Carleton's, which was rather like exaggerated self-respect, but wider and more indiscriminate in its choice of objects. It was pride in his family name, pride in his own talents, which were considerable, pride in his family, wife and children, and all of which he thought did him honour. If they had not, his love for them assuredly would have known some diminishing. Pride in his wealth, and in the attractions with which it surrounded him. And lastly, pride in the skill, taste, and connoisseurship which enabled him to bring those attractions together. Furthermore, his love for both literature and art was true and strong, and for many years he had accustomed himself to lead a life of great luxuriousness, catering for body and mind in every taste that could be elegantly enjoyed, and again proud of the elegance of every enjoyment. The change of circumstances which touched his pride wounded him at every point where he was vulnerable at all. Fleda had never felt so afraid of him. She was glad to see Dr. Gregory come in to tea. Mr. Rossitur was not there. The doctor did not touch upon affairs. If he had heard of their misfortune he went on as usual in a rambling cheerful way all tea time, talking mostly to Fleda and Hugh. But after tea he talked no more, but sat still and waited till the master of the house came in. Fleda thought Mr. Rossitur did not look glad to see him, but how could he look glad about anything? He did not sit down, and for a few minutes there was a kind of meaning silence. Fleda sat in the corner with the heartache, to see her uncle's gloomy tramp up and down the rich apartment, and her aunt Lucy gaze at him. "Humph! Well, so," said the doctor at last, "you've all gone overboard with a smash, I understand." The walker gave him no regard. "True, is it?" said the doctor. Mr. Rossitur made no answer unless a smothered grunt might be taken for one. "How came it about?" "Folly and devilry." "Hum! Bad capital to work upon. I hope the principal is gone with the interest. What's the amount of your loss?" "Ruin." "Hum! French ruin or American ruin? Because there's a difference." "What do you mean?" "I am not so happy as to understand you, sir, but we shall not pay 70 cents on the dollar." The old gentleman got up and stood before the fire with his back to Mr. Rossitur, saying that was rather bad. "What are you going to do?" Mr. Rossitur hesitated a few moments for an answer, and then said, "Pay 70 cents and begin the world anew with nothing." "Of course," said the doctor, "I understand that. But where and how, and what end of the world will you take up first?" Mr. Rossitur writhed in impatience or disgust, and after again hesitating answered dryly that he had not determined. "Have you thought of anything in particular?" "Zounds, no, sir, except my misfortune; that's enough for one day." "And too much," said the doctor, "unless you can mix some other thought with it. That's what I came for. Will you go into business?" Fleda was startled by the vehemence with which her uncle said, "No, never." And he presently added, "I'll do nothing here." "Well, well," said the doctor to himself. "Will you go into the country?" "Yes, anywhere. The further the better." Mrs. Rossitur was startled, but her husband's face did not encourage her to open her lips. "Ay, but on a farm, I mean." "On anything that will give me a standing." "I thought that too," said Dr. Gregory, now whirling about. "I have a fine piece of land that wants a tenant. You may take it at an easy rate, and pay me when the crops come in. I shouldn't expect so young a farmer, you know, to keep any closer terms." "How far is it?" "Far enough, up in Wyandotte County." "How large?" "A matter of 200 or 300 acres or so. It is very fine, they say. It came into a fellow's hands that owed me what I thought was a bad debt, so for fear he would never pay me I thought it best to take it and pay him. Whether the place will ever fill my pockets again remains to be seen. Doubtful, I think. I'll take it, Dr. Gregory, and see if I cannot bring that about. Pooh, pooh, fill your own. I am not careful about it. The less money one has, the more it jingles. Unless it gets too low, indeed. I'll take it, Dr. Gregory, and feel myself under obligation to you. No, I told you, not till the crops come in. No obligation is binding till the term is up. Well, I'll see you further about it. But Rolf, said Mrs. Rossitur, stop a minute, uncle, don't go yet. Rolf don't know anything in the world about the management of a farm. Neither do I. The fair Una can enlighten you, said the doctor, waving his hand towards his little favourite in the corner. But I forgot. Well, if you don't know, the crops won't come in. That's all the difference. But Mrs. Rossitur looked anxiously at her husband. Do you know exactly what you are undertaking, Rolf? She said. If I do not, I presume I shall discover in time. But it may be too late, said Mrs. Rossitur in the tone of sad remonstrance that had gone all the length it dared. It cannot be too late, said her husband impatiently. If I do not know what I am taking up, I know very well what I am laying down, and it does not signify a straw what comes after. If it was a snail shell, that would cover my head. Hum, said the old doctor. The snail is very well in his way, but I have no idea that he was ever cut out for a farmer. Do you think you will find it a business you would like, Mr. Rossitur? said his wife timidly. I tell you, said he, facing about, it is not a question of liking. I will take anything that will bury me out of the world. Poor Mrs. Rossitur! She had not yet come to wishing herself buried alive, and she had small faith in the permanence of her husband's taste for it. She looked desponding. You don't suppose, said Mr. Rossitur, stopping again in the middle of the floor after another turn and a half, you do not suppose that I am going to take the labouring of the farm upon myself? I shall employ some one, of course, who understands the matter, to take all that off my hands. The doctor thought of the old proverb and the alternative the plough presents to those who would thrive by it. Fleda thought of Mr. Didenhofer. Mrs. Rossitur would have fain suggested that such an important person must be well paid, but neither of them spoke. Of course, said Mr. Rossitur haughtily as he went on with his walk, I do not expect any more than you to live in the backwoods the life we have been leading here. That is at an end. Is it a very wild country? asked Mrs. Rossitur of the doctor. No wild beasts, my dear, if that is your meaning, and I do not suppose there are even many snakes left by this time. No, but dear uncle, I mean, is it in an unsettled state? No, my dear, not at all. Perfectly quiet. Ah, but do not play with me, exclaimed poor Mrs. Rossitur, between laughing and crying. I mean, is it far from any town, and not among neighbours? Far enough to be out of the way of morning calls, said the doctor, and when your neighbours come to see you they will expect tea by 4 o'clock. There are not a great many near by, but they don't mind coming from 5 or 6 miles off. Mrs. Rossitur looked chilled and horrified. To her he had described a very wild country indeed. Fleda would have laughed if it had not been for her aunt's face, but that settled down into a doubtful anxious look that pained her. It pained the old doctor too. Come, he said, touching her pretty chin with his forefinger, what are you thinking of? Folks may be good folks and yet have tea at 4 o'clock, mayn't they? When do they have dinner? said Mrs. Rossitur. I really don't know. When you get settled up there, I'll come and see. Hardly, said Mrs. Rossitur. I don't believe it would be possible for Emile to get dinner before the tea time, and I am sure I shouldn't like to propose such a thing to Mrs. Rainey. The doctor fidgeted about a little on the hearth rug and looked comical, perfectly understood by one acute observer in the corner. Are you wise enough to imagine, Lucy, said Mr. Rossitur sternly, that you can carry your whole establishment with you? What do you suppose Emile and Mrs. Rainey would do in a farmhouse? I can do without whatever you can, said Mrs. Rossitur meekly. "I did not know you would be willing to part with Emile, and I do not think Mrs. Renney would like to leave us." "I told you before, it is no more a question of liking," answered he. "And if it were," said the doctor, "I have no idea that Monsieur Emile and Madame Renney would be satisfied with the style of a country kitchen, or think the interior of Yankee land a hopeful sphere for their energies." "What sort of house is it?" said Mrs. Rossitur. "A wooden frame house, I believe." "No, but dear uncle, do tell me." "What sort of a house? Large enough, I'm told. It will accommodate you in one way." "Comfortable?" "I don't know," said the doctor, shaking his head. "Depends on who's in it. No house is that per se. But I reckon there isn't much plate glass. I suppose you'll find the doors all painted blue, and every fireplace with a crane in it." "A crane!" said Mrs. Rossitur, to whose imagination the word suggested nothing but a large water bird with a long neck. "Ay," said the doctor, "but it's just as well. You won't want hanging lamps there, and candelabra would hardly be in place either to hold tallow candles." "Tallow candles!" exclaimed Mrs. Rossitur. Her husband winced, but said nothing. "Ay," said the doctor again, "and make them yourself if you are a good housewife. Come, Lucy," said he, taking her hand, "do you know how the wild fowl do on the Chesapeake? Duck and swim under the water till they can show their heads with safety? Oh, spoil your eyes to see by a tallow candle." Mrs. Rossitur half smiled, but looked anxiously towards her husband. "Pooh, pooh! Rolf won't care what the light burns that lights him to independence. And when you get there you may illuminate with a whole whale if you like. By the way, Rolf, there is a fine water power up yonder, and a saw mill in good order, they tell me, but a short way from the house. Hugh might learn to manage it, and it would be fine employment for him." "Hugh!" said his mother disconsolately. Mr. Rossitur neither spoke nor looked an answer. Fleda sprang forward. "A saw mill! Uncle Orrin, where is it?" "Just a little way from the house, they say. You can't manage it, fair Saxon, though you look as if you would undertake all the mills in creation for a trifle." "No, but the place, uncle Orrin, where is the place?" "The place? Why it's up in Wyandotte County, some 5 or 6 miles from the Montepoole Spring. What's this they call it? Queechy. By the way," he said, reading Fleda's countenance, "it is the very place where your father was born. It is. I didn't think of that before." Fleda's hands were clasped. "Oh, I am very glad," she said. "It's my old home. It's the most lovely place, aunt Lucy, most lovely, and we shall have some good neighbours there too. Oh, I am very glad. The dear old saw mill." "Dear old saw mill," said the doctor, looking at her. "Rolf, I'll tell you what, you shall give me this girl. I want her. I can take better care of her perhaps now than you can. Let her come to me when you leave the city. It will be better for her than to help work the saw mill, and I have as good a right to her as anybody, for Amy before her was like my own child." The doctor spoke not with his usual light jesting manner, but very seriously. Hugh's lips parted. Mrs. Rossitur looked with a sad thoughtful look at Fleda. Mr. Rossitur walked up and down looking at nobody. Fleda watched him. "What does Fleda herself say?" said he, stopping short suddenly. His face softened and his eye changed as it fell upon her, for the first time that day. Fleda saw her opening. She came to him, within his arms, and laid her head upon his breast. "What does Fleda say?" said he, softly kissing her. Fleda's tears said a good deal that needed no interpreter. She felt her uncle's hand passed more and more tenderly over her head, so tenderly that it made it all the more difficult for her to govern herself and stop her tears. But she did stop them, and looked up at him then with such a face, so glowing through smiles and tears, it was like a very rainbow of hope upon the cloud of their prospects. Mr. Rossitur felt the power of the sunbeam wand. It reached his heart. It was even with a smile that he said as he looked at her, "Will you go to your uncle Orrin, Fleda?" "Not if uncle Rolf will keep me." "Keep you!" said Mr. Rossitur. "I should like to see who wouldn't keep you. There, Dr. Gregory, you have your answer." I might have known," said the doctor, "that the fair Una would abjure cities. Come here, you elf." He wrapped her in his arms so tight she could not stir. "I have a spite against you for this. What amends will you make for such an affront?" "Let me take breath," said Fleda laughing, "and I'll tell you. You don't want any amends, uncle Orrin." "Well," said he, gazing with more feeling than he cared to show into that sweet face, so innocent of apology making, "you shall promise me that you will not forget uncle Orrin and the old house in Bleecker street." Fleda's eyes grew more wistful. "And you will promise me that if you ever want anything you will come or send straight there." "If ever I want anything I can't get nor do without," said Fleda. "Pshaw!" said the doctor, letting her go, but laughing at the same time. "Mind my words, Mr. and Mrs. Rossitur, if ever that girl takes the wrong bit in her mouth, well, I'll go home." Home he went. The rest drew together, particularly near, around the fire. Hugh at his father's shoulder, and Fleda kneeling on the rug between her uncle and aunt with a hand on each; and there was not one of them whose gloom was not lightened by her bright face and cheerful words of hope that in the new scenes they were going to they would all be so happy. The days that followed were gloomy, but Fleda's ministry was unceasing. Hugh seconded her well, though more passively. Feeling less pain himself, he perhaps for that very reason was less acutely alive to it in others; not so quick to foresee and ward off, not so skilful to allay it. Fleda seemed to have intuition for the one and a charm for the other. To her there was pain in every parting. Her sympathies clung to whatever wore the livery of habit. There was hardly any piece of furniture, there was no book or marble or picture that she could take leave of without a pang. But it was kept to herself. Her sorrowful good byes were said in secret, before others. In all those weeks she was a very Euphrosyne, light, bright, cheerful, of eye and foot and hand, a shield between her aunt and every annoyance that she could take instead; a good little fairy that sent her sunbeam wand quick as a flash where any eye rested gloomily. People did not always find out where the light came from, but it was her witchery. The creditors would touch none of Mrs. Rossitur's things. Her husband's honourable behaviour had been so thorough. They even presented him with one or two pictures which he sold for a considerable sum; and to Mrs. Rossitur they gave up all the plate in daily use, a matter of great rejoicing to Fleda, who knew well how sorely it would have been missed. She and her aunt had quite a little library too, of their own private store. A little one it was indeed, but the worth of every volume was now trebled in her eyes. Their furniture was all left behind, and in its stead went some of neat light painted wood which looked to Fleda deliciously countrified. A promising cook and housemaid were engaged to go with them to the wilds, and about the 1st of April they turned their backs upon the city. Chapter 17.
of Queechy by Susan Warner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Abigail Rasmussen. Chapter 17. Rain and water. Cresses for breakfast. The thresher's weary flinging tree, the lee lang day had tired me; and when the day bad closed his eye, far I the west, ben I the spence, right pensivel I gaed to rest. Burns. Queechy was reached at night. Fleda had promised herself to be off almost with the dawn of the light the next morning to see aunt Miriam, but a heavy rain kept her fast at home the whole day. It was very well; she was wanted there. Despite the rain and her disappointment, it was impossible for Fleda to lie abed from the time the first grey light began to break in at her windows, those old windows that had rattled their welcome to her all night. She was up and dressed, and had had a long consultation with herself over matters and prospects, before anybody else had thought of leaving the indubitable comfort of a feather bed for the doubtful contingency of happiness that awaited them down stairs. Fleda took in the whole length and breadth of it, half wittingly and half through some finer sense than that of the understanding. The first view of things could not strike them pleasantly. It was not to be looked for. The doors did not happen to be painted blue. They were a deep chocolate colour, doors and wainscot. The fireplaces were not all furnished with cranes, but they were all uncouthly wide and deep. Nobody would have thought them so indeed in the winter, when piled up with blazing hickory logs, but in summer they yawned uncomfortably upon the eye. The ceilings were low, the walls rough papered or rougher whitewashed, the sashes not hung, the rooms, otherwise well enough proportioned, stuck with little cupboards in recesses and corners and out of the way places, in a style impertinently suggestive of housekeeping, and fitted to shock any symmetrical set of nerves. The old house had undergone a thorough putting in order, it is true. The chocolate paint was just dry, and the paper hangings freshly put up, and the bulk of the new furniture had been sent on before and unpacked, though not a single article of it was in its right place. The house was clean and tight, that is, as tight as it ever was, but the colour had been unfortunately chosen. Perhaps there was no help for that. The paper was very coarse and countrified. The big windows were startling, they looked so bare, without any manner of drapery, and the long reaches of wall were unbroken by mirror or picture frame. And this to eyes trained to eschew ungracefulness, and that abhorred a vacuum as much as nature is said to do. Even Fleda felt there was something disagreeable in the change, though it reached her more through the channel of other people's sensitiveness than her own. To her it was the dear old house still, though her eyes had seen better things since they loved it. No corner or recess had a pleasanter filling, to her fancy, than the old brown cupboard or shelves which had always been there. But what would her uncle say to them, and to that dismal paper, and what would aunt Lucy think of those rattling window sashes? This cool raw day too, for the first. Think as she might, Fleda did not stand still to think. She had gone softly all over the house, taken a strange look at the old places and the images with which memory filled them, thinking of the last time, and many a time before that; and she had at last come back to the sitting room, long before anybody else was down stairs. The two tired servants were just rubbing their eyes open in the kitchen and speculating themselves awake. Leaving them, at their peril, to get ready a decent breakfast, by the way she grudged them the old kitchen, Fleda set about trying what her wand could do towards brightening the face of affairs in the other part of the house. It was quite cold enough for a fire, luckily. She ordered one made, and meanwhile busied herself with the various stray packages and articles of wearing apparel that lay scattered about, giving the whole place a look of discomfort. Fleda gathered them up and bestowed them in one or two of the impertinent cupboards, and then undertook the labour of carrying out all the wrong furniture that had got into the breakfast room, and bringing in that which really belonged there from the hall and the parlour beyond, moving like a mouse that she might not disturb the people up stairs. A quarter of an hour was spent in arranging, to the best advantage, these various pieces of furniture in the room. It was the very same in which Mr. Carleton and Charlton Rossitur had been received the memorable day of the roast pig dinner, but that was not the uppermost association in Fleda's mind. Satisfied at last that a happier effect could not be produced with the given materials, and well pleased too with her success, Fleda turned to the fire. It was made, but not by any means doing its part to encourage the other portions of the room to look their best. Fleda knew something of wood fires from old times. She laid hold of the tongs, and touched and loosened and coaxed a stick here and there with a delicate hand, till seeing the very opening it had wanted, without which neither fire nor hope can keep its activity, the blaze sprang up energetically, crackling through all the piled oak and hickory, and driving the smoke clean out of sight. Fleda had done her work. It would have been a misanthropical person indeed that could have come into the room then, and not felt his face brighten. One other thing remained, setting the breakfast table, and Fleda would let no hands but hers do it this morning. She was curious about the setting of tables. How she remembered or divined where everything had been stowed, how quietly and efficiently her little fingers unfastened hampers and pried into baskets without making any noise, till all the breakfast paraphernalia of silver, china, and table linen was found, gathered from various receptacles, and laid in most exquisite order on the table. State Street never saw better. Fleda stood and looked at it then in immense satisfaction, seeing that her uncle's eye would miss nothing of its accustomed gratification. To her the old room, shining with firelight and new furniture, was perfectly charming. If those great windows were staringly bright, health and cheerfulness seemed to look in at them. And what other images of association with nods and becks and wreathed smiles looked at her out of the curling flames in the old wide fireplace? And one other angel stood there unseen, the one whose errand it is to see fulfilled the promise, "Give, and it shall be given to you, full measure, and pressed down, and heaped up, and running over." A little while Fleda sat contentedly eyeing her work. Then a new idea struck her, and she sprang up. In the next meadow, only one fence between, a little spring of purest water ran through from the woodland. Water cresses used to grow there. Uncle Rolf was very fond of them. It was pouring with rain, but no matter. Her heart beating between haste and delight, Fleda slipped her feet into galoshes and put an old cloak of Hugh's over her head, and ran out through the kitchen, the old accustomed way. The servants exclaimed and entreated, but Fleda only flashed a bright look at them from under her cloak as she opened the door and ran off over the wet grass, under the fence, and over half the meadow, till she came to the stream. She was getting a delicious taste of old times, and though the spring water was very cold, and with it and the rain one half of each sleeve was soon thoroughly wetted, she gathered her cresses and scampered back with a pair of eyes and cheeks that might have struck any city belle chill with envy. "Then but that's a sweet girl," said Mary the cook to Jane the housemaid. "A lovely countenance she has," answered Jane, who was refined in her speech. "Take her away, and you've taken the best of the house, I'm a thinking." "Mrs. Rossitur is a lady," said Jane in a low voice. "Ay, and a very proper behaved one she is, and him the same, that is for a gentleman I mean. But Jane, I say, I'm thinking he'll have to eat too much sour bread lately. I wish I knowed how they'd have their eggs boiled, till I'd have 'em ready." "Sure it's on the table itself they'll do 'em," said Jane. "They've an elegant little fixture in there for the purpose." "Is that it?" Nobody found out how busy Fleda's wand had been in the old breakfast room, but she was not disappointed. She had not worked for praise. Her cresses were appreciated, that was enough. She enjoyed her breakfast, the only one of the party that did. Mr. Rossitur looked moody, his wife looked anxious, and Hugh's face was the reflection of theirs. If Fleda's face reflected anything, it was the sunlight of heaven. "How sweet the air is after New York," said she. They looked at her. There was a fresh sweetness of another kind about that breakfast table. They all felt it, and breathed more freely. "Delicious cresses," said Mrs. Rossitur. "Yes, I wonder where they came from," said her husband. "Who got them?" "I guess Fleda knows," said Hugh. "They grow in a little stream of spring water over here in the meadow," said Fleda demurely. "Yes, but you don't answer my question," said her uncle, putting his hand under her chin and smiling at the blushing face he brought round to view. "Who got them?" "I did." "You have been out in the rain?" "Oh, Queechy rain don't hurt me, uncle Rolf." "And don't it wet you either?" "Yes sir, a little." "How much?" "My sleeves. Oh, I dried them long ago." "Don't you repeat that experiment, Fleda," said he seriously, but with a look that was a good reward to her nevertheless. "It is a raw day," said Mrs. Rossitur, drawing her shoulders together as an ill disposed window sash gave one of its admonitory shakes. "What little panes of glass for such big windows!" said Hugh. "But what a pleasant prospect through them!" said Fleda. "Look, Hugh! Worth all the batteries and parks in the world." "In the world! In New York, you mean," said her uncle. "Not better than the Champs Elysées." "Better to me," said Fleda. "For to day I must attend to the prospect indoors," said Mrs. Rossitur. "Now, aunt Lucy," said Fleda, "you are just going to put yourself down in the corner, in the rocking chair there, with your book, and make yourself comfortable, and Hugh and I will see to all these things. Hugh and I and Mary and Jane, that makes quite an army of us, and we can do everything without you, and you must just keep quiet. I'll build you up a fine fire, and then when I don't know what to do I will come to you for orders. Uncle Rolf, would you be so good as just to open that box of books in the hall? Because I'm afraid Hugh isn't strong enough. I'll take care of you, aunt Lucy." Fleda's plans were not entirely carried out, but she contrived pretty well to take the brunt of the business on her own shoulders. She was as busy as a bee the whole day. To her all the ins and outs of the house, its advantages and disadvantages, were much better known than to anybody else. Nothing could be done but by her advice; and more than that, she contrived by some sweet management to baffle Mrs. Rossitur's desire to spare her, and to bear the larger half of every burden that should have come upon her aunt. What she had done in the breakfast room she did or helped to do in the other parts of the house. She unpacked boxes and put away clothes and linen, in which Hugh was her excellent helper. She arranged her uncle's dressing table with a scrupulosity that left nothing uncared for; and the last thing before tea she and Hugh dived into the book box to get out some favourite volumes to lay upon the table in the evening, that the room might not look to her uncle quite so dismally bare. He had been abroad, notwithstanding the rain, near the whole day. It was a weary party that gathered round the supper table that night; weary, it seemed, as much in mind as in body; and the meal exerted its cheering influence over only two of them. Mr. and Mrs. Rossitur sipped their cups of tea abstractedly. "I don't believe that fellow Donohan knows much about his business," remarked the former at length. "Why don't you get somebody else then?" said his wife. "I happen to have engaged him, unfortunately." A pause. "What doesn't he know?" Mr. Rossitur laughed, not a pleasant laugh. "It would take too long to enumerate. If you had asked me what part of his business he does understand, I could have told you shortly that I don't know." "But you do not understand it very well yourself. Are you sure?" "Am I sure of what?" "That this man does not know his business." "No further sure than I can have confidence in my own common sense." "What will you do?" said Mrs. Rossitur after a moment. "A question men are not fond of answering, especially when they have not made up their minds." Mr. Rossitur was silent, and his wife too, after that. "If I could get some long headed Yankee to go along with him," he remarked again, balancing his spoon on the edge of his cup in curious illustration of his own mental position at the moment, Donohan being the only fixed point and all the rest wavering in uncertainty. There were a few silent minutes before anybody answered. "If you want one and don't know of one, uncle Rolf," said Fleda, "I dare say cousin Seth might." That gentle modest speech brought his attention round upon her. His face softened. "Cousin Seth? Who is cousin Seth?" "He is aunt Miriam's son," said Fleda. "Seth Plumfield. He's a very good farmer, I know. Grandpa used to say he was. And he knows everybody." "Mrs. Plumfield," said Mrs. Rossitur, as her husband's eyes went inquiringly to her. "Mrs. Plumfield was Mrs. Ringgan's sister, you remember. This is her son." "Cousin Seth, eh?" said Mr. Rossitur dubiously. "Well, "Why, Fleda, your sweet air don't seem to agree with you, as far as I see. I have not known you look so triste since we left Paris. What have you been doing, my child?" "She has been doing everything, father," said Hugh. "O it's nothing," said Fleda, answering Mr. Rossitur's look and tone of affection with a bright smile. "I'm a little tired, that's all." A little tired. She went to sleep on the sofa directly after supper and slept like a baby all the evening; but her power did not sleep with her, for that quiet, sweet, tired face, tired in their service, seemed to bear witness against the indulgence of anything harsh or unlovely in the same atmosphere. A gentle witness bearing, but strong in its gentleness. They sat close together round the fire, talked softly, and from time to time cast loving glances at the quiet little sleeper by their side. They did not know that she was a fairy, and that though her wand had fallen out of her hand it was still resting upon them. CHAPTer 17.
Chapter 18 of Queechy by Susan Warner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Arlene Stebbins. Chapter 18. Mr. Rossitur's Wits sharpened upon a Ploughshare. Gone, here is everything advantageous to lift. Ant. True, save means to live. Tempest. Fleda's fatigue did not prevent her being up before sunrise the next day. Fatigue was forgotten, for the light of a fair spring morning was shining in at her windows, and she meant to see aunt Miriam before breakfast. She ran out to find Hugh, and her merry shout reached him before she did, and brought him to meet her. "Come, Hugh, I'm going off up to aunt Miriam's, and I want you. Come! Isn't this delicious?" "Hush!" said Hugh. "Father's just here in the barn. I can't go, Fleda." Fleda's countenance clouded. "Can't go! What's the matter? Can't you go, Hugh?" He shook his head and went off into the barn. A chill came upon Fleda. She turned away with a very sober step. What if her uncle was in the barn? Why should she hush? He had never been a check upon her merriment, never. What was coming now? Hugh too looked disturbed. It was a spring morning no longer. Fleda forgot the glittering wet grass that had set her own eyes a sparkling but a minute ago. She walked along, cogitating, swinging her bonnet by the strings in thoughtful vibration, till by the help of sunlight and sweet air and the loved scenes her spirits again made head and swept over the sudden hindrance they had met. There were the blessed old sugar maples, 7 in number, that fringed the side of the road. How well Fleda knew them! Only skeletons now, but she remembered how beautiful they looked after the October frosts, and presently they would be putting out their new green leaves and be beautiful in another way. How different in their free-born luxuriance from the dusty and city-prisoned elms and willows she had left. She came to the bridge then and stopped with a thrill of pleasure and pain to look and listen. Unchanged, all but herself. The mill was not going, the little brook went by quietly chattering to itself, just as it had done the last time she saw it, when she rode past on Mr. Carleton's horse. 4.5 years ago, and how strange that she had come to live there again. Drawing a long breath and swinging her bonnet again, Fleda softly went on up the hill, past the saw mill, the ponds, the factories, the houses of the settlement, the same and not the same, bright with the morning sun, and yet somehow a little browner and homelier than of old they used to be. Fleda did not care for that, she would hardly acknowledge it to herself. Her affection never made any discount for infirmity. Leaving the little settlement behind, her thoughts as behind her back, she ran on now towards aunt Miriam's, breathlessly, till field after field was passed, and her eye caught a bit of the smooth lake and the old farmhouse in its old place. Very brown it looked, but Fleda dashed on, through the garden and in at the front door. Nobody at all was in the entrance room, the common sitting room of the family. With trembling delight Fleda opened the well known door and stole noiselessly through the little passage way to the kitchen. The door of that was only on the latch, and a gentle movement of it gave to Fleda's eye the tall figure of aunt Miriam, just before her, stooping down to look at the open mouth of the oven which she was at that moment engaged in supplying with more work to do. It was a huge one, and beyond her aunt's head Fleda could see in the far end the great loaves of bread, half baked, and more near a perfect squad of pies and pans of gingerbread just going in to take the benefit of the oven's milder mood. Fleda saw all this as it were without seeing it. She stood still as a mouse, and breathless till her aunt turned; and then a spring and a half shout of joy, and she had clasped her in her arms and was crying with her whole heart. Aunt Miriam was taken all aback. She could do nothing but sit down and cry too, and forget her oven door. "Ain't breakfast ready yet, mother?" said a manly voice coming in. "I must be off to see after them ploughs. Hollo! Why, mother!" The first exclamation was uttered as the speaker put the door to the oven's mouth, the second as he turned in quest of the hand that should have done it. He stood wondering, while his mother and Fleda, between laughing and crying, tried to rouse themselves and look up. "What is all this? Don't you see, Seth? I see somebody that had like to have spoiled your whole baking. I don't know who it is yet." "Don't you now, cousin Seth?" said Fleda, shaking away her tears and getting up. "I ha'n't quite lost my recollection, cousin. You must give me a kiss. How do you do? You ha'n't forgot how to colour, I see, for all you've been so long among the pale city folks." "I haven't forgotten anything, cousin Seth," said Fleda, blushing indeed, but laughing and shaking his hand with as hearty good will. "I don't believe you have anything that is good," said he. "Where have you been all this while?" "O, part of the time in New York, and part of the time in Paris, and some other places." "Well, you ha'n't seen anything better than Queechy, or Queechy bread and butter, have you?" "No indeed." "Come, you shall give me another kiss for that," said he, suiting the action to the word. "And now sit down and eat as much bread and butter as you can. It's just as good as it used to be. Come, mother, I guess breakfast is ready by the looks of that coffee pot." "Breakfast ready!" said Fleda. "Ay indeed. It's a good half hour since it ought to ha' been ready. If it ain't I can't stop for it. Them boys will be running their furrows like sarpents if I ain't there to start them." "Which like serpents?" said Fleda, "the furrows or the men?" "Well, I was thinking of the furrows," said he, glancing at her. "I guess there ain't cunning enough in the others to trouble them. Come sit down, and let me see whether you have forgotten a Queechy appetite." "I don't know," said Fleda doubtfully. "They will expect me at home." "I don't care who expects you. Sit down. You ain't going to eat any bread and butter this morning but my mother's. You haven't got any like it at your house. Mother, give her a cup of coffee, will you, and set her to work." Fleda was too willing to comply with the invitation, were it only for the charm of old times. She had not seen such a table for years, and as little as the conventionalities of delicate taste were known there, it was not without a comeliness of its own, in its air of wholesome abundance and the extreme purity of all its arrangements. If but a piece of cold pork were on aunt Miriam's table, it was served with a nicety that would not have offended the most fastidious, and amid irregularities that the fastidious would scorn, there was a sound excellence of material and preparation that they very often failed to know. Fleda made up her mind she would be wanted at home, all the rather perhaps for Hugh's mysterious "hush," and there was something in the hearty kindness and truth of these friends that she felt particularly genial. And if there was a lack of silver at the board, its place was more than filled with the pure gold of association. They sat down to table, but aunt Miriam's eyes devoured Fleda. Mr. Plumfield set about his more material breakfast with all despatch. "So Mr. Rossitur has left the city for good," said aunt Miriam. "How does he like it?" "He hasn't been here but a day, you know, aunt Miriam," said Fleda evasively. "Is he anything of a farmer?" asked her cousin. "Not much," said Fleda. "Is he going to work the farm himself?" "How do you mean?" "I mean, is he going to work the farm himself, or hire it out, or let somebody else work it on shares?" "I don't know," said Fleda. "I think he is going to have a farmer and oversee things himself." "He'll get sick of that," said Seth, "unless he's the luck to get hold of just the right hand." "Has he hired anybody yet?" said aunt Miriam, after a little interval of supplying Fleda with bread and butter. "Yes, ma'am, I believe so." "What's his name?" "Donohan, an Irishman, I believe. Uncle Rolf hired him in New York." "For his head man?" said Seth, with a sufficiently intelligible look. "Yes," said Fleda. "Why?" But he did not immediately answer her. "The land's in poor heart now," said he, "a good deal of it. It has been wasted. It wants first rate management to bring it in order and make much of it for 2 or 3 years to come. I never see an Irishman's head yet that was worth more than a joke. Their hands are all of 'em that's good for anything." "I believe uncle Rolf wants to have an American to go with this man," said Fleda. Seth said nothing, but Fleda understood the shake of his head as he reached over after a pickle. "Are you going to keep a dairy, Fleda?" said her aunt. "I don't know, ma'am. I haven't heard anything about it." "Does Mrs. Rossitur know anything about country affairs?" "No, nothing," Fleda said, her heart sinking perceptibly with every new question. "She hasn't any cows yet?" She! Any cows! But Fleda only said they had not come; she believed they were coming. "What help has she got?" "2 women, Irish women," said Fleda. "Mother, you'll have to take hold and learn her," said Mr. Plumfield. "Teach her!" cried Fleda, repelling the idea. "Aunt Lucy! She cannot do anything, she isn't strong enough. Not anything of that kind." "What did she come here for?" said Seth. "You know," said his mother, "that Mr. Rossitur's circumstances obliged him to quit New York." "Ay, but that ain't my question. A man had better keep his fingers off anything he can't live by. A farm's one thing or t'other, just as it's worked. The land won't grow a specie, it must be fetched out of it. Is Mr. Rossitur a smart man?" "Very," said Fleda, "about everything but farming." "Well, if he'll put himself to school, maybe he'll learn," Seth concluded as he finished his breakfast and went off. Fleda rose too, and was standing thoughtfully by the fire when aunt Miriam came up and put her arms round her. Fleda's eyes sparkled again. "You're not changed, you're the same little Fleda," she said. "Not quite so little," said Fleda smiling. "Not quite so little, but my own darling, the world hasn't spoiled thee yet." "I hope not, aunt Miriam." "You've remembered your mother's prayer, Fleda?" "Always." How tenderly aunt Miriam's hand was passed over the bowed head, how fondly she pressed her, and Fleda's answer was as fond. "I wanted to bring Hugh up to see you, aunt Miriam, with me, but he wouldn't come. You will like Hugh, he is so good." "I will come down and see him," said aunt Miriam, and then she went to look after her oven's doings. Fleda stood by, amused to see the quantities of nice things that were rummaged out of it. They did not look like Mrs. Renney's work, but she knew from old experience that they were good. "How early you must have been up to put these things in," said Fleda. "Put them in! Yes, and make them. These were all made this morning, Fleda." "This morning! Before breakfast! Why the sun was only just rising when I set out to come up the hill, and I wasn't long coming, aunt Miriam." "Well, to be sure, that's the way to get things done before breakfast. What time do you breakfast, Fleda?" "Not till 8 or 9 o'clock." "8 or 9! Here?" "There hasn't been any change made yet, and I don't suppose there will be. Uncle Rolf is always up early, but he can't bear to have breakfast early." Aunt Miriam's face showed what she thought, and Fleda went away with all its gravity and doubt settled like lead upon her heart. Though she had one of the identical apple pies in her hands, which aunt Miriam had quietly said was for her and Hugh, and though a pleasant savour of old times was about it, Fleda could not get up again the bright feeling with which she had come up the hill. There was a miserable misgiving at heart. It would work off in time. It had begun to work off when at the foot of the hill she met her uncle. He was coming after her to ask Mr. Plumfield about the desideratum of a Yankee. Fleda put her pie in safely behind a rock and turned back with him, and aunt Miriam told them the way to Seth's ploughing ground. A pleasant word or two had get Fleda's spirits abounding again, and the walk was delightful. Truly the leaves were not on the trees, but it was April and they soon would be. There was promise in the light, and hope in the air, and everything smelt of the country and spring time. The soft tread of the sod, that her foot had not felt for so long, the fresh look of the newly turned earth, here and there the brilliance of a field of winter grain, and that nameless beauty of the budding trees, that the full luxuriance of summer can never equal. Fleda's heart was springing for sympathy, and to her, with whom association was everywhere so strong, there was in it all a shadowy presence of her grandfather, with whom she had so often seen the spring time bless those same hills and fields long ago. She walked on in silence, as her manner commonly was when deeply pleased. There were hardly two persons to whom she would speak her mind freely then. Mr. Rossitur had his own thoughts. "Can anything equal the spring time?" she burst forth at length. Her uncle looked at her and smiled. "Perhaps not. But it is one thing," he said sighing, "for taste to enjoy, and another thing for calculation to improve." "But one can do both, can't one?" said Fleda brightly. "I don't know," he said, sighing again. "Hardly." Fleda knew he was mistaken, and thought the sighs out of place. But they reached her, and she had hardly condemned them before they set her off upon a long train of excuses for him, and she had wrought herself into quite a bit of tenderness by the time they reached her cousin. They found him on a gentle hillside with two other men and teams, both of whom were stepping away in different parts of the field. Mr. Plumfield was just about setting off to work his way to the other side of the lot when they came up with him. Fleda was not ashamed of her aunt Miriam's son even before such critical eyes as those of her uncle. Farmer like as were his dress and air, they shewed him nevertheless a well built fine looking man, with the independent bearing of one who has never recognized any but mental or moral superiority. His face might have been called handsome; there was at least manliness in every line of it, and his excellent dark eye showed an equal mingling of kindness and acute common sense. Let Mr. Plumfield wear what clothes he would, one felt obliged to follow Burns's notable example and pay respects to the man that was in them. "A fine day, sir," he remarked to Mr. Rossitur after they had shaken hands. "Yes, and I will not interrupt you but a minute, Mr. Plumfield. I am in want of hands for this very business you are about, ploughing; and Fleda says you know everybody, so I have come to ask if you can direct me." "Heads or hands do you want?" said Seth, clearing his boot sole from some superfluous soil upon the share of his plough. "Why both, to tell you the truth. I want hands and teams for that matter, for I have only two, and I suppose there is no time to be lost. And I want very much to get a person thoroughly acquainted with the business to go along with my man. He is an Irishman, and I am afraid not very well accustomed to the ways of doing things here." "Like enough," said Seth, "and the worst of 'em is you can't learn 'em." "Well, can you help me?" "Mr. Douglass," said Seth, raising his voice to speak to one of his assistants who was approaching them, "Mr. Douglass, you're holding that 'ere plough a little too obliquely for my grounds." "Very good, Mr. Plumfield," said the person called upon, with a quick accent that intimated, "if you don't know what is best it is not my affair." The voice very peculiar, seeming to come from no lower than the top of his throat, with a guttural roll of the words. "Is that Earl Douglass?" said Fleda. "You remember him?" said her cousin smiling. "He's just where he was, and his wife too. Well, Mr. Rossitur, 'tain't very easy to find what you want just at this season, when most folks have their hands full and help is all taken up. I'll see if I can't come down and give you a lift myself with the ploughing, for a day or two, as I'm pretty beforehand with the spring. But you'll want more than that. I ain't sure I haven't more hands than I'll want myself, but I think it is possible Squire Springer may spare you one of his'n. He ain't taken in any new land this year, and he's got things pretty snug. I guess he don't care to do more than common; anyhow you might try. You know where uncle Joshua lives, Fleda?" "Well, Philetus, what now?" They had been slowly walking along the fence towards the furthest of Mr. Plumfield's coadjutors, upon whom his eye had been curiously fixed as he was speaking. A young man who was an excellent example of what is called the raw material. He had just come to a sudden stop in the midst of the furrow when his employer called to him, and he answered somewhat lackadaisically, "Why, I've broke this here clevis. I ha'n't touched anything nor nothing, and it broke right in two." "What do you suppose will be done now?" said Mr. Plumfield, gravely, going up to examine the fracture. "Well, 'twa'n't none of my doings," said the young man. "I ha'n't touched anything nor nothing, and the mean thing broke right in two. 'Tain't so handy as the old kind o' plough, by a long jump." "You go along down to the house and ask my mother for a new clevis, and talk about ploughs when you know how to hold 'em," said Mr. Plumfield. "It don't look so difficult a matter," said Mr. Rossitur, "but I am a novice myself. What is the principal thing to be attended to in ploughing, Mr. Plumfield?" There was a twinkle in Seth's eye as he looked down upon a piece of straw he was breaking to bits, which Fleda, who could see, interpreted thoroughly. "Well," said he, looking up, "the breadth of the stitches and the width and the depth of the farrow must be regulated according to the nature of the soil and the lay of the ground and what you're ploughing for. There's double ploughing, and breaking up old lays, and ploughing for fallow crops, and ribbing, where the land has been some years in grass, and so on, and the plough must be geared accordingly, and so as not to take too much land nor go out of the land, and after that the best part of the work is to guide the plough right and turn the furrows straight and even." He spoke with the most impenetrable gravity, while Mr. Rossitur looked blank and puzzled. Fleda could hardly keep her countenance. "That row of poles," said Mr. Rossitur presently, "are they to guide you in running the furrow straight?" "Yes, sir, they are to mark out the crown of the stitch. I keep 'em right between the horses, and plough 'em down one after another. It's a kind of way country folks play at ninepins," said Seth, with a glance half inquisitive, half sly at his questioner. Mr. Rossitur asked no more. Fleda felt a little uneasy again. It was rather a longish walk to uncle Joshua's, and hardly a word spoken on either side. The old gentleman was to hum, and while Fleda went back into some remote part of the house to see aunt Syra, Mr. Rossitur set forth his errand. "Well, and so you're looking for help, eh?" said uncle Joshua, when he had heard him through. "Yes, sir, I want help." "And a team too?" "So I have said, sir," Mr. Rossitur answered rather shortly. "Can you supply me?" "Well, I don't know as I can," said the old man, rubbing his hands slowly over his knees. "You ha'n't got much done yet, I s'pose?" "Nothing. I came the day before yesterday." "Land's in rather poor condition in some parts, ain't it?" "I really am not able to say, sir, till I have seen it." "It ought to be," said the old gentleman, shaking his head. "The fellow that was there last didn't do right by it. He worked the land too hard, and didn't put on it anywhere near what he had ought to. I guess you'll find it pretty poor in some places. He was trying to get all he could out of it, I s'pose. There's a good deal of fencing to be done too, ain't there?" "All that there was, sir. I have done none since I came." "Seth Plumfield got through ploughing yet?" "We found him at it." "Ay, he's a smart man. What are you going to do, Mr. Rossitur, with that piece of marsh land that lies off to the south east of the barn, beyond the meadow, between the hills? I had just sich another, and before I do anything with the wet land, Mr. I am so unhappy as to have forgotten your name." "Springer, sir," said the old gentleman. "Springer, Joshua Springer. That is my name, sir." "Mr. Springer, before I do anything with the wet land I should like to have something growing on the dry, and as that is the present matter in hand, will you be so good as to let me know whether I can have your assistance?" "Well, I don't know," said the old gentleman. "There ain't anybody to send but my boy Lucas, and I don't know whether he would make up his mind to go or not." "Well, sir," said Mr. Rossitur, rising, "in that case I will bid you good morning. I am sorry to have given you the trouble." "Stop," said the old man, "stop a bit just sit down I'll go in and see about it." Mr. Rossitur sat down, and uncle Joshua left him to go into the kitchen and consult his wife, without whose counsel, of late years especially, he rarely did anything. They never varied in opinion, but aunt Sarah's wits supplied the steel edge to his heavy metal. "I don't know but Lucas would as lieve go as not," the old gentleman remarked on coming back from this sharpening process; "and I can make out to spare him, I guess. You calculate to keep him, I s'pose?" "Until this press is over, and perhaps longer, if I find he can do what I want." "You'll find him pretty handy at a'most anything; but I mean, I s'pose he'll get his victuals with you?" "I have made no arrangements of that kind," said Mr. Rossitur, controlling with some effort his rebelling muscles. "Donohan is boarded somewhere else, and for the present it will be best for all in my employ to follow the same plan." "Very good," said uncle Joshua. "It makes no difference, only of course in that case it is worth more when a man has to find himself and his team." "Whatever it is worth I am quite ready to pay, sir." "Very good. You and Lucas can agree about that. He'll be along in the morning." So they parted, and Fleda understood the impatient quick step with which her uncle got over the ground. "Is that man a brother of your grandfather?" "No, sir, oh no, only his brother in law. My grandmother was his sister, but they weren't in the least like each other." "I should think they could not," said Mr. Rossitur. "Oh, they were not," Fleda repeated. "I have always heard that." After paying her respects to aunt Syra in the kitchen, she had come back time enough to hear the end of the discourse in the parlour, and had felt its full teaching. Doubts returned, and her spirits were sobered again. Not another word was spoken till they reached home, when Fleda seized upon Hugh and went off to the rock after her forsaken pie. "Have you succeeded?" asked Mrs. Rossitur while they were gone. "Yes, that is, a cousin has kindly consented to come and help me." "A cousin!" said Mrs. Rossitur. "Ay, we're in a nest of cousins." "In a what, Mr. Rossitur?" "In a nest of cousins, and I had rather be in a nest of rooks. I wonder if I shall be expected to ask my ploughmen to dinner. Every second man is a cousin, and the rest are uncles." Chapter 18.
Chapter 19 of Queechy by Susan Warner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Abigail Rasmussen. Chapter 19. Fleda goes after help and finds Mr. Quackenboss. Whilst skies are blue and bright, whilst flowers are gay, whilst eyes that change ere night make glad the day, whilst yet the calm hours creep, dream thou, and from thy sleep then wake to weep. Shelley. The days of summer flew by, for the most part, lightly over the heads of Hugh and Fleda. The farm was little to them, but a place of pretty and picturesque doings, and the scene of nameless delights by wood and stream, in all which, all that summer, Fleda rejoiced, pulling Hugh along with her, even when sometimes he would rather have been poring over his books at home. She laughingly said it was good for him, and one half at least of every fine day their feet were abroad. They knew nothing practically of the dairy, but that it was an inexhaustible source of the sweetest milk and butter, and indirectly of the richest custards and syllabubs. The flock of sheep that now and then came in sight running over the hillside were to them only an image of pastoral beauty, and a soft link with the beauty of the past. The two children took the very cream of country life. The books they had left were read with greater eagerness than ever. When the weather was too lovely to stay in the house, Shakespeare or Massillon or Sully or the Curiosities of Literature or Corinne or Milner's Church History, for Fleda's reading was as miscellaneous as ever, was enjoyed under the flutter of leaves and along the rippling of the mountain spring, whilst King curled himself up on the skirt of his mistress's gown and slept for company, hardly more thoughtless and fearless of harm than his two companions. Now and then Fleda opened her eyes to see that her uncle was moody and not like himself, and that her aunt's gentle face was clouded in consequence, and she could not sometimes help the suspicion that he was not making a farmer of himself. But the next summer wind would blow these thoughts away, or the next look of her flowers would put them out of her head. The whole country yard in front of the house had been given up to her peculiar use as a flower garden, and there she and Hugh made themselves very busy. But the summer time came to an end. It was a November morning, and Fleda had been doing some of the last jobs in her flower beds. She was coming in with spirits as bright as her cheeks, when her aunt's attitude and look, more than usually spiritless, suddenly checked them. Fleda gave her a hopeful kiss and asked for the explanation. "How bright you look, darling," said her aunt, stroking her cheek. "Yes, but you don't, aunt Lucy. What has happened?" "Mary and Jane are going away." "Going away! What for?" "They are tired of the place and don't like it, I suppose." "Very foolish of them. Well, aunt Lucy, what matter? We can get plenty more in their room." "Not from the city, not possible. They would not come at this time of year." "Sure? Well then, here we can stay at any rate." "Here! But what sort of persons shall we get here? And your uncle! Just think!" "Oh but I think we can manage," said Fleda. "When do Mary and Jane want to go?" "Immediately. To morrow. They are not willing to wait till we can get somebody. Think of it!" "Well, let them go," said Fleda. "The sooner the better." "Yes, and I'm sure I don't want to keep them, but" and Mrs. Rossitur wrung her hands, "I haven't money enough to pay them quite, and they won't go without it." Fleda felt shocked, so much that she could not help looking it. "But can't uncle Rolf give it to you?" Mrs. Rossitur shook her head. "I have asked him." "How much is wanting?" 25. "Think of his not being able to give me that!" Mrs. Rossitur burst into tears. "Now don't, aunt Lucy," said Fleda, guarding well her own composure. "You know he has had a great deal to spend upon the farm, and paying men and all, and it is no wonder that he should be a little short just now. Now cheer up, we can get along with this anyhow." "I asked him," said Mrs. Rossitur through her tears, "when he would be able to give it to me, and he told me he didn't know." Fleda ventured no reply, but some of the tenderest caresses that lips and arms could give, and then sprang away and in 3 minutes was at her aunt's side again. "Look here, aunt Lucy," said she gently, "here is $20, if you can manage the 5." "Where did you get this?" Mrs. Rossitur exclaimed. "I got it honestly. It is mine, aunt Lucy," said Fleda smiling. "Uncle Orrin gave me some money just before we came away, to do what I liked with, and I haven't wanted to do anything with it till now." But this seemed to hurt Mrs. Rossitur more than all the rest. Leaning her head forward upon Fleda's breast and clasping her arms about her, she cried worse tears than Fleda had seen her shed. If it had not been for the emergency, Fleda would have broken down utterly too. "That it should have come to this! I can't take it, dear Fleda." "Yes, you must, aunt Lucy," said Fleda soothingly. "I couldn't do anything else with it that would give me so much pleasure. I don't want it. It would lie in my drawer till I don't know when. We'll let these people be off as soon as they please. Don't take it so. Uncle Rolf will have money again, only just now he is out, I suppose, and we'll get somebody else in the kitchen that will do nicely. You see if we don't." Mrs. Rossitur's embrace said what words were powerless to say. "But I don't know how we're to find any one here in the country. I don't know who will go to look. I'm sure your uncle won't want to, and Hugh wouldn't know." "I'll go," said Fleda cheerfully. "Hugh and I. We can do famously, if you'll trust me. I won't promise to bring home a French cook." "No indeed. We must take what we can get. But you can get no one to day, and they will be off by the morning's coach. What shall we do to morrow for dinner? Your uncle" "I'll get dinner," said Fleda caressing her. "I'll take all that on myself. It sha'n't be a bad dinner either. Uncle Rolf will like what I do for him, I dare say. Now cheer up, aunt Lucy, do. That's all I ask of you. Won't you? For me?" She longed to speak a word of that quiet hope with which in every trouble she secretly comforted herself. She wanted to whisper the words that were that moment in her own mind, "Truly I know that it shall be well with them that fear God." But her natural reserve and timidity kept her lips shut, to her grief. The women were paid off and dismissed, and departed in the next day's coach from Montepoole. Fleda stood at the front door to see them go, with a curious sense that there was an empty house at her back, and indeed upon her back; and in spite of all the cheeriness of her tone to her aunt, she was not without some shadowy feeling that soberer times might be coming upon them. "What is to be done now?" said Hugh close beside her. "O we are going to get somebody else," said Fleda. "Where?" "I don't know. You and I are going to find out." "You and I!" "Yes. We are going out after dinner, Hugh dear," said she, turning her bright merry face towards him, "to pick up somebody." Linking her arm within his, she went back to the deserted kitchen premises to see how her promise about taking Mary's place was to be fulfilled. "Do you know where to look?" said Hugh. "I've a notion, but the first thing is dinner, that uncle Rolf mayn't think the world is turning topsy turvy." "There is nothing at all here, Hugh, nothing in the world but bread. It's a blessing there is that. Uncle Rolf will have to be satisfied with a coffee dinner to day, and I'll make him the most superb omelette that my skill is equal to. Hugh dear, you shall set the table." "You don't know how?" "Then you shall make the toast, and I will set it the first thing of all. You perceive it is well to know how to do everything, Mr. Hugh Rossitur." "Where did you learn to make omelettes?" said Hugh with laughing admiration, as Fleda bared two pretty arms and ran about, the very impersonation of good humoured activity. The table was set, the coffee was making, and she had him established at the fire with two great plates, a pile of slices of bread, and a toasting iron. "Where? O don't you remember the days of Mrs. Rennie? I have seen Emile make them, and by dint of trying to teach Mary this summer I have taught myself. There is no knowing, you see, what a person may come to." "I wonder what father would say if he knew you had made all the coffee this summer." "That is an unnecessary speculation, my dear Hugh, as I have no intention of telling him. But see, that is the way with speculators; while they go on refining, the toast burns." The coffee and the omelette, and the toast and Mr. Rossitur's favourite French salad were served with beautiful accuracy, and he was quite satisfied. But aunt Lucy looked sadly at Fleda's flushed face and saw that her appetite seemed to have gone off in the steam of her preparations. Fleda had a kind of heart feast, however, which answered as well. Hugh harnessed the little wagon, for no one was at hand to do it, and he and Fleda set off as early as possible after dinner. Fleda's thoughts had turned to her old acquaintance Cynthia Gall, who she knew was out of employment and staying at home somewhere near Montepoole. They got the exact direction from aunt Miriam, who approved of her plan. It was a pleasant peaceful drive they had. They never were alone together, they two, but vexation seemed to loose their power or be forgotten, and an atmosphere of quietness gather about them, the natural element of both hearts. It might refuse its presence to one, but the attraction of both together was too strong to be resisted. Miss Cynthia's present abode was in an out of the way place, and a good distance off. They were some time in reaching it. The barest looking and dingiest of houses, set plump in a green field, without one softening or home like touch from any home feeling within; not a flower, not a shrub, not an outhouse, not a tree near. One would have thought it a deserted house, but that a thin wreath of smoke lazily stole up from one of the brown chimneys; and, gracefully as that was, it took nothing from the hard stern barrenness below, which told of a worse poverty than that of paint and glazing. "Can this be the place?" said Hugh. "It must be. You stay here with the horse, and I'll go in and seek my fortune. Don't promise much," said Fleda, shaking her head. The house stood back from the road. Fleda picked her way to it along a little footpath which seemed to be the equal property of the geese. Her knock brought an invitation to "come in." An elderly woman was sitting there whose appearance did not mend the general impression. She had the same dull and unhopeful look that her house had. "Does Mrs. Gall live here?" "I do," said this person. "Is Cynthia at home?" The woman upon this raised her voice and directed it at an inner door. "Lucindy!" said she in a diversity of tones, "Lucindy! Tell Cynthy here's somebody wants to see her." But no one answered, and throwing the work from her lap, the woman muttered she would go and see, and left Fleda with a cold invitation to sit down. Dismal work! Fleda wished herself out of it. The house did not look poverty stricken within, but poverty must have struck to the very heart, Fleda thought, where there was no apparent cherishing of anything. There was an absolute distress visible, neither was there a sign of real comfort or of a happy home. She could not fancy it was one. She waited so long that she was sure Cynthia did not hold herself in readiness to see company; and when the lady at last came in it was with very evident marks of smarting up about her. "Why, it's Fleda Ringgan!" said Miss Gall after a dubious look or two at her visitor. "How do you do? I didn't expect to see you. How much you have growed!" She looked really pleased, and gave Fleda's hand a very strong grasp as she shook it. "There ain't no fire here to day," pursued Cynthy, paying her attentions to the fireplace. "We let it go down on account of our being all busy out at the back of the house. I guess you're cold, ain't you?" Fleda said no, and remembered that the woman she had first seen was certainly not busy at the back of the house, nor anywhere else but in that very room, where she had found her deep in a pile of patchwork. "I heerd you had come to the old place. Were you glad to be back again?" Cynthy asked, with a smile that might be taken to express some doubt upon the subject. "I was very glad to see it again." "I ha'n't seen it in a great while. I've been staying to home this year or two. I got tired o' going out," Cynthy remarked, with again a smile very peculiar, and Fleda thought a little sardonical. She did not know how to answer. "Well, had you come along down yonder?" Cynthy went on, making a great fuss with the shovel and tongs, to very little purpose. "Had you come all the way from Queechy?" "Yes, I came on purpose to see you, Cynthy." Without staying to ask what for, Miss Gall now went out to the back of the house, and came running in again with a live brand pinched in the tongs, and a long tail of smoke running after it. Fleda would have compounded for no fire and no choking. The choking was only useful to give her time to think. She was uncertain how to bring in her errand. "And how is Miss Plumfield?" said Cynthy in an interval of blowing the brand. "She is quite well; but Cynthy, you need not have taken all that trouble for me. I cannot stay but a few minutes." "There is wood enough," Cynthy remarked with one of her grim smiles, an assertion Fleda could not help doubting. Indeed she thought Miss Gall had grown altogether more disagreeable than she used to be in old times. Why, she could not divine, unless the souring effect had gone on with the years. "And what's become of Earl Douglass and Miss Douglass? I ha'n't heerd nothing of 'em this great while. I always told your grandpa he'd ha' saved himself a great deal of trouble if he'd ha' let Earl Douglass take hold of things. You ha'n't got Mr. Didenhover into the works again, I guess, have you? He was there a good spell after your grandpa died." "I haven't seen Mr. Douglass," said Fleda. "But Cynthy, what do you think I have come here for?" "I don't know," said Cynthy, with another of her peculiar looks directed at the fire. "I s'pose you want something or other of me." "I have come to see if you wouldn't come and live with my aunt, Mrs. Rossitur. We are left alone and want somebody very much, and I thought I would find you out and see if we couldn't have you first of all, before I looked for anybody else." Cynthy was absolutely silent. She sat before the fire, her feet stretched out towards it as far as they would go and her arms crossed, and not moving her steady gaze at the smoking wood or the chimney back, whichever it might be. But there was in the corners of her mouth the threatening of a smile that Fleda did not at all like. "What do you say to it, Cynthy?" "I reckon you'd best get somebody else," said Miss Gall, with a kind of condescending dryness, and the smile shewing a little more. "Why?" said Fleda. "I would a great deal rather have an old friend than a stranger." "Be you the housekeeper?" said Cynthy a little abruptly. "Oh, I am a little of everything," said Fleda, "cook and housekeeper and whatever comes first. I want you to come and be housekeeper, Cynthy." "I reckon Miss Rossitur don't have much to do with her help, does she?" said Cynthy after a pause, during which the corners of her mouth never changed. The tone of piqued independence let some light into Fleda's mind. "She is not strong enough to do much herself, and she wants some one that will take all the trouble from her. You'd have the field all to yourself, Cynthy." "Your aunt sets 2 tables, I calculate, don't she?" "Yes. My uncle doesn't like to have any but his own family around him." "I guess I shouldn't suit," said Miss Gall, after another little pause, and stooping very diligently to pick up some scattered shreds from the floor. But Fleda could see the flushed face and the smile which pride and a touch of spiteful pleasure in the revenge she was taking made particularly hateful. She needed no more convincing that Miss Gall wouldn't suit, but she was sorry at the same time for the perverseness that had so needlessly disappointed her, and went rather pensively back again down the little footpath to the waiting wagon. "This is hardly the romance of life, dear Hugh," she said as she seated herself. "Haven't you succeeded?" Fleda shook her head. "What's the matter?" "Oh, pride, injured pride of station, the wrong of not coming to our table and putting her knife into our butter." "And living in such a place," said Hugh. "You don't know what a place. They are miserably poor, I am sure, and yet I suppose that the less people have to be proud of, the more they make of what is left. Poor people!" "Poor Fleda!" said Hugh, looking at her. "What will you do now?" "Oh, we'll do something," said she cheerfully. "Perhaps it is just as well after all, for Cynthy isn't the smartest woman in the world. I remember grandpa used to say he didn't believe she could get a bean into the middle of her bread." "A bean into the middle of her bread!" said Hugh. But Fleda's sobriety was quite banished by his mystified look, and her laugh rang along over the fields before she answered him. That laugh had blown away all the vapours, for the present at least, and they jogged on again very sociably. "Do you know," said Fleda after a while of silent enjoyment in the changes of scene and the mild autumn weather, "I am not sure that it wasn't very well for me that we came away from New York." "I dare say it was," said Hugh, "since we came. But what makes you say so?" "I don't mean that it was for anybody else, but for me. I think I was a little proud of our nice things there." "You, Fleda?" said Hugh with a look of appreciating affection. "Yes, I was, a little. It didn't make the greatest part of my love for them, I am sure, but I think I had a little undefined sort of pleasure in the feeling that they were better and prettier than other people had." "You are sure you are not proud of your little King Charles now?" said Hugh. "I don't know but I am," said Fleda laughing. "But how much pleasanter it is here, on almost every account. Look at the beautiful sweep of the ground off among those hills, isn't it? What an exquisite horizon line, Hugh! And what a sky over it!" "Yes, I love these fall skies. Oh, I would a great deal rather be here than in any city that ever was built." "So would I," said Hugh. "But the thing is," Fleda knew quite well what the thing was, and did not answer. "But my dear Hugh," she said presently, "I don't remember that sweep of hills when we were coming." "You were going the other way," said Hugh. "Yes, but Hugh, I am sure we did not pass these grain fields. We must have got into the wrong road." Hugh drew the reins and looked and doubted. "There is a house yonder," said Fleda. "We had better drive on and ask." "There is no house." "Yes, there is. Behind that piece of wood. Look over it. Don't you see a light curl of blue smoke against the sky? We never pass that house and wood, I am certain. We ought to make haste, for the afternoons are short now, and you will please to recollect there is nobody at home to get tea." "I hope Lucas will get upon one of his everlasting talks with father," said Hugh. "And that it will hold till we get home," said Fleda. "It will be the happiest use Lucas has made of his tongue in a good while." Just as they stopped before a substantial looking farmhouse, a man came from the other way and stopped there too, with his hand upon the gate. "How far are we from Queechy, sir?" said Hugh. "You're not from it at all, sir," said the man politely. "You're in Queechy, sir, at the present." "Is this the right road from Montepoole to Queechy village?" "It is not, sir. It is a very tortuous direction indeed. Have I not the pleasure of speaking to Mr. Rossitur's young gentleman?" Mr. Rossitur's young gentleman acknowledged his relationship, and begged the favour of being set in the right way home. "With much pleasure. You have been shewing Miss Rossitur the picturesque country about Montepoole?" "My cousin and I have been there on business, and lost our way coming back." I dare say. Very easy. First time you have been there?" "Yes, sir, and we are in a hurry to get home." "Well, sir, you know the road by Deacon Patterson's? Comes out just above the lake?" Hugh did not remember. "Well, you keep this road straight on. I'm sorry you are in a hurry. You keep on till do you know when you strike Mr. Harris's ground?" No, Hugh knew nothing about it, nor Fleda. "Well, I'll tell you now how it is," said the stranger, "if you'll permit me. You and your cousin come in and do us the pleasure of taking some refreshment. I know my sister'll have her table set out by this time, and I'll do myself the honour of introducing you to these strange roads afterwards." "Thank you, sir, but that trouble is unnecessary. Cannot you direct us?" "No trouble indeed, sir, I assure you. I should esteem it a favour very highly. I am Dr. Quackenboss, sir. You may have heard" "Thank you, Dr. Quackenboss, but we have no time this afternoon. We are very anxious to reach home as soon as possible, if you would be so good as to put us in the way." Really, sir, I am afraid, to a person ignorant of the various localities, you will lose no time. I will just hitch your horse here, and I'll have mine ready by the time this young lady has rested. Miss, won't you join with me? I assure you I will not put you to the expense of a minute. Thank you, Mr. Harden, just clap the saddle on to Lollipop, and have him up here in 3 seconds. Thank you. My dear miss, won't you take my arm? I am gratified, I assure you." Yielding to the apparent impossibility of getting anything out of Dr. Quackenboss except civility, and to the real difficulty of disappointing such very earnest good will, Fleda and Hugh did what older persons would not have done, alighted and walked up to the house. "This is quite a fortuitous occurrence," the doctor went on. "I have often had the pleasure of seeing Mr. Rossitur's family in church, in the little church at Queechy Run, and that enabled me to recognize your cousin as soon as I saw him in the wagon. Perhaps Miss you may have possibly heard of my name? Quackenboss. I don't know that you understood." "I have heard it, sir." "My Irishmen, Miss my Irish labourers, can't get hold of but one end of it. They call me Boss, ha, ha, ha." Fleda hoped his patience did not get hold of the other end of it, and trembled visibly. "Hard to pull a man's name to pieces before his face, ha ha! But I am not one thing myself, a kind of heterogeneous. I am a piece of a physician, and a little in the agricultural line also, so it's all fair." "The Irish treat my name as hardly, Dr. Quackenboss. They call me nothing but Miss Ring again." And then Fleda could laugh, and laugh she did, so heartily that the doctor was delighted. "Ring again, ha ha! Very good. Well, miss, I shouldn't think that anybody in your service would ever let you put your name in practice." But Fleda's delight at the excessive gallantry and awkwardness of this speech was almost too much, or, as the doctor pleasantly remarked, her nerves were too many for her, and every one of them was dancing by the time they reached the hall door. The doctor's flourishes lost not a bit of their angularity from his tall ungainly figure, the lower member of which had now and then a somewhat lateral play when he was speaking, which curiously aided the quaint effect of his words. He ushered his guests into the house, seeming in a flow of self gratulation. The supper table was spread sure enough, and hovering about it was the doctor's sister, a lady in whom Fleda only saw a Dutch face, with eyes that made no impression, disagreeable fair hair, and a string of gilt beads around her neck, a painted yellow floor under foot, a room that looked excessively wooden and smelt of cheese, bare walls, and a well filled table was all that she took in besides. "I have the honour of presenting you to my sister," said the doctor with suavity. "Flora, the Irish domestics of this young lady call her name Miss Ring again. If she will let us know how it ought to be called, we shall be happy to be informed." Dr. Quackenboss was made happy. "Miss Ringen, and this young gentleman is young Mr. Rossitur, the gentleman that has taken Squire Ringen's old place. We were so fortunate as to have them lose their way this afternoon coming from the Pool, and they have just stepped in to see if you can't find 'em a mouthful of something they can eat, while Lollypop is a getting ready to see them home." Poor Miss Flora immediately disappeared into the kitchen to order a bit of superior cheese and to have some slices of ham put on the gridiron, and then coming back to the common room went rummaging about from cupboard to cupboard in search of cake and sweetmeats. Fleda protested and begged in vain. She was so sorry she hadn't knowed, Miss Flora said, she'd a had some cakes made that maybe they could have eaten, but the bread was dry and the cheese wasn't a good somehow as the last one they cut. Maybe Miss Ringen would prefer a piece of newer made if she liked it, and hadn't a had a good luck with her preserves last summer, the most of 'em had fermented. She thought it was the damp weather, but there was some stewed pears that maybe she would be so good as to approve, and there was some ham. Whatever else it was hot." It was impossible to do dishonour to all this hospitality and kindness and pride that was brought out for them. Early or late they must eat, in mere gratitude. The difficulty was to avoid eating everything. Hugh and Fleda managed to compound the matter with each other, one taking the cake and pears, and the other the ham and cheese. In the midst of all this overflow of good will, Fleda bethought her to ask if Miss Flora knew of any girl or woman that would go out to service. Miss Flora took the matter into grave consideration as soon as her anxiety on the subject of their cups of tea had subsided. She did not commit herself, but thought it possible that one of the Finns might be willing to go out. "Where do they live?" "It's not far from Queechy Run," said the doctor, whose now and then hesitation in the midst of his speech was never for want of a thought, but simply and merely for the best words to clothe it in. "Is it in our way to night?" He could make it so, the doctor said, with pleasure, for it would give him permission to gallant them a little further. They had several miles yet to go, and the sun went down as they were passing through Queechy Run. Under that still cool clear autumn sky Fleda would have enjoyed the ride very much, but that her unfulfilled errand was weighing upon her, and she feared her aunt and uncle might want her services before she could be at home. Still, late as it was, she determined to stop for a minute at Mrs. Finn's and go home with a clear conscience. At her door, and not till there, the doctor was prevailed upon to part company, the rest of the way being perfectly plain. "Not I, at least I think not. But Hugh, don't say anything about all this to aunt Lucy. She would be troubled." Fleda had certainly, when she came away, no notion of improving her acquaintance with Miss Anastasia; but the supper and the breakfast and the dinner of the next day, with all the nameless and almost numberless duties of housework that filled up the time between, wrought her to a very strong sense of necessity of having some kind of help soon. Mrs. Rossitur wearied herself excessively with doing very little, and then looked so sad to see Fleda working on, that it was more disheartening and harder to bear than the fatigue. Hugh was a most faithful and invaluable coadjutor, and his lack of strength was like her own made up by energy of will, but neither of them could bear the strain long. And when the final clearing away of the dinner dishes gave her breathing time, she resolved to dress herself and put her thimble in her pocket and go over to Miss Finn's quilting. Miss Lucy might not be like Miss Anastasia, and if she were, anything that had hands and feet to move instead of her own would be welcome. Hugh went with her to the door and was to come for her at sunset. Chapter 19.
Chapter 20 of Queechy by Susan Warner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Arlene Stebbins. Chapter 20. Society in Queechy. With superfluity of breeding first makes you sick, and then with feeding. Gennes. Miss Anastasia was a little surprised and a good deal gratified, Fleda saw, by her coming, and played the hostess with great benignity. The quilting frame was stretched in an upper room, not in the long kitchen, to Fleda's joy. Most of the company were already seated at it, and she had to go through a long string of introductions before she was permitted to take her place. First of all Earl Douglass' wife, who rose up and taking both Fleda's hands squeezed and shook them heartily, giving her with eye and lip a most genial welcome. This lady had every look of being a very clever woman, a manager she was said to be, and indeed her very nose had a little pinch which prepared one for finding nothing superfluous about her. Even her dress could not have wanted another breadth from the skirt, and had no fulness to spare about the body. Neat as a pin though, and a well-to-do look through it all. Miss Quackenboss Fleda recognized as an old friend, gilt beads and all. Catherine Douglass had grown up to a pretty girl during the 5 years since Fleda had left Queechy, and gave her a greeting half smiling, half shy. There was a little more affluence about the flow of her drapery, and the pink ribbon round her neck was confined by a little dainty Jew's harp of a brooch. She had her mother's pinch of the nose too. Then there were 2 other young ladies, Miss Letitia Thornton, a tall grown girl in pantalettes, evidently a would-be aristocrat from the air of her head and lip, with a well-looking face and looking well knowing of the same, and sporting neat little white cuffs at her wrists, the only one who bore such a distinction. The third of these damsels, Jessie Healy, impressed Fleda with having been brought up upon coarse meat and having grown heavy in consequence. The other 2 were extremely fair and delicate, both in complexion and feature. Her aunt Sarah Fleda recognized without particular pleasure, and managed to seat herself at the quilt with the sewing woman and Miss Hannah between them. Miss Lucy Finn she found seated at her right hand, but after all the civilities she had just gone through, Fleda had not the courage just then to dash into business with her, and Miss Lucy herself stitched away and was dumb. So were the rest of the party, rather. The presence of the new comer seemed to have had the effect of a spell. Fleda could not think they had been as silent before her joining them as they were for some time afterwards. The young ladies were absolutely mute, and conversation seemed to flag even among the elder ones, and if Fleda ever raised her eyes from the quilt to look at somebody, she was sure to see somebody's eyes looking at her, with a curiosity well enough defined and mixed with a more or less amount of benevolence and pleasure. Fleda was growing very industrious and feeling her cheeks grow warm, when the checked stream of conversation began to take revenge by turning its tide upon her. "Are you glad to be back in Queechy, Fleda?" said Mrs. Douglass from the opposite far end of the quilt. "Yes, ma'am," said Fleda, smiling back her answer, "on some accounts." "Ain't she growed like her father, Mis' Douglass?" said the sewing woman. "Do you recollect Walter Ringgan, what a handsome feller he was?" The two opposite girls immediately found something to say to each other. "She ain't a bit more like him than she is like her mother," said Mrs. Douglass, biting off the end of her thread energetically. "Amy Ringgan was as sweet, good woman as ever was in this town." Again her daughter's glance and smile went over to the speaker. "You stay in Queechy and live like Queechy folks do," Mrs. Douglass added, nodding encouragingly, "and you'll beat both on 'em." But this speech jarred, and Fleda wished it had not been spoken. "How does your uncle like farming?" said aunt Syra, a home thrust which Fleda parried by saying he had hardly got accustomed to it yet. "What's been his business? What has he been doing all his life till now?" said the sewing woman. Fleda replied that he had had no business, and after the minds of the company had had time to entertain this statement she was startled by Miss Lucy's voice at her elbow. "Seems kind o' curious, don't it, that a man should live to be 40 or 50 years old and not know anything of the earth he gets his bread from?" "What makes you think he don't?" said Miss Thornton rather tartly. "She wa'n't speaking o' nobody," said aunt Syra. "I was speaking of man. I was speaking abstractly," said Fleda's right hand neighbour. "What's abstractly?" said Miss Anastasia scornfully. "Where do you get hold of such hard words, Lucy?" said Mrs. Douglass. "I don't know, Miss Douglass. They come to me. It's practice, I suppose. I had no intention of being obscure." "One kind o' word's as easy as another, I suppose, when you're used to it, ain't it?" said the sewing woman. "What's abstractly?" said the mistress of the house again. "Look in the dictionary if you want to know," said her sister. "I don't want to know. I only want you to tell." "When do you get time for it, Lucy? Ha'n't you nothin' else to practise?" pursued Mrs. Douglass. "Yes, Miss Douglass, but then there are times for exertion, and other times less disposable; and when I feel thoughtful or low I commonly retire to my room and contemplate the stars, or write a composition." The sewing woman greeted this speech with an unqualified "ha, ha," and Fleda involuntarily raised her head to look at the last speaker; but there was nothing to be noticed about her, except that she was in rather nicer order than the rest of the Finn family. "Did you get home safe last night?" inquired Miss Quackenboss, bending forward over the quilt to look down at Fleda. Fleda thanked her, and replied that they had been overturned and had several ribs broken. "And where have you been, Fleda, all this while?" said Mrs. Douglass. Fleda told, upon which all the quilting party raised their heads simultaneously to take another review of her. "Your uncle's wife ain't a French woman, be she?" asked the sewing woman. Fleda said, "Oh no!" and Miss Quackenboss remarked that she thought she wa'n't, whereby Fleda perceived it had been a subject of discussion. "She lives like one, don't she?" said aunt Syra, which imputation Fleda also refuted to the best of her power. "Well, don't she have dinner in the middle of the afternoon?" pursued aunt Syra. Fleda was obliged to admit that. "And she can't eat without she has a fresh piece of roast meat on table every day, can she?" "It is not always roast," said Fleda, half vexed and half laughing. "I'd rather have a good dish of bread and 'lasses than the whole on't," observed old Mrs. Finn, from the corner where she sat manifestly turning up her nose at the far off joints on Mrs. Rossitur's dinner table. The girls on the other side of the quilt again held counsel together, deep and low. "Well, didn't she pick up all them notions in that place yonder, where you say she has been?" aunt Syra went on. "No," said Fleda, "everybody does so in New York." "I want to know what kind of a place New York is now," said old Mrs. Finn drawlingly. "I s'pose it's pretty big, ain't it?" Fleda replied that it was. "I shouldn't wonder if it was almost as far as from here to Queechy Run now, ain't it?" The distance mentioned being somewhere about 1/8 of New York's longest diameter, Fleda answered that it was quite as far. "I s'pose there's plenty of mighty rich folks there, ain't there?" "Plenty, I believe," said Fleda. "I should hate to live in it awfully," was the old woman's conclusion. "I should admire to travel in many countries," said Miss Lucy, for the first time seeming to intend her words particularly for Fleda's ear. "I think nothing makes people more genteel. I have observed it frequently." Fleda said it was very pleasant, but though encouraged by this opening could not muster enough courage to ask if Miss Lucy had a notion to come and prove their gentility. Her next question was startling. If Fleda had ever studied mathematics? "No," said Fleda. "Have you?" "Oh my, yes! There was a lot of us concluded we would learn it, and we commenced to study it a long time ago. I think it's a most elevating—" The discussion was suddenly broken off, for the sewing woman exclaimed, as the other sister came in and took her seat, "Why, Hannah, you ha'n't been making bread with that crock on your hands!" "Well, Mis' Barnes," said the girl, "I've washed 'em, and I've made bread with 'em, and even that didn't take it off." "Do you look at the stars too, Hannah?" said Mrs. Douglass. Amidst a small hubbub of laugh and talk which now became general, poor Fleda fell back upon one single thought, one wish, that Hugh would come to fetch her before tea time. But it was a vain hope. Hugh was not to be there till sundown, and supper was announced long before that. They all filed down, and Fleda with them, to the great kitchen below stairs, and she found herself placed in the seat of honour indeed, but an honour she would gladly have escaped, at Miss Anastasia's right hand. A temporary locked jaw would have been felt a blessing. Fleda dared hardly even look about her, but under the eye of her hostess the instinct of good breeding was found sufficient to swallow everything, literally and figuratively. There was a good deal to swallow. The usual variety of cakes, sweetmeats, beef, cheese, biscuits, and pies was set out with some peculiarity of arrangement which Fleda had never seen before, and which left that of Miss Quackenboss elegant by comparison. Down each side of the table ran an advanced guard of little sauces, in Indian file, but in companies of 3, the file leader of each being a saucer of custard, its follower a ditto of preserves, and the third keeping a sharp look out in the shape of pickles. And to Fleda's unspeakable horror she discovered that the guests were expected to help themselves at will from these several stores with their own spoons, transferring what they took either to their own plates or at once to its final destination, which last mode several of the company preferred. The advantage of this plan was the necessary great display of the new silver teaspoons which Mrs. Douglass slyly hinted to aunt Sarah were the moving cause of the tea party. But aunt Sarah swallowed sweetmeats and would not give heed. There was no relief for poor Fleda. Aunt Sarah was her next neighbour, and opposite to her at Miss Anastasia's left hand was the disagreeable countenance and peering eyes of the old crone her mother. Fleda kept her own eyes fixed upon her plate, and endeavoured to see nothing but that. "Why, here's Fleda ain't eaten anything," said Mrs. Douglass. "Won't you have some preserves? Take some custard, do. Anastasy, she ha'n't got a spoon, no wonder." Fleda had secretly conveyed hers under cover. "There was one," said Miss Anastasia, looking about where one should have been. "I'll get another as soon as I give Mis' Springer her tea." "Ha'n't you got enough to go round?" said the old woman, plucking at her daughter's sleeve. "Anastasy, ha'n't you got enough to go round?" This speech, which was spoken with the most spiteful simplicity, Miss Anastasia answered with superb silence, and presently produced spoons enough to satisfy herself and the company. But Fleda! No earthly persuasion could prevail upon her to touch pickles, sweetmeats, or custard that evening; and even in the bread and cakes she had a vision of hands before her that took away her appetite. She endeavoured to make a show with hung beef and cups of tea, which indeed was not pouchong, but her supper came suddenly to an end upon a remark of her hostess, addressed to the whole table, that they needn't be surprised if they found any bite of pudding in the gingerbread, for it was made from the molasses the children left the other day. Who the children were Fleda did not know, neither was it material. It was sundown, but Hugh had not come when they went to the upper rooms again. Two were open now, for they were small, and the company promised not to be such. Fathers and brothers and husbands began to come, and loud talking and laughing and joking took the place of the quilting chit chat. Fleda would fain have absorbed herself in the work again, but though the frame still stood there, the minds of the company were plainly turned aside from their duty, or perhaps they thought that Miss Anastasia had had admiration enough to dispense with service. Nobody showed a thimble but one or two old ladies, and as numbers and spirits gathered strength, a kind of romping game was set on foot, in which a vast deal of kissing seemed to be the grand wit of the matter. Fleda shrank away out of sight behind the open door of communication between the two rooms, pleading with great truth that she was tired and would like to keep perfectly quiet; and she soon had the satisfaction of being apparently forgotten. In the other room some of the older people were enjoying themselves more soberly. Fleda's ear was too near the crack of the door not to have the benefit of more of their conversation than she cared for. It soon put quiet of mind out of the question. "He'll twist himself up pretty short, that's my sense of it, and he won't take long to do it nother," said Earl Douglass's voice. Fleda would have known it anywhere from its extreme peculiarity. It never either rose or fell much from a certain pitch, and at that level the words gurgled forth, seemingly from an ever brimming fountain. He never wanted one, and the stream had neither let nor stay till his modicum of sense had fairly run out. People thought he had not a greater stock of that than some of his neighbours, but he issued an amount of word currency sufficient for the use of the county. "He'll run himself agin a post pretty quick," said uncle Joshua in a confirmatory tone of voice. Fleda had a confused idea that somebody was going to hang himself. "He ain't a working things right," said Douglass. "He ain't a working things right. He's taken hold of everything by the tail end. He ain't studied the business. He doesn't know when things is right, and he doesn't know when things is wrong, and if they're wrong he don't know how to set 'em right. He's got a feller there that ain't no more fit to be there than I am to be Vice President of the United States, and I ain't a going to say what I think I am fit for, but I ha'n't studied for that place, and I shouldn't like to stand an examination for it; and a man hadn't ought to be a farmer no more if he ha'n't qualified himself. That's my idee. I like to see a thing done well if it's to be done at all, and there ain't a stitch o' land that's been laid right on the hull farm, nor a furrow that's been driv as it ought to be since he come on to it; and I say, Squire Springer, a man ain't going to get along in that way, and he hadn't ought to. I work hard myself, and I calculate to work hard, and I make a living by it, and I'm content to work hard. When I see a man with his hands in his pockets I think he'll have nothing else in 'em soon. I don't believe he's done a hand's turn himself on the land the whole season." And upon this Mr. Douglass brought up. "My son Lucas has been working with him off and on pretty much the hull time since he's come, and he says he ha'n't begun to know how to spell farmer yet. Ay, my wife she's a little harder on folks than I be, and I think it ain't worth while to say nothin' of a man without I can say some good of him. That's my idea, and it don't do no harm nother, but my wife she says he's got to let down his notions a peg or two afore they'll hitch just in the right place, and I won't say but what I think she ain't maybe fur from right. If a man's above his business he stands a pretty fair chance to be below it some day. I won't say myself for having any acquaintance with him, and a man oughtn't to speak but of what he is knowing to, but I have heerd say that he wasn't as conversationable as would ha' been handsome in him to be, all things considerin'. There seems to be a good many things said of him somehow, and I always think men don't talk of a man if he don't give 'em occasion, but anyhow I've been past the farm pretty often myself this summer working with Seth Plumfield, and I've took notice of things myself, and I know he's been making beds of sparrowgrass when he had ought to ha' been making fences, and he's been helping that little girl of his'n set her flowers when he would have been better sot to work looking after his Irishman. But I don't know as it made much matter nother, for if he went wrong Mr. Rossitur wouldn't know how to set him right, and if he was a going right Mr. Rossitur would ha' been just as likely to ha' set him wrong. Well, I'm sorry for him." "Mr. Rossitur is a most gentlemanlike man," said the voice of Dr. Quackenboss. "I dare say he is," Earl responded in precisely the same tone. "I was down to his house one day last summer to see him. He wasn't to hum, though." "It would be strange if harm come to a man with such a guardian angel in the house as that man has in his'n," said Dr. Quackenboss. "Well, she is a pretty creetur," said Douglass, looking up with some animation. "I wouldn't blame any man that sot a great deal by her. I will say I think she's as handsome as my own darter, and a man can't go no furder than that, I s'pose." "She won't help his farming much, I guess," said uncle Joshua, "nor his wife nother." Fleda heard Dr. Quackenboss coming through the doorway, and started from her corner for fear he might find her out there and know what she had heard. He very soon found her out in the new place she had chosen, and came up to pay his compliments. Fleda was in a mood for anything but laughing, yet the mixture of the ludicrous which the doctor administered set her nerves a twitching. Bringing his chair down sideways at one angle and his person at another, so as to meet at the moment of the chair's touching the floor, and with a look and smile slanting to match, the doctor said, "Well, Miss Ringgan, has Mrs. Rossitur, does she feel herself reconciled yet?" "Reconciled, sir?" said Fleda. "Yes, to Queechy." "She never quarrelled with it, sir," said Fleda, quite unable to keep from laughing. "Yes, I mean she feels that she can sustain her spirits in different situations?" "She's very well, sir, thank you." "It must have been a great change to her and to you all, coming to this place." "Yes, sir, the country is very different from the city." "In what part of New York was Mr. Rossitur's former residence?" "In State street, sir." "State street? That's somewhere near the direction of the Park?" "No, sir, not exactly." "Was Mrs. Rossitur a native of the city?" "Not of New York." "Oh Hugh, my dear Hugh!" exclaimed Fleda in another tone, "what have you been thinking of?" "Father wanted me," said Hugh. "I could not help it, Fleda." "You're not going to have the cruelty to take your cousin away, Mr. Rossitur?" said the doctor. But Fleda was for once happy to be cruel. She would hear no remonstrances. Though her desire for Miss Lucy's help had considerably lessened, she thought she could not in politeness avoid speaking on the subject after being invited there on purpose. But Miss Lucy said she calculated to stay at home this winter, unless she went to live with somebody at Kenton for the purpose of attending a course of philosophy lectures that she had heard were to be given there. So that matter was settled, and clasping Hugh's arm, Fleda turned away from the house with a step and heart both lightened by the joy of being out of it. "I couldn't come sooner, Fleda," said Hugh. "No matter. Oh I'm so glad to be away. Walk a little faster, dear Hugh. Have you missed me at home?" "Do you want me to say no or yes?" said Hugh smiling. "We did very well, mother and I have left everything ready to have tea the minute you get home. What sort of a time have you had?" In answer to which Fleda gave him a long history, and then they walked on a while in silence. The evening was still, and would have been dark but for the extreme brilliancy of the stars through the keen clear atmosphere. Fleda looked up at them and drew large draughts of bodily and mental refreshment with the bracing air. "Do you know to morrow will be Thanksgiving day?" What made you think of it?" "They were talking about it. They make a great fuss here, Thanksgiving day." "I don't think we shall make much of a fuss," said Hugh. "I don't think we shall. I wonder what I shall do. I'm afraid uncle Rolf will get tired of coffee and omelettes in the course of time, and my list of receipts is very limited." "It is a pity you didn't beg one of Mrs. Renney's books," said Hugh laughing. "If you had only known." "'Tisn't too late," said Fleda quickly. "I'll send to New York for one, I will. I'll ask uncle Orrin to get it for me. That's the best thought." "But Fleda, you're not going to turn cook in that fashion?" "It would be no harm to have the book," said Fleda. "I can tell you we mustn't expect to get anybody here that can make an omelette, or even coffee that uncle Rolf will drink. Oh Hugh!" "What?" "I don't know where we're going to get anybody. But don't say anything to aunt Lucy about it." "Well, we can keep Thanksgiving day, Fleda, without a dinner," said Hugh cheerfully. "Yes indeed, I'm sure we can, after being among these people to night. How much I have that they want! Look at the Great Bear over there. Isn't that better than New York?" "The Great Bear hangs over New York too," Hugh said with a smile. "Ah, but it isn't the same thing. Heaven hasn't the same eyes for the city and the country." As Hugh and Fleda went up quick to the kitchen door, they overtook a dark figure at whom looking narrowly as she passed Fleda recognized Seth Plumfield. He was joyfully led into the kitchen, and there proved to be the bearer of a huge dish carefully covered with a napkin. "Mother guessed you hadn't any Thanksgiving ready," he said, "and she wanted to send this down to you, so I thought I would come and fetch it myself." "Oh thank her! And thank you, cousin Seth! How good you are!" "Mother ha'n't lost her old trick at 'em," said he, "so I hope that's good." "Oh I know it is," said Fleda. "I remember aunt Miriam's Thanksgiving chicken pies. Now, cousin Seth, you must come in and see aunt Lucy." "No," he said quietly, "I've got my farm boots on. I guess I won't see anybody but you." But Fleda would not suffer that, and finding she could not move him she brought her aunt out into the kitchen. Mrs. Rossitur's manner of speaking and thanking him quite charmed Seth, and he went away with a kindly feeling towards those gentle bright eyes which he never forgot. "Now we've something for to morrow, Hugh," said Fleda, "and such a chicken pie! I can tell you as you never saw. Hugh, isn't it odd how different a thing is in different circumstances? You don't know how glad I was when I put my hands upon that warm pie dish and knew what it was. And when did I ever care in New York about Emile's doings?" "Except the almond gaufre," said Hugh smiling. "I never thought to be so glad of a chicken pie," said Fleda, shaking her head. Aunt Miriam's dish bore out Fleda's praise, in the opinion of all that tasted it; for such fowls, such butter, and such cream as went into its composition could hardly be known but in an unsophisticated state of society. But one pie could not last for ever, and as soon as the signs of dinner were got rid of, Thanksgiving day though it was, poor Fleda was fain to go up the hill and consult aunt Miriam about the possibility of getting help. "I don't know, dear Fleda," said she, "if you cannot get Lucy Finn, I don't know who else there is you can get. Mrs. Toles wants both her daughters at home, I know, this winter, because she is sick, and Marietta Winchell is working at aunt Syra's. I don't know. Do you remember Barby Elster that used to live with me?" "Oh yes." "She might go. She has been staying at home these 2 years to take care of her old mother, that's the reason she left me. But she has another sister come home now, Hetty, that married and went to Montepoole. She's lost her husband and come home to live, so perhaps Barby would go out again. But I don't know. How do you think your aunt Lucy would get along with her?" "Dear aunt Miriam, you know we must do as we can. We must have somebody." "Barby is a little quick," said Mrs. Plumfield, "but I think she is good hearted, and she is thorough and faithful as the day is long, if your aunt and uncle can put up with her ways." "I'm sure we can, aunt Miriam. Aunt Lucy's the easiest person in the world to please, and I'll try and keep her away from uncle Rolf. I think we can get along. I know Barby used to like me. But then Barby knows nothing about French cooking, my child. She can do nothing but the common country things." "What will your uncle and aunt say to that?" "I don't know," said Fleda, "but anything is better than nothing. I must try and do what she can't do. I'll come up and get you to teach me, aunt Miriam." Aunt Miriam hugged and kissed her before speaking. "I'll teach you what I know, my darling. And now we'll go right off and see Barby. We shall catch her just in a good time." It was a poor little unpainted house, standing back from the road, and with a double row of boards laid down to serve as a path to it. But this board walk was scrubbed perfectly clean. They went in without knocking. There was nobody there but an old woman seated before the fire, shaking all over with the St. Vitus dance. She gave them no salutation, calling instead on "Barby," who presently made her appearance from the inner door. "Barby, who's this?" "That's Miss Plumfield, mother," said the daughter, speaking loud as to a deaf person. The old lady immediately got up and dropped a very quick and what was meant to be a very respect shewing curtsy, saying at the same time with much deference and with one of her involuntary twitches, "I maun to know." The sense of the ludicrous and the feeling of pity together were painfully oppressive. Fleda turned away to the daughter, who came forward and shook hands with a frank look of pleasure at the sight of her elder visitor. "Barby," said Mrs. Plumfield, "this is little Fleda Ringgan. Do you remember her?" "I mind to know," said Barby, transferring her hand to Fleda's and giving it a good squeeze. "She's growed a fine gal, Miss Plumfield. You ha'n't lost none o' your good looks. Ha' you kept all your old goodness along with 'em?" Fleda laughed at this abrupt question, and said she didn't know. "If you ha'n't I wouldn't give much for your eyes," said Barby, letting go her hand. Mrs. Plumfield laughed too at Barby's equivocal mode of complimenting. "Who's that young gal, Barby?" inquired Mrs. Elster. "That's Miss Plumfield's niece, mother. "She's a handsome little creetur, ain't she?" They all laughed at that, and Fleda's cheeks growing crimson, Mrs. Plumfield stepped forward to ask after the old lady's health; and while she talked and listened Fleda's eyes noted the spotless condition of the room, the white table, the nice rag carpet, the bright many coloured patchwork counterpane on the bed, the brilliant cleanliness of the floor where the small carpet left the boards bare, the tidy look of the two women; and she made up her mind that she could get along with Miss Barbara very well. Barby was rather tall, and in face decidedly a fine looking woman, though her figure had the usual scantling proportions which nature or fashion assigns to the hard working dwellers in the country. A handsome quick grey eye and the mouth were sufficiently expressive of character and perhaps of temper, but there were no lines of anything sinister or surly. You could imagine a flash, but not a cloud. "Barby, you are not tied at home any longer, are you?" said Mrs. Plumfield, coming back from the old lady and speaking rather low. "Now that Hetty is here, can't your mother spare you?" "Well, I reckon she could, Miss Plumfield, if I could work it so that she'd be more comfortable by my being away." "Then you'd have no objection to go out again." "Where to?" "Fleda's uncle, you know, has taken my brother's old place, and they have no help. They want somebody to take the whole management, just you, Barby. Mrs. Rossitur isn't strong." "Nor don't want to be, does she? I've heerd tell of her. Miss Plumfield, I should despise to have as many legs and arms as other folks and not be able to help myself." "But you wouldn't despise to help other folks, I hope," said Mrs. Plumfield smiling. "People that want you very much too," said Fleda, for she quite longed to have that strong hand and healthy eye to rely upon at home. Barby looked at her with a relaxed face, and after a little consideration said she guessed she'd try. "Miss Plumfield," cried the old lady as they were moving, "Miss Plumfield, you said you'd send me a piece of pork." "I haven't forgotten it, Mrs. Elster, you shall have it." "Well, you get it out for me yourself," said the old woman, speaking very energetically. "Don't you send no one else to the barrel for it, because I know you'll give me the biggest piece." Mrs. Plumfield laughed and promised. "I'll come up and work it out some odd day," said the daughter, nodding intelligently as she followed them to the door. "We'll talk about that," said Mrs. Plumfield. "She was wonderfully pleased with the pie," said Barby, "and so was Hetty. She ha'n't seen anything so good, she says, since she quit Queechy." "Well, Barby," said Mrs. Plumfield as she turned and grasped her hand, "did you remember your Thanksgiving over it?" "Yes, Miss Plumfield," and the fine grey eyes fell to the floor, "but I minded it only because it had come from you. I seemed to hear you saying just that out of every bone I picked." "You minded my message," said the other gently. "Well, I don't mind the things I had ought to most," said Barby in a subdued voice. "Never, 'cept mother. I ain't very apt to forget her." Mrs. Plumfield saw a tell-tale glittering beneath the drooping eyelid. She added no more but a sympathetic strong squeeze of the hand she held, and turned to follow Fleda who had gone on ahead. "Miss Plumfield," said Barby before they had reached the stile that led into the road where Fleda was standing, "will I be sure of having the money regular down yonder? You know I hadn't ought to go otherways, on account of mother." "Yes, it will be sure," said Mrs. Plumfield, "and regular," adding quietly, "I'll make it so." There was a bond for the whole amount in aunt Miriam's eyes, and quite satisfied, Barby went back to the house. "Will she expect to come to our table, aunt Miriam?" said Fleda when they had walked a little way. "No, she will not expect that. But Barby will want a different kind of managing from those Irish women of yours. She won't bear to be spoken to in a way that don't suit her notions of what she thinks she deserves; and perhaps your aunt and uncle will think her notions rather high. I don't know." "There's no difficulty with aunt Lucy," said Fleda, "and I guess I can manage uncle Rolf. I'll try. I like her very much." "Barby is very poor," said Mrs. Plumfield. "She has nothing but her own earnings to support herself and her old mother, and now I suppose her sister and her child; for Hetty is a poor thing, never did much, and now I suppose does nothing." "Are those Finns poor, aunt Miriam?" "Oh no, not at all, they are very well off." "So I thought; they seemed to have plenty of everything, and silver spoons and all. But why then do they go out to work?" "They are a little too fond of getting money, I expect," said aunt Miriam; "and they are a queer sort of people rather. The mother is queer, and the children are queer. They ain't like other folks exactly. Never were." "I am very glad we are to have Barby instead of that Lucy Finn," said Fleda. "Oh, aunt Miriam, you can't think how much easier my heart feels." "Poor child!" said aunt Miriam, looking at her. "But it isn't best, Fleda, to have things work too smooth in this world." "No, I suppose not," said Fleda sighing. "Isn't it very strange, aunt Miriam, that it should make people worse instead of better to have everything go pleasantly with them?" "It is because they are apt then to be so full of the present that they forget the care of the future." "Yes, and forget there is anything better than the present, I suppose," said Fleda. "So we mustn't fret at the ways our Father takes to keep us from hurting ourselves?" said aunt Miriam cheerfully. "Oh no," said Fleda, looking up brightly in answer to the tender manner in which these words were spoken. "I didn't mean that this is much of a trouble, only I am very glad to think that somebody is coming to morrow." Aunt Miriam thought that gentle unfretful face could not stand in need of much discipline. Chapter 21.
Chapter 21 of Queechy by Susan Warner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Abigail Rasmussen. Chapter 21. The Sweetness of a Man's Friend, by a Hearty Counsel. Wise men alway affirm and say, that best is for a man diligently for to apply the business that he can. Moore. Fleda waited for Barby's coming the next day with a little anxiety. The introduction and installation however were happily got over. Mrs. Rossitur, as Fleda knew, was most easily pleased, and Barby Elster's quick eye was satisfied with the unaffected and universal gentleness and politeness of her new employer. She made herself at home in half an hour, and Mrs. Rossitur and Fleda were comforted to perceive, by unmistakable signs, that their presence was not needed in the kitchen, and they might retire to their own premises and forget there was another part of the house. Fleda had forgotten it utterly, and deliciously enjoying the rest of mind and body she was stretched upon the sofa, luxuriating over some volume from her remnant of a library, when the inner door was suddenly pushed open far enough to admit the entrance of Miss Elster's head. "Where's the soft soap?" Fleda's book went down and her heart jumped to her mouth, for her uncle was sitting over by the window. Mrs. Rossitur looked up in amaze, and waited for the question to be repeated. "I say, where's the soft soap?" "Soft soap?" said Mrs. Rossitur. "I don't know whether there is any. Fleda, do you know?" "I was trying to think, aunt Lucy. I don't believe there is any." "Where is it?" said Barby. "There is none, I believe," said Mrs. Rossitur. "Where was it then?" "Nowhere. There has not been any in the house," said Fleda, raising herself up to see over the back of the sofa. "There ha'n't been none!" said Miss Elster, in a tone more significant than her words, and shutting the door as abruptly as she had opened it. "What upon earth does the woman mean?" exclaimed Mr. Rossitur, springing up and advancing towards the kitchen door. Fleda threw herself before him. "Nothing at all, uncle Rolf. She doesn't mean anything at all. She doesn't know any better." "I will improve her knowledge. Get out of the way, Fleda." "But uncle Rolf, just hear me one moment, please don't. She didn't mean any harm. These people don't know any manners. Just let me speak to her, please, uncle Rolf," said Fleda, laying both hands upon her uncle's arms. "I'll manage her." Mr. Rossitur's wrath was high, and he would have run over or knocked down anything less gentle that had stood in his way. But even the harshness of strength shuns to set itself in array against the meekness that does not oppose. If the touch of those hands had been a whit less light, or the glance of her eye less submissively appealing, it would have availed nothing. As it was, he stopped and looked at her, at first scowling, but then with a smile. "You manage her?" said he. "Yes," said Fleda laughing, and now exerting her force she gently pushed him back towards the seat he had quitted. "Yes, uncle Ralph, you've enough else to manage. Don't undertake our help. Deliver over all your displeasure upon me when anything goes wrong. I will be the conductor to carry it off safely into the kitchen, and discharge it just at that point where I think it will do most execution. Now will you, uncle Rolf? Because we have got a new fashioned piece of firearms in the other room that I am afraid will go off unexpectedly if it is meddled with by an unskilful hand, and that would leave us without arms, you see, or with only Aunt Lucy's and mine, which are not reliable." "You saucy girl," said her uncle, who was laughing partly at and partly with her. "I don't know what you deserve exactly. Well, keep this precious new operative of yours out of my way, and I'll take care to keep out of hers. But mind, you must manage not to have your piece snapping in my face in this fashion, for I won't stand it." And so, quieted, Mr. Rossitur sat down to his book again, and Fleda, leaving hers open, went to attend upon Barby. "There ain't much yellow soap neither," said this personage. "If this is all, there's one thing, if we ha'n't got it we can make it. I must get Mrs. Rossitur to have a leach tub sot up right away. I'm a dreadful hand for having plenty of soap." "What is a leach tub?" said Fleda. "Why, a leach tub for to leach ashes in. That's easy enough. I'll fix it afore we're any one of us much older. If Mr. Rossitur'll keep me in good hard wood I shan't cost him hardly anything for potash." "I'll see about it," said Fleda. "And I will see about having the leach tub, or whatever it is, put up for you. And Barby, whenever you want anything, will you just speak to me about it? And if I am in the other room ask me to come out here, because my aunt is not strong and does not know where things are as well as I do. And when my uncle is in there he sometimes does not like to be disturbed with hearing any such talk. If you'll tell me, I'll see and have everything done for you." "Well, you get me a leach sot up. That's all I'll ask of you just now," said Barby good humouredly. "And help me to find the soap grease, if there is any. As to the rest, I don't want to see nothin' o' him in the kitchen, so I'll relieve him if he don't want to see much o' me in the parlour. I shouldn't wonder if there wasn't a speck of it in the house." Not a speck was there to be found. "Your uncle's pockets must ha' had a good hole in 'em by this time," remarked Barby as they came back from the cellar. "However, there never was a crock so empty it couldn't be filled. You get me a leach tub sot up, and I'll find work for it." From that time Fleda had no more trouble with her uncle and Barby. Each seemed to have a wholesome appreciation of the other's combative qualities and to shun them. With Mrs. Rossitur, Barby was soon all powerful. It was enough that she wanted a thing, if Mrs. Rossitur's own resources could compass it. For Fleda, to say that Barby had presently a perfect understanding with her and joined to that a most affectionate careful regard, is not perhaps saying much, for it was true of every one without exception with whom Fleda had much to do. Barby was to all of them a very great comfort and stand by. It was well for them that they had her within doors to keep things, as she called it, right and tight, for abroad the only system in vogue was one of fluctuation and uncertainty. Mr. Rossitur's Irishman, Donohan, stayed his year out, doing as little good and as much at least negative harm as he well could, and then went, leaving them a good deal poorer than he found them. Dr. Gregory's generosity had added to Mr. Rossitur's own small stock of ready money, giving him the means to make some needed outlays on the farm. But the outlay, ill applied, had been greater than the income. A scarcity of money began to be more and more felt, and the comfort of the family accordingly drew within more and more narrow bounds. The temper of the head of the family suffered in at least equal degree. From the first of Barby's coming, poor Fleda had done her utmost to prevent the want of Monsieur Emile from being felt. Mr. Rossitur's table was always set by her careful hand, and all the delicacies that came upon it were, unknown to him, of her providing, even the bread. One day at breakfast Mr. Rossitur had expressed his impatient displeasure at that of Miss Elster's manufacture. Fleda saw the distressed shade that came over her aunt's face, and took her resolution. It was the last time. She had followed her plan of sending for the receipts, and she studied them diligently, both at home and under aunt Miriam. Natural quickness of eye and hand came in aid of her affectionate zeal, and it was not long before she could trust herself to undertake any operation in the whole range of her cookery book. But meanwhile materials were growing scarce and hard to come by. The delicate French rolls which were now always ready for her uncle's plate in the morning had sometimes nothing to back them, unless the unfailing watercress from the good little spring in the meadow. Fleda could not spare her eggs, for perhaps they might have nothing else to depend upon for dinner. It was no burden to her to do these things. She had a sufficient reward in seeing that her aunt and Hugh eat the better, and that her uncle's brow was clear. But it was a burden when her hands were tied by the lack of means, for she knew the failure of the usual supply was bitterly felt, not for the actual want, but for that other want which it implied and prefigured. On the first dismissal of Donohan, Fleda hoped for a good turn of affairs. But Mr. Rossitur, disgusted with his first experiment, resolved this season to be his own head man, and appointed Lucas Springer the second in command, with a posse of labourers to execute his decrees. It did not work well. Mr. Rossitur found he had a very tough prime minister, who would have every one of his plans to go through a kind of winnowing process by being tossed about in an argument. The arguments were interminable, until Mr. Rossitur not unfrequently quit the field with, "Well, do what you like about it," not conquered but wearied. The labourers, either from want of ready money or of what they called manners in their employer, fell off at the wrong times, just when they were most wanted. Hugh threw himself then into the breach and wrought beyond his strength, and that tried Fleda worst of all. She was glad to see haying and harvest pass over, but the change of seasons seemed to bring only a change of disagreeableness, and she could not find that hope had any better breathing time in the short days of winter than in the long days of summer. Her gentle face grew more gentle than ever, for under the shade of sorrowful patience which was always there, now its meekness had no eclipse. Mrs. Rossitur was struck with it one morning. She was coming down from her room, and saw Fleda standing on the landing place, gazing out of the window. It was before breakfast, one cold morning in winter. Mrs. Rossitur put her arms round her softly and kissed her. "What are you thinking about, dear Fleda? You ought not to be standing here." "I was looking at Hugh," said Fleda, and her eye went back to the window. Mrs. Rossitur's followed it. The window gave them a view of the ground behind the house, and there was Hugh just coming in with a large armful of heavy wood which he had been sawing. "He isn't strong enough to do that, aunt Lucy," said Fleda softly. "I know it," said his mother in a subdued tone, and not moving her eye, though Hugh had disappeared. "It is too cold for him. He is too thinly clad to bear this exposure," said Fleda anxiously. "I know it," said his mother again. "Can't you tell uncle Rolf? Can't you get him to do it? I'm afraid Hugh will hurt himself, aunt Lucy." "I did tell him the other day. I did speak to him about it," said Mrs. Rossitur, "but he said there was no reason why Hugh should do it. There were plenty of other people." "But how can he say so when he knows we never can ask Lucas to do anything of the kind, and that other man always contrives to be out of the way when he is wanted? Oh, what is he thinking of?" said Fleda bitterly as she saw Hugh again at his work. It was so rarely that Fleda was seen to shed tears that they always were a signal of dismay to any of the household. There was even agony in Mrs. Rossitur's voice as she implored her not to give way to them. But notwithstanding that, Fleda's tears came this time from too deep a spring to be stopped at once. "It makes me feel as if all was lost, Fleda, when I see you do so." Fleda put her arms about her neck and whispered that she would not, that she should not. Yet it was a little while before she could say any more. "But aunt Lucy, he doesn't know what he is doing." "No, and I can't make him know. I cannot say anything more, Fleda. It would do no good. I don't know what is the matter. He is entirely changed from what he used to be." "I know what is the matter," said Fleda, now turning comforter in her turn, as her aunt's tears fell more quietly, because more despairingly, than her own. "I know what it is. He is not happy, that is all. He has not succeeded well in these farm doings, and he wants money, and he is worried. It is no wonder if he don't seem exactly as he used to." "And oh that troubles me most of all," said Mrs. Rossitur. "The farm is bringing in nothing, I know. He don't know how to get along with it. I was afraid it would be so. And we are paying nothing to uncle Orrin, and it is just a dead weight on his hands, and I can't bear to think of it. And what will it come to?" Mrs. Rossitur was now in her turn surprised into shewing the strength of her sorrows and apprehensions. Fleda was fain to put her own out of sight and bend her utmost powers to soothe and compose her aunt, till they could both go down to the breakfast table. She had got ready a nice little dish that her uncle was very fond of, but her pleasure in it was all gone, and indeed it seemed to be thrown away upon the whole table. Half the meal was over before anybody said a word. "I am going to wash my hands of these miserable farm affairs," said Mr. Rossitur. "Are you?" said his wife. "Yes, of all personal concern in them, that is. I am wearied to death with the perpetual annoyances and vexations and petty calls upon my time. Life is not worth having at such a rate. I'll have done with it." "You will give up the entire charge to Lucas?" said Mrs. Rossitur. "Lucas? No, I wouldn't undergo that man's tongue for another year if he would take out his wages in talking. I could not have more of it in that case than I have had the last 6 months. After money, the thing that man loves best is certainly the sound of his own voice, and a most insufferable egotist. No, I have been talking with a man who wants to take the whole farm for 2 years upon shares. That will clear me of all trouble." There was sober silence for a few minutes, and then Mrs. Rossitur asked who it was. "His name is Didenhover." "Oh, uncle Rolf! Don't have anything to do with him!" exclaimed Fleda. "Why not?" "Because he lived with grandpa a great while ago and behaved very ill. Grandpa had a great deal of trouble with him." "How old were you then?" "I was young, to be sure," said Fleda, hanging her head, "but I remember very well how it was." "You may have occasion to remember it a second time," said Mr. Rossitur dryly, "for the thing is done. I have engaged him." Not another word was spoken. Mr. Rossitur went out after breakfast, and Mrs. Rossitur busied herself with the breakfast cups and a tub of hot water, a work she never would let Fleda share with her, and which lasted in consequence long enough, Barby said, to cook and eat 3 breakfasts. Fleda and Hugh sat looking at the floor and the fire respectively. "I am going up the hill to get a sight of aunt Miriam," said Fleda, bringing her eyes from the fire upon her aunt. "Well, dear, do. You have been shut up long enough by the snow. Wrap yourself up well, and put on my snow boots." "No indeed," said Fleda, "I shall just draw on another pair of stockings over my shoes, within my India rubbers. I will take a pair of Hugh's woollen ones." "What has become of your own?" said Hugh. "My own what? Stockings?" "Snow boots." "Worn out, Mr. Rossitur. I have run them to death, poor things. Is that a slight intimation that you are afraid of the same fate for your socks?" "No," said Hugh, smiling in spite of himself at her manner. "I will lend you anything I have got, Fleda." His tone put Fleda in mind of the very doubtful pretensions of the socks in question to be comprehended under the term. She was silent a minute. "Will you go with me, Hugh?" "No, dear, I can't. I must get a little ahead with the wood while I can. It looks as if it would snow again, and Barby isn't provided for more than a day or 2. "And how for this fire?" Hugh shook his head and rose up to go forth into the kitchen. Fleda went too, linking her arm in his and bearing affectionately upon it, a sort of tacit saying that they would sink or swim together. Hugh understood it perfectly. "I am very sorry you have to do it, dear Hugh. Oh that woodshed! If it had only been made! Never mind, can't help it now. We shall get through the winter by and by." "Can't you get uncle Rolf to help you a little?" whispered Fleda. "It would do him good." But Hugh only shook his head. "What are we going to do for dinner, Barby?" said Fleda, still holding Hugh there before the fire. "Ain't much choice," said Barby. "It would puzzle anybody to spell much more out of it than pork and ham. There's plenty o' them. I sha'n't starve this some time." "But we had ham yesterday, and pork the day before yesterday, and ham Monday," said Fleda. "There is plenty of vegetables, thanks to you and me, Hugh. she said, with a little reminding squeeze of his arm. "I could make soups nicely, if I had anything to make them of." "There's enough to be had for the catching," said Barby. "If I hadn't a man mountain of work upon me I'd start out and shoot or steal something." "You shoot, Barby!" said Fleda laughing. "I guess I can do most anything I set my hand to. If I couldn't I'd shoot myself. It won't do to kill no more of them chickens." "Oh no, now they are laying so finely. Well, I am going up the hill, and when I come home I'll try and make up something, Barby." "Earl Douglass'll go out in the woods now and then of a day when he ha'n't no work particular to do, and fetch home as many pigeons and woodchucks as you could shake a stick at." "Hugh, my dear," said Fleda laughing, "it's a pity you aren't a hunter. I would shake a stick at you with great pleasure. Well, Barby, we will see when I come home." "I was just a thinking," said Barby, "Mrs. Douglass sent round to know if Mrs. Rossitur would like a piece of fresh meat. Earl's been killing a sheep. There's a nice quarter, she says, if she'd like to have it." "A quarter of mutton?" said Fleda. "I don't know. No, I think not, Barby. I don't know when we should be able to pay it back again. And yet Hugh, do you think uncle Rolf will kill another sheep this winter?" "I am sure he will not," said Hugh. "There have so many died." "If he only knowed it, that is a reason for killing more," said Barby, "and have the good of them while he can." "Tell Mrs. Douglass we are obliged to her, but we do not want the mutton, Barby." Hugh went to his chopping, and Fleda set out upon her walk, the lines of her face settling into a most fixed gravity so soon as she turned away from the house. It was what might be called a fine winter's day, cold and still, and the sky covered with one uniform grey cloud. The snow lay in uncompromising whiteness thick over all the world, a kindly shelter for the young grain and covering for the soil; but Fleda's spirits just then, in another mood, saw it only the cold refusal to hope and the barren check to exertion. The wind had cleared the snow from the trees and fences, and they stood in all their unsoftened blackness and nakedness, bleak and stern. The high grey sky threatened a fresh fall of snow in a few hours. It was just now a lull between two storms, and Fleda's spirits, that sometimes would have laughed in the face of nature's soberness, to day sank to its own quiet. Her pace neither slackened nor quickened till she reached aunt Miriam's house and entered the kitchen. Aunt Miriam was in high tide of business over a pot of boiling lard, and the enormous bread tray by the side of the fire was half full of very tempting light brown cruller, which however were little more than a kind of sweet bread for the workmen. In the bustle of putting in and taking out, aunt Miriam could give her visitor but a word and a look. Fleda pulled off her hood and sitting down watched in unusual silence the old lady's operations. "And how are they all at your house to day?" aunt Miriam asked, as she was carefully draining her cruller out of the kettle. Fleda answered that they were as well as usual, but a slight hesitation in the tell tale tone of her voice made the old lady look at her more narrowly. She came near and kissed that gentle brow, and looking in her eyes asked her what the matter was. "I don't know," said Fleda, eyes and voice wavering alike. "I am foolish, I believe." Aunt Miriam tenderly put aside the hair from her forehead and kissed it again, but the cruller was burning and she went back to the kettle. "I got downhearted somehow this morning," Fleda went on, trying to steady her voice and school herself. "You downhearted, dear? About what?" There was a world of sympathy in those words, in the warmth of which Fleda's shut up heart unfolded itself at once. "It's nothing new, aunt Miriam, only somehow I felt it particularly this morning. I have been kept in the house so long by this snow I have got dumpish, I suppose." Aunt Miriam looked anxiously at the tears which seemed to come involuntarily, but she said nothing. "We are not getting along well at home." "I supposed that," said Mrs. Plumfield quietly. "But anything new?" "Yes, uncle Rolf has let the farm. Only think of it, he has let the farm to that Didenhover." "Didenhover! For 2 years. Did you tell him what you knew about him?" "Yes, but it was too late, the mischief was done." Aunt Miriam went on skimming out her cruller with a very grave face. "How came your uncle to do so without learning about him first?" "O I don't know. He was in a hurry to do anything that would take the trouble of the farm off his hands. He don't like it." "On what terms has he let him have it?" "On shares; and I know under that Didenhover it will bring us in nothing; and it has brought us in nothing all the time we have been here; and I don't know what we are going to live upon." "Has your uncle nor your aunt no property at all left?" "Not a bit, except some waste lands in Michigan, I believe, that were left to aunt Lucy a year or two ago; but they are as good as nothing." "Has he let Didenhover have the saw mill too?" "I don't know. He didn't say. If he has, there will be nothing at all left for us to live upon. I expect nothing from Didenhover. His face is enough. I should have thought it might have been for uncle Rolf. Oh if it wasn't for aunt Lucy and Hugh I shouldn't care." "What has your uncle been doing all this year past?" "I don't know, aunt Miriam. He can't bear the business, and he has left the most of it to Lucas; and I think Lucas is more of a talker than a doer. Almost nothing has gone right. The crops have been ill managed. I do not know a great deal about it, but I know enough for that. And uncle Ralph did not know anything about it but what he got from books. And the sheep are dying off. Barby says it is because they were in such poor condition at the beginning of winter, and I dare say she is right." "He ought to have had a thorough good man at the beginning to get along well." "O yes, but he hadn't, you see; and so we have just been growing poorer every month. And now, aunt Miriam, I really don't know from day to day what to do to get dinner. You know for a good while after we came we used to have our marketing brought every few days from Albany; but we have run up such a bill there already at the butcher's as I don't know when in the world we'll get paid. And aunt Lucy and I will do anything before we will send for any more; and if it wasn't for her and Hugh I wouldn't care; but they haven't much appetite, and I know that all this takes what little they have away; this, and seeing the effect it has upon uncle Rolf." "Does he think so much more of eating than of anything else?" said aunt Miriam. "O no, it is not that," said Fleda earnestly, "it is not that at all. He is not a great eater, but he can't bear to have things different from what they used to be, and from what they ought to be. O no, don't think that. I don't know whether I ought to have said what I have said, but I couldn't help it." Fleda's voice was lost for a little while. "He is changed from what he used to be. A little thing vexes him now, and I know it is because he is not happy. He used to be so kind and pleasant, and he is still, sometimes; but aunt Lucy's face, oh, aunt Miriam!" "Why, dear?" said aunt Miriam tenderly. "It is so changed from what it used to be." Poor Fleda covered her own, and aunt Miriam came to her side to give softer and gentler expression to sympathy than words could do, till the bowed face was raised again and hid in her neck. "I can't see thee do so, my child, my dear child. Hope for better days, dear Fleda." "I could bear it," said Fleda after a little interval, "if it wasn't for aunt Lucy. And Hugh, oh that is the worst." "What about Hugh?" said aunt Miriam soothingly. "O he does what he ought not to do, aunt Miriam, and there is no help for it; and he did last summer when we wanted men; and in the hot haying time he used to work, I know, beyond his strength, and aunt Lucy and I did not know what to do with ourselves." Fleda's head, which had been raised, sunk again more heavily. "Where was his father?" said Mrs. Plumfield. "O he was in the house. He didn't know it. He didn't think about it." "Didn't think about it?" "No. O he didn't think Hugh was hurting himself, but he was. He shewed it for weeks afterward. I have said what I ought not now," said Fleda looking up and seeming to check her tears and the spring of them at once. "So much security any woman has in a man without religion," said aunt Miriam, going back to her work. Fleda would have said something if she could. She was silent. She stood looking into the fire, while the tears seemed to come as it were by stealth and ran down her face unregarded. "Is Hugh not well?" "I don't know," said Fleda faintly. "He is not ill, but he never was very strong, and he exposes himself now I know in a way he ought not. I am sorry I have just come and troubled you with all this now, aunt Miriam," she said after a little pause. "I shall feel better by and by. I don't very often get such a fit. My dear little Fleda!" And there was unspeakable tenderness in the old lady's voice as she came up and drew Fleda's head again to rest upon her. "I would not let a rough wind touch thee if I had the holding of it. But we may be glad the arranging of things is not in my hand. I should be a poor friend after all, for I do not know what is best. Canst thou trust him who does know, my child?" "I do, aunt Miriam, oh I do!" said Fleda, burying her face in her bosom. "I don't often feel so as I did to day." "There comes not a cloud that its shadow is not wanted," said aunt Miriam. "I cannot see why, but it is that thou mayest bloom the brighter, my dear one." "I know it." Fleda's words were hardly audible. "I will try." Remember his own message to every one under a cloud. Cast all thy care upon him, for he careth for thee. Thou mayest keep none of it, and then the peace that passes understanding shall keep thee. So he giveth his beloved sleep. Fleda wept for a minute on the old lady's neck, and then she looked up, dried her tears, and sat down with a face greatly quieted and lightened of its burden, while aunt Miriam once more went back to her work. The one wrought and the other looked on in silence. The cruller were all done at last. The great bread trough was filled and set away. The remnant of the fat was carefully disposed of, and aunt Miriam's handmaid was called in to take the watch. She herself and her visitor adjourned to the sitting room. "Well," said Fleda in a tone again steady and clear, "I must go home to see about getting up dinner. I am the greatest hand at making something out of nothing, aunt Miriam, that ever you saw. There is nothing like practice. I only wish the man uncle Orrin talks about would come along once in a while." "Who was that?" said aunt Miriam. "A man that used to go about from house to house," said Fleda laughing, "when the cottages were making soup, with a ham bone to give it a relish, and he used to charge them so much for a dip and so much for a wallop." "Come, come, I can do as much for you as that," said aunt Miriam, proceeding to her store pantry. "See here, wouldn't this be as good as a ham bone?" said she, bringing out of it a fat fowl. "How would a wallop of this do?" "Admirably! only the ham bone used to come out again, and I am confident this never would." "Well, I guess I'll stand that," said aunt Miriam smiling. "You wouldn't mind carrying this under your cloak, would you?" "I have no doubt I shall go home lighter with it than without it, ma'am. Thank you, dear auntie. Dear aunt Miriam." There was a change of tone and of eye as Fleda sealed each thank with a kiss. "But how is it? Does all the charge of the home come upon you, dear?" "Oh, this kind of thing, because aunt Lucy doesn't understand it, and can't get along with it so well. She likes better to sew, and I had quite as lief to do this." "And don't you sew too?" "Oh, a little. She does as much as she can," said Fleda gravely. "Where is your other cousin?" said Mrs. Plumfield abruptly. "Marion? She is in England, I believe. We don't hear from her very often." "No, no, I mean the one who is in the army." "Charlton? Oh, he is just ordered off to Mexico," said Fleda sadly; "and that is another great trouble to aunt Lucy, this miserable war." "Does he ever come home?" "Only once since we came from Paris, while we were in New York. He has been stationed away off at the West." "He has captain's pay now, hasn't he?" "Yes, but he doesn't know at all how things are at home. He hasn't an idea of it, and he will not have. Well, good bye, dear aunt Miriam. I must run home to take care of my chicken." She ran away, and if her eyes many a time on the way down the hill filled and overflowed, they were not bitter nor dark tears. They were the gushings of high and pure and generous affections, weeping for fullness, not for want. That chicken was not wasted in soup. It was converted into the nicest possible little fricassee, because the toast would make so much more of it; and to Fleda's own dinner little went beside the toast, that a greater portion of the rest might be for her aunt and Hugh. That same evening Seth Plumfield came into the kitchen while Fleda was there. "Here is something belongs to you, I believe," said he with a covert smile, bringing out from under his cloak the mate to Fleda's fowl. "Mother said something had run away with t'other one, and she didn't know what to do with this one alone. Your uncle at home?" The next news that Fleda heard was that Seth had taken a lease of the saw mill for 2 years. Mr. Didenhover did not disappoint Fleda's expectations. Very little could be got from him or the farm under him beyond the immediate supply wanted for the use of the family, and that in kind, not in cash. Mrs. Rossitur was comforted by knowing that some portion of rent had also gone to Dr. Gregory. How large or how small a portion she could not find out. But this left the family in increasing straits, which narrowed and narrowed during their whole first summer and winter of Didenhover's administration. Very straitened they would have been but for the means of relief adopted by the 2 children, as they were always called. Hugh, as soon as the spring opened, had a quiet hint, through Fleda, that if he had a mind to take the working of the saw mill he might, for a consideration merely nominal. This offer was immediately and gratefully closed with, and Hugh's earnings were thenceforward very important at home. Fleda had her own ways and means. Mr. Rossitur, more low spirited and gloomy than ever, seemed to have no heart to anything. He would have worked perhaps if he could have done it alone, but to join Didenhover and his men, or any other gang of workmen, was too much for his magnanimity. He helped nobody but Fleda. For her he would do anything, at any time; and in the garden and among her flowers in the flowery courtyard he might often be seen at work with her, but nowhere else. CHAPTer 21.
Chapter 22 of Queechy by Susan Warner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Arlene Stebbins. Chapter 22, wherein a great many people pay their respects in form and substance. Some bring a capon, some a rural cake, some nuts, some apples, some that think they make the better cheese, bring 'em, or else send by their ripe daughters whom they would command this way to husbands, and whose baskets bear an emblem of themselves, in plum or pear. Ben Jonson. So the time walked away, for this family was not now of those whom time runneth withal, to the second summer of Mr. Didenhover's term. One morning Mrs. Rossitur was seated in the breakfast room at her usual employment, mending and patching, no sinecure now. Fleda opened the kitchen door and came in folding up a calico apron she had just taken off. "You're tired, dear," said Mrs. Rossitur sorrowfully. "You look pale." "Do I?" said Fleda sitting down. "I am a little tired." "Why do you do so?" "O it's nothing," said Fleda cheerfully. "I haven't hurt myself. I shall be rested again in a few minutes." "What have you been doing?" "O I tired myself a little before breakfast in the garden, I suppose. Aunt Lucy, don't you think I had almost a bushel of peas, and there was a little over a half bushel last time, so I shall call it a bushel. Isn't that fine?" "You didn't pick them all yourself?" "Hugh helped me a little while, but he had the horse to get ready, and I was out before him this morning. Poor fellow, he was tired from yesterday, I dare say." Mrs. Rossitur looked at her, a look between remonstrance and reproach, and cast her eyes down without saying a word, swallowing a whole heartful of thoughts and feelings. Fleda stooped forward till her own forehead softly touched Mrs. Rossitur's, as gentle a chiding of despondency as a very sunbeam could have given. "Now, aunt Lucy, what do you mean? Don't you know it's good for me? And do you know Mr. Sweet will give me 4 shillings a bushel? And aunt Lucy, I sent 3 dozen heads of lettuce this morning besides. Isn't that doing well? And I sent 2 dozen the day before yesterday. It is time they were gone, for they are running up to seed this set. I have got another fine set almost ready." Mrs. Rossitur looked at her again as if she had been a sort of terrestrial angel. "And how much will you get for them?" "I don't know exactly, 3d. or 6d. perhaps. I guess not so much, they are so easily raised, though I don't believe there are so fine as mine to be seen in this region. If I only had somebody to water the strawberries we should have a great many. Aunt Lucy, I am going to send as many as I can without robbing uncle Rolf. He sha'n't miss them, but the rest of us don't mind eating rather fewer than usual. I shall make a good deal by them, and I think these morning rides do Hugh good. Don't you think so?" "And what have you been busy about ever since breakfast, Fleda?" "Oh, 2 or 3 things," said Fleda lightly. "What?" "I had bread to make, and then I thought while my hands were in I would make a custard for uncle Rolf." "You needn't have done that, dear, it was not necessary." "Yes, it was, because you know we only have fried pork for dinner to day, and while we have the milk and eggs it doesn't cost much. The sugar is almost nothing. He will like it better, and so will Hugh." "As for you," said Fleda, gently touching her forehead again, "you know it is of no consequence." "I wish you would think yourself of some consequence," said Mrs. Rossitur. "Don't I think myself of consequence?" said Fleda affectionately. "I don't know how you'd all get on without me. What do you think I have a mind to do now, by way of resting myself?" "Well," said Mrs. Rossitur, thinking of something else, "it is the day for making presents to the minister, you know." "The minister?" "Yes, the new minister. They expect him to day. You have heard of it. The things are all to be carried to his house to day. I have a great notion to go and see the fun. If I only had anything in the world I could possibly take with me." "Aren't you too tired, dear?" "No, it would rest me. It is early yet. If only I had something to take! I couldn't go without taking something." "A basket of eggs," said Mrs. Rossitur. "Can't, aunt Lucy, I can't spare them, so many of the hens are setting now. A basket of strawberries, that's the thing! I've got enough picked for that, and to night too. That will do." Fleda's preparations were soon made, and with her basket on her arm she was ready to set forth. "If pride had not been a little put down in me," she said smiling, "I suppose I should rather stay at home than go with such a petty offering; and no doubt every one that sees it or hears of it will lay it to anything but the right reason. So much the world knows about the people it judges. It is too bad to leave you all alone, aunt Lucy." Mrs. Rossitur pulled her down for a kiss in which how much was said on both sides; and Fleda set forth, choosing as she very commonly did the old time way through the kitchen. "Off again?" said Barby, who was on her knees scrubbing the great flagstones of the hearth. "Yes, I am going up to see the donation party." "Has the minister come?" "No, but he is coming to day, I understand." "He ha'n't preached for 'em yet, has he?" "Not yet. I suppose he will next Sunday." "They are in a mighty hurry to give him a donation party," said Barby. "I'd a waited till he was here first. I don't believe they'd be quite so spry with their donations if they had paid the last man up as they ought. I'd rather give a man what belongs to him, and make him presents afterwards." "Why, so I hope they will, Barby," said Fleda laughing; but Barby said no more. The parsonage house was about 1/4 of a mile, a little more, from the saw mill, in a line at right angles with the main road. Fleda took Hugh from his work to see her safe there. The road ran north, keeping near the level of the mid hill where it branched off a little below the saw mill; and as the ground continued rising towards the east and was well clothed with woods, the way at this hour was still pleasantly shady. To the left the same slope of ground carried down to the foot of the hill gave them an uninterrupted view over a wide plain or bottom, edged in the distance with a circle of gently swelling hills. Close against the hills in the far corner of the plain lay the little village of Queechy Run, hidden from sight by a slight intervening rise of ground. Not a chimney shewed itself in the whole spread of country. A sunny landscape just now, but rich in picturesque associations of haycocks and winnows, spotting it near and far; and close by below them was a field of mowers at work; they could distinctly hear the measured rush of the scythes through the grass, and then the soft clink of the rifles would seem to play some old delicious tune of childish days. Fleda made Hugh stand still to listen. It was a warm day, but the sweet south that breathes upon a bank of violets could hardly be more sweet than the air which coming to them over the whole breadth of the valley had been charged by the new made hay. "How good it is, Hugh," said Fleda, "that one can get out of doors and forget everything that ever happened or will happen within 4 walls." "Do you?" said Hugh rather soberly. "Yes, I do, even in my flower patch right before the house door. But here," said Fleda, turning away and swinging her basket of strawberries as she went, "I have no idea I ever did such a thing as make bread; and how clothes get mended I do not comprehend in the least." And have you forgotten the peas and asparagus too?" "I'm afraid you haven't, dear Hugh," said Fleda, linking her arm within his. "Hugh, I must find some way to make money." "More money?" said Hugh smiling. "Yes, this garden business is all very well, but it doesn't come to any very great things after all, if you are aware of it; and, Hugh, I want to get aunt Lucy a new dress. I can't bear to see her in that old merino, and it isn't good for her. Why, Hugh, she couldn't possibly see anybody, if anybody should come to the house." "Who is there to come?" said Hugh. "Why, nobody, but still she ought not to be so." "What more can you do, dear Fleda? You work a great deal too hard already," said Hugh sighing. "You should have seen the way father and mother looked at you last night when you were asleep on the sofa." Fleda stifled her sigh and went on. "I am sure there are things that might be done, things for the booksellers, translating or copying or something. I don't know exactly. I have heard of people's doing such things. I mean to write to uncle Orrin and ask him. I am sure he can manage it for me." "What were you writing the other night?" said Hugh suddenly. "When?" "The other night, when you were writing by the firelight. I saw your pencil scribbling away at a furious rate over the paper, and you kept your hand up carefully between me and your face; but I could see it was something very interesting." "Ha!" said Hugh, laughingly trying to get another view of Fleda's face, which was again kept from him. "Send that to uncle Orrin, Fleda; or show it to me first, and then I will tell you." Fleda made no answer, and at the parsonage door Hugh left her. 2 or 3 wagons were standing there, but nobody to be seen. Fleda went up the steps and crossed the broad piazza, brown and unpainted, but picturesque still, and guided by the sound of tongues turned to the right, where she found a large low room, the very centre of the stir. But the stir had not by any means reached the height yet. Not more than a dozen people were gathered. Here were aunt Syra and Mrs. Douglass, appointed a committee to receive and dispose the offerings as they were brought in. "Why, there isn't much to be seen yet," said Fleda. "I did not know I was so early." "Time enough," said Mrs. Douglass. "They'll come the thicker when they do come. Good morning, Dr. Quackenboss. I hope you are going to give us something else besides a bow; and I won't take none of your physic neither." "I humbly submit," said the doctor graciously, "that nothing ought to be expected of gentlemen that are so unhappy as to be alone, for they really have nothing to give but themselves." There was a shout of merriment. "And supposin' that's a gift that nobody wants?" said Mrs. Douglass' sharp eye and voice at once. "In that case," said the doctor, "I really Miss Ringgan, may I relieve your hand of this fair burden?" "It is not a very fair burden, sir," said Fleda, laughing and relinquishing her strawberries. "Ah, but fair, you know, I mean, we speak in that sense. Mrs. Douglass, here is by far the most elegant offering your hands will have the honour of receiving this day." "I hope so," said Mrs. Douglass, "or there won't be much to eat for the minister. Did you ever take notice how elegant things somehow made folks grow poor?" "I guess he does leave see something a little substantial," said aunt Syra. "Well now," said the doctor, "here is Miss Ringgan, who is unquestionably elegant, and I am sure nobody will say that she looks poor." In one sense surely not; there could not be two opinions. But with all the fairness of health and the flush which 2 or 3 feelings had brought to her cheeks, there was a look as if the workings of the mind had refined away a little of the strength of the physical frame, and as if growing poor in Mrs. Douglass' sense, that is thin, might easily be the next step. "What's your uncle going to give us, Fleda?" said aunt Syra. But Fleda was saved replying, for Mrs. Douglass, who if she was sharp could be good natured too, had watched to see how Fleda took the double fire upon elegance and poverty, could bear no more trial of that sweet gentle face. Without giving her time to answer she carried her off to see the things already stored in the closet, bidding the doctor over her shoulder be off after his goods whether he had got 'em or no. There was certainly a promising beginning made for the future minister's comfort. One shelf was already completely stocked with pies, and another shewed a quantity of cake and biscuits enough to last a good sized family for several meals. "That's always the way," said Mrs. Douglass. "It's the strangest thing that folks has no sense. Now one half o' them pies'll be dried up afore they can eat the rest. 'Tain't much loss, for Mis' Prynne sent 'em down, and if they are worth anything it's the first time anything ever came out of her house that was. Now look at them biscuit!" "How many are coming to eat them?" said Fleda. "How? How large a family has the minister?" "He ha'n't a bit of a family. He ain't married." "Not!" At the grave way which Mrs. Douglass faced upon her and answered, and at the idea of a single mouth devoted to all that closetful, Fleda's gravity gave place to most uncontrollable merriment. "No," said Mrs. Douglass with a curious twist of her mouth, but commanding herself, "he ain't to be sure. Not yet. He ha'n't any family but himself and some sort of a housekeeper. I suppose they'll divide the house between 'em." "And the biscuits, I hope," said Fleda. "But what will he do with all the other things, Mrs. Douglass?" "Sell 'em if he don't want 'em," said Mrs. Douglass quizzically. "Shut up, Fleda, I forgot who sent them biscuit. Somebody that calculated to make a show for a little, I reckon. My sakes, I believe it was Mis' Springer herself." "She didn't hear me, though," said Mrs. Douglass, peeping out at the half open door. "It's a good thing the world ain't all alike. There's Miss Plumfield stop now, and I'll tell you all she sent. That big jar of lard that's as good as 18 or 20 pound, and that basket of eggs, I don't know how many there is, and that cheese, a real fine one I'll be bound, she wouldn't pick out the worst in her dairy, and Seth fetched down 100 weight of corn meal and another of rye flour. Now that's what I call doing things something like. If everybody else would keep up their end as well as they keep up their'n, the world wouldn't be quite so one sided as it is. I never see the time yet when I couldn't tell where to find Mis' Plumfield." "No, nor anybody else," said Fleda, looking happy. "There's Mis' Silbert couldn't find nothin' better to send than a kag o' soap," Mrs. Douglass went on, seeming very much amused. "I was beat when I saw that walk in. I should think she'd feel streaked to come here by and by and see it a standin' between Mis' Plumfield's lard and Mis' Clavering's pork. That's a handsome kag o' pork, ain't it? What's that man done with your strawberries? I'll put 'em up here afore somebody takes a notion to 'em. I'll let the minister know who he's got to thank for 'em," said she, winking at Fleda. "Where's Dr. Quackenboss?" "Coming, ma'am," sounded from the hall; and forthwith, at the open door, entered the doctor's head, simultaneously with a large cheese which he was rolling before him, the rest of the doctor's person being thrown into the background in consequence. A curious natural representation of a wheelbarrow, the wheel being the only artificial part. "Oh, that's you, doctor, is it?" said Mrs. Douglass. "This is me, ma'am," said the doctor, rolling up to the closet door. "This has the honour to be myself, bringing my service to the feet of Miss Ringgan." "'Tain't very elegant," said the sharp lady. Fleda thought if his service was at her feet should be somewhere else, and accordingly stepped quietly out of the way and went to one of the windows, from whence she could have a view both of the comers and the come; and by this time thoroughly in the spirit of the thing she used her eyes upon both with great amusement. People were constantly arriving now, in wagons and on foot, and stores of all kinds were most literally pouring in; bags and even barrels of meal, flour, pork and potatoes, strings of dried apples, salt, hams and beef, hops, pickles, vinegar, maple sugar and molasses, rolls of fresh butter, cheese and eggs, cake, bread and pies, without end. Mr. Penny, the storekeeper, sent a box of tea; Mr. Winiger, the carpenter, a new ox sled; Earl Douglass brought a handsome axe helve of his own fashioning; his wife a quantity of rolls of wool; Zan Finn carted a load of wood into the wood shed, and Squire Thornton another; home made candles, custards, preserves, and smoked liver came in a batch from 2 or 3 miles off up the mountain; half a dozen chairs from the factory man; half a dozen brooms from the other storekeeper at the Deepwater settlement; a carpet for the best room from the ladies of the township who had clubbed forces to furnish it; and a home made concern it was, from the shears to the loom. The room was full now, for every one after depositing his gift turned aside to see what others had brought and were bringing; and men and women, young and old, had their several circles of gossip in various parts of the crowd. Apart from them all, Fleda sat in her window, probably voted elegant by others than the doctor, for they vouchsafed her no more than a transitory attention and sheered off to find something more congenial. She sat watching the people, smiling very often as some odd figure or look or some peculiar turn of expression or tone of voice caught her ear or her eye. Both ear and eye were fastened by a young countryman with a particularly fresh face whom she saw approaching the house. He came up on foot, carrying a single fowl slung at his back by a stick thrown across his shoulder, and without stirring hat or stick he came into the room and made his way through the crowd of people. looking to the one hand and the other evidently in a maze of doubt to whom he should deliver himself and his chicken, till brought up by Mrs. Douglass' sharp voice. "Well, Philetus, what are you looking for? Do, Miss Douglass, it is impossible to express the abortive attempt at a bow which accompanied this salutation. I want to know if the minister will be in town to day." "What do you want of him?" "I don't want nothing of him. I want to know if he'll be in town to day." "Yes, I expect he'll be along directly. Why, what then?" "'Cause I've got 2 chickens for him here, and mother said they hadn't ought to be kept no longer, and if he wa'n't to hum I were to fetch 'em back straight." "Well, he'll be here, so let's have 'em," said Mrs. Douglass, biting her lips. "What's become o' t'other one?" said Earl, as the young man's stick was brought round to the table. "I guess you've lost it, ha'n't you?" "My gracious!" was all Philetus's powers were equal to. Mrs. Douglass went off into fits which rendered her incapable of speaking, and left the unlucky chicken bearer to tell his story his own way; but all he brought forth was, "Do tell! I am beat!" "Where's t'other one?" said Mrs. Douglass between paroxysms. "Why, I ain't done nothin' to it," said Philetus dismally. "There was 2 on 'em afore I started, and I took and tied 'em together and hitched 'em on to the stick, and that one must ha' loosened itself off some way. I believe the darned thing did it a purpose." "I guess your mother knowed that one wouldn't keep till it got here," said Mrs. Douglass. The room was now all one shout, in the midst of which poor Philetus took himself off as speedily as possible. Before Fleda had dried her eyes, her attention was taken by a lady and gentleman who had just got out of a vehicle of more than ordinary pretension, and were coming up to the door. The gentleman was young, the lady was not. Both had a particularly amiable and pleasant appearance, but about the lady there was something that moved Fleda singularly, and somehow touched the spring of old memories which she felt stirring at the sight of her. As they neared the house she lost them. Then they entered the room and came through it slowly, looking about them with an air of good humoured amusement. Fleda's eye was fixed, but her mind puzzled itself in vain to recover what in her experience had been connected with that fair and ladylike physiognomy and the bland smile that was overlooked by those acute eyes. The eyes met hers, and then seemed to reflect her doubt, for they remained as fixed as her own, while the lady, quickening her steps, came up to her. "I am sure," she said, holding out her hand, and with a gentle graciousness that was very agreeable, "I am sure you are somebody I know. What is your name?" "Fleda Ringgan." "I thought so," said the lady, now shaking her hand warmly and kissing her. "I knew nobody could have been your mother but Amy Charlton. How like her you look! Don't you know me? Don't you remember Mrs. Evelyn?" "Mrs. Evelyn!" said Fleda, the whole coming back to her at once. "You remember me now. How well I recollect you, and all that old time at Montepoole. Poor little creature that you were, and dear little creature as I am sure you have been ever since. And how is your dear aunt Lucy?" Fleda answered that she was well. "I used to love her very much. That was before I knew you, before she went abroad. We have just got home, this spring, and now we are staying at Montepoole for a few days. I shall come and see her to morrow. I knew you were somewhere in the region, but I did not know exactly where to find you. That was one reason why I came here to day. I thought I might hear something of you. And where are your aunt Lucy's children, and how are they?" "Hugh is at home," said Fleda, "and rather delicate. Charlton is in the army." "In the army! In Mexico!" "In Mexico he has been your poor aunt Lucy! In Mexico he has been, but he is just coming home now. He has been wounded, and he is coming home to spend a long furlough." "Coming home! That will make you all very happy. And Hugh is delicate. And how are you, love? You hardly look like a country girl." "Mr. Olmney," said Mrs. Evelyn, looking around for her companion, who was standing quietly a few steps off surveying the scene, "Mr. Olmney, I am going to do you a favour, sir, in introducing you to Miss Ringgan, a very old friend of mine. Mr. Olmney, these are not exactly the apple cheeks and robustious demonstrations we are taught to look for in country land." This was said with a kind of sly funny enjoyment which took away everything disagreeable from the appeal, but Fleda conceived a favourable opinion of the person to whom it was made, from the fact that he paid her no compliment and made no answer beyond a very pleasant smile. "What is Mrs. Evelyn's definition of a very old friend?" said he with another smile, as that lady moved off to take a more particular view of what she had come to see. "To judge by the specimen before me, I should consider it very equivocal." "Perhaps Mrs. Evelyn counts friendships by inheritance," said Fleda. "I think they ought to be counted so." "Thine own friend and thy father's friend forsake not?" said the young man. Fleda looked up and smiled a pleased answer. "There is something very lovely in the faithfulness of tried friendship, and very uncommon." "I know that it is uncommon only by hearsay," said Fleda. "I have so many good friends." He was silent for an instant, possibly thinking there might be a reason for that, unknown only to Fleda herself. "Perhaps one must be in peculiar circumstances to realize it," he said sighing, "circumstances that leave one of no importance to any one in the world. But this is a kind lesson. One learns to depend more on the one friendship that can never disappoint." Fleda's eyes again gave an answer of sympathy, for she thought from the shade that had come upon his face that these circumstances had probably been known to himself. "This is rather an amusing scene," he remarked presently in a low tone. "Very," said Fleda. "I have never seen such a one before." "Nor I," said he. "It is a pleasant scene too. It is pleasant to see so many evidences of kindness and good feeling on the part of all these people." "There is all the more show of it, I suppose, to day," said Fleda, "because we have a new minister coming. They want to make a favourable impression." "Does the old proverb of 'the new broom' hold good here too?" said he smiling. "What's the name of your new minister?" "I am not certain," said Fleda. "There were two talked of. The last I heard was that it was an old Mr. Carey, but from what I hear this morning I suppose it must be the other, a Mr. Ullum, or some such queer name, I believe." Fleda thought her hearer looked very much amused, and followed his eye into the room, where Mrs. Evelyn was going about in all quarters looking at everything, and finding occasion to enter into conversation with at least a quarter of the people who were present. Whatever she was saying, it seemed at that moment to have something to do with them, for sundry eyes turned in their direction, and presently Dr. Quackenboss came up with even more than common suavity of manner. "I trust Miss Ringgan will do me the favour of making me acquainted with our future pastor," said the doctor, looking however not at all at Miss Ringgan, but straight at the pastor in question. "I have great pleasure in giving you the first welcome, sir, or I should say rather the second, since no doubt Miss Ringgan has been in advance of me. It is not unappropriate, sir, for I may say we divide the town between us. You are, I am sure, a worthy representative of Peter and Paul, and I am a pupil of Esculapius, sir. You are the intellectual physician, and I am the external." "I hope we shall both prove ourselves good workmen, sir," said the young minister, shaking the doctor's hand heartily. "This is Dr. Quackenboss, Mr. Olmney," said Fleda, making a tremendous effort. But though she could see corresponding indications about her companion's eyes and mouth, she admired the kindness and self command with which he listened to the doctor's civilities and answered them, expressing his grateful sense of the favours received not only from him but from others. "O, a little to begin with," said the doctor, looking round upon the room, which would certainly have furnished that for 50 people. "But I hope we ain't done yet by considerable. But here is Miss Ringgan, Mr. that has brought you some of the fruits of her own garden, with her own fair hands. A basket of fine strawberries, which I am sure will make you forget everything else." Mr. Olmney had the good breeding not to look at Fleda as he answered, "I am sure the spirit of kindness was the same in all, Dr. Quackenboss, and I trust not to forget that readily." Others now came up, and Mr. Olmney was walked off to be made acquainted with all or with all the chief of his parishioners then and there assembled. Fleda watched him going about, shaking hands, talking and smiling in all directions, with about as much freedom of locomotion as a fly in a spider's web, till at Mrs. Evelyn's approach the others fell off a little, and taking him by the arm she rescued him. "My dear Mr. Olmney," she whispered with an intensely amused face, "I shall have a vision of you every day for a month to come, sitting down to dinner with a rueful face to a whortleberry pie, for there are so many of them your conscience will not let you have anything else cooked. You cannot manage more than one a day. Pies! said the young gentleman as Mrs. Evelyn left talking to indulge her feelings in ecstatic quiet laughing. "I have a horror of pies." "Yes, yes," said Mrs. Evelyn, nodding her head delightedly as she drew him towards the pantry, "I know. Come and see what is in store for you. You are to do penance for a month to come, with tin pans of blackberry jam fringed with pie crust. No, they can't be blackberries, they must be raspberries. The blackberries are not ripe yet. And you may sup upon cake and custards, unless you give the custards for the little pig out there. He will want something." "A pig!" said Mr. Olmney in amaze. Mrs. Evelyn again giving out in distress. "A pig!" said Mr. Olmney. "Yes, a pig, a very little one," said Mrs. Evelyn convulsively. "I am sure he is hungry now." They had reached the pantry, and Mr. Olmney's face was all that was wanting to Mrs. Evelyn's delight. How she smothered it so that it should go no further than to distress his self command is a mystery known only to the initiated. Mrs. Douglass was forthwith called into counsel. "Mrs. Douglass," said Mr. Olmney, "I feel very much inclined to play the host, and beg my friends to share with me some of these good things they have been so bountifully providing." "He would enjoy them much more than he would alone, Mrs. Douglass," said Mrs. Evelyn, who still had hold of Mr. Olmney's arm, looking round to the lady with a most benign face. "I reckon some of 'em would be past enjoying by the time he got to them, wouldn't they?" said the lady. "Well, they'll have to take 'em in their fingers, for our crockery ha'n't come yet. I shall have to jog Mr. Flat's elbow, but hungry folks ain't curious." "In their fingers or any way, provided you have only a knife to cut them with," said Mr. Olmney, while Mrs. Evelyn squeezed his arm in secret mischief. "And pray if we can muster 2 knives, let us cut one of the cheeses, Mrs. Douglass." And presently Fleda saw pieces of pie walking about in all directions supported by pieces of cheese. And then Mrs. Evelyn and Mr. Olmney came out from the pantry and came towards her, the latter bringing her with his own hands a portion in a tin pan. The 2 ladies sat down in the window together to eat and be amused. "My dear Fleda, I hope you are hungry," said Mrs. Evelyn, biting her pie, Fleda could not help thinking, with an air of good humoured condescension. "I am, ma'am," she said laughing. "You look just as you used to," Mrs. Evelyn went on earnestly. "Do I?" said Fleda, privately thinking that the lady must have good eyes for features of resemblance. "Except that you have more colour in your cheeks and more sparkles in your eyes. Dear little creature that you were, I want to make you know my children. Do you remember that Mr. and Mrs. Carleton that took such care of you at Montepoole?" "Certainly I do, very well. We saw them last winter. We were down at their country place in shire. They have a magnificent place there, everything you can think of to make life pleasant. We spent a week with them. My dear Fleda, I wish I could shew you that place. You never saw anything like it." Fleda ate her pie. "We have nothing like it in this country, of course cannot have. One of those superb English country seats is beyond even the imagination of an American." "Nature has been as kind to us, hasn't she?" said Fleda. "O yes, but fortunes, you know. Mr. Olmney, what do you think of those overgrown fortunes? I was speaking to Miss Ringgan just now of a gentleman who has £40,000 a year income, sterling, sir, £40,000 a year sterling. Somebody says, you know, that he who has more than enough is a thief of the rights of his brother. What do you think?" But Mr. Olmney's attention was at the moment forcibly called off by the income of a parishioner. "I suppose," said Fleda, "his thievish character must depend entirely on the use he makes of what he has." "I don't know," said Mrs. Evelyn, shaking her head. "I think the possession of great wealth is very hardening." "To a fine nature?" said Fleda. Mrs. Evelyn shook her head again, but did not seem to think it worth while to reply. And Fleda was trying the question in her own mind whether wealth or poverty might be the most hardening in its effects, when Mr. Olmney, having succeeded in getting free again, came and took his station beside them, and they had a particularly pleasant talk, which Fleda, who had seen nobody in a great while, enjoyed very much. They had several such talks in the course of the day, for though the distractions caused by Mr. Olmney's other friends were many and engrossing, he generally contrived in time to find his way back to their window. Meanwhile Mrs. Evelyn had a great deal to say to Fleda and to hear from her, and left her at last under an engagement to spend the next day at the Pool. Upon Mr. Olmney's departure with Mrs. Evelyn, the attraction which had held the company together was broken, and they scattered fast. Fleda, presently finding herself in the minority, was glad to set out with Miss Anastasia Finn and her sister Lucy, who would leave her but very little way from her own door. But she had more company than she bargained for. Dr. Quackenboss was pleased to attach himself to their party, though his own shortest road certainly lay in another direction; and Fleda wondered what he had done with his wagon, which beyond a question must have brought the cheese in the morning. She edged herself out of the conversation as much as possible, and hoped it would prove so agreeable that he would not think of attending her home. In vain. When they made a stand at the cross roads, the doctor stood on her side. "I hope now you've made a commencement you will come to see us again, Fleda," said Miss Lucy. "What's the use of asking?" said her sister abruptly. "If she has a mind to she will, and if she ha'n't I'm sure we don't want her." They turned off. "Those are excellent people," said the doctor when they were beyond hearing, "really respectable." "Are they?" said Fleda. "But your goodness does not look, I am sure, to find Parisian graces in so remote a circle." "Certainly not," said Fleda. "We have had a genial day," said the doctor, quitting the Finns. "I don't know," said Fleda, permitting a little of her inward merriment to work off. "I think it has been rather too hot." "Yes," said the doctor, "the sun has been ardent; but I referred rather to the warming affections and the pleasant exchange of intercourse on all sides which has taken place." "How do you like the stranger?" "Who, sir?" "The new comer, this young Mr. Ummin." Fleda answered, but she hardly knew what, for she was musing whether the doctor would go away or come in. They reached the door, and Fleda invited him, with terrible effort after her voice, the doctor having just blandly offered an opinion upon the decided polish of Mr. Olmney's manners. CHAPTer XXIII.
Chapter 23 of Queechy by Susan Werner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Abigail Rasmussen. Chapter 23. The Captain out-generalled by the Fairy. Labour is light, where lore, quoth I, doth pay. Saith he, light burthens heavy, if far borne. Drayton. Fleda pushed open the parlour door and preceded her convoy, in a kind of tiptoe state of spirits. The first thing that met her eyes was her aunt in one of the few handsome silks which were almost her sole relic of past wardrobe prosperity, and with a face uncommonly happy and pretty; and the next instant she saw the explanation of this appearance in her cousin Charlton, a little palish, but looking better than she had ever seen him, and another gentleman, of whom her eye took in only the general outlines of fashion and comfortable circumstances, now too strange to it to go unnoted. In Fleda's usual mood her next movement would have been made with a demureness that would have looked like bashfulness; but the amusement and pleasure of the day just past had for the moment set her spirits free from the burden that generally bound them down, and they were as elastic as her step as she came forward and presented to her aunt Dr. Quackenboss, and then turned to shake her cousin's hand. "Charlton, where did you come from? We didn't expect you so soon." "You are not sorry to see me, I hope?" "Not at all, very glad." And then as her eye glanced towards the other new comer, Charlton presented to her Mr. Thorn, and Fleda's fancy made a sudden quick leap on the instant to the old hall at Montepoole and the shot dog. And then Dr. Quackenboss was presented, an introduction which Capt. Rossitur received coldly, and Mr. Thorn with something more than frigidity. The doctor's elasticity however defied depression, especially in the presence of a silk dress and a military coat. Fleda presently saw that he was agonizing her uncle. Mrs. Rossitur had drawn close to her son. Fleda was left to take care of the other visitor. The young men had both seemed more struck at the vision presented to them than she had been on her part. She thought neither of them was very ready to speak to her. "I did not know," said Mr. Thorn softly, "what reason I had to thank Rossitur for bringing me home with him to night. He promised me a supper and a welcome, but I find he did not tell me the half of my entertainment." "That was wise in him," said Fleda. "The half that is not expected is always worth a great deal more than the other." "In this case, most assuredly," said Thorn bowing; and Fleda was sure, not knowing what to make of her. "Have you been in Mexico too, Mr. Thorn?" "Not I. That's an entertainment I beg to decline. I never felt inclined to barter an arm for a shoulder knot, or to abridge my usual means of locomotion for the privilege of riding on parade, or selling oneself for a name. Peter Schlemil's selling his shadow I can understand, but this is really lessening one's self that one's shadow may grow the larger." "But you were in the army," said Fleda. "Yes, it wasn't my doing. There is a time, you know, when one must please the old folks. I grew old enough and wise enough to cut loose from the army before I had gained or lost much by it." He did not understand the displeased gravity of Fleda's face, and went on insinuatingly, "Unless I have lost what Charlton has gained, something I did not know hung upon the decision. Perhaps you think a man is taller for having iron heels to his boots?" "I do not measure a man by his inches," said Fleda. "Then you have no particular predilection for shooting men?" "I have no predilection for shooting anything, sir." "Then I am safe," said he with an arrogant little air of satisfaction. "I was born under an indolent star, but I confess to you privately, of the two I would rather gather my harvest with the sickle than the sword. How does your uncle find it?" "Find what, sir?" "The worship of Ceres. I remember he used to be devoted to Apollo and the Muses." "Are they rival deities?" "Why, I have been rather of the opinion that they were too many for one household to hold," said Thorn, glancing at Mr. Rossitur; "but perhaps the Graces managed to reconcile them." "Did you ever hear of the Graces getting supper?" said Fleda, "because Ceres sometimes sets them at work. Uncle Rolf," she added as she passed him, "Mr. Thorn is inquiring after Apollo. Will you set him right while I do the same for the tablecloth?" Her uncle looked from her sparkling eyes to the rather puzzled expression of his guest's face. "I was only asking your lovely niece," said Mr. Thorn, coming down from his stilts, "how you liked this country life." Dr. Quackenboss bowed, probably in approbation of the epithet. "Well, sir, what information did she give you on the subject?" "Left me in the dark, sir, with a vague hope that you would enlighten me." "I trust Mr. Rossitur can give a favourable report?" said the doctor benignly. But Mr. Rossitur's frowning brow looked very little like it. "What do you say to our country life, sir?" "It's a confounded life, sir," said Mr. Rossitur, taking a pamphlet from the table to fold and twist as he spoke. "It is a confounded life, for the head and the hands must either live separate, or the head must do no other work but wait upon the hands. It is an alternative of loss and waste, sir." "The alternative seems to be of limited application," said the doctor, as Fleda, having found that Hugh and Barby had been beforehand with her, now came back to the company. "I am sure this lady would not give such a testimony." "About what?" said Fleda, colouring under the fire of so many eyes. "The blighting influence of Ceres' sceptre," said Mr. Thorn. "This country life," said her uncle. "Do you like it, Fleda?" "You know, uncle," said she cheerfully, "I was always of the old Douglasses' mind. I like better to hear the lark sing than the mouse squeak." "Is that one of Earl Douglass's sayings?" said the doctor. "Yes, sir," said Fleda with quivering lips, "but not the one you know, an older man." "Ah," said the doctor intelligently, "Mr. Rossitur, speaking of hands, I have employed the Irish very much of late years. They are as good as one can have if you do not want a head." "That is to say, if you have a head," said Thorn. "Exactly," said the doctor, all abroad, "and when there are not too many of them together. I had enough of that, sir, some years ago when a multitude of them were employed on the public works. The Irish were in a state of mutilation, sir, all through the country." "Ah," said Thorn, "had the military been at work upon them?" "No, sir, but I wish they had, I am sure. It would have been for the peace of the town. There were hundreds of them. We were in want of an army." "Of surgeons, I should think," said Thorn. Fleda saw the doctor's dubious air and her uncle's compressed lips, and commanding herself with even a look of something like displeasure, she quitted her seat by Mr. Thorn and called the doctor to the window to look at a cluster of rose acacias just then in their glory. He admired and she expatiated till she hoped everybody but herself had forgotten what they had been talking about. But they had no sooner returned to their seats than Thorn began again. "The Irish in your town are not in the same mutilated state now, I suppose, sir?" "No, sir, no," said the doctor. "There are much fewer of them to break each other's bones. It was all among themselves, sir." "The country is full of foreigners," said Mr. Rossitur with praiseworthy gravity. "Yes, sir," said Dr. Quackenboss thoughtfully. "We shall have none of our ancestors left in a short time, if they go on as they are doing." Fleda was beaten from the field, and rushing into the breakfast room astonished Hugh by seizing hold of him and indulging in a most prolonged and unbounded laugh. She did not show herself again till the company came in to supper, but then she was found as grave as Minerva. She devoted herself particularly to the care and entertainment of Dr. Quackenboss, till he took leave, nor could Thorn get another chance to talk to her through all the evening. When he and Rossitur were at last in their rooms, Fleda told her story. "You don't know how pleasant it was, aunt Lucy, how much I enjoyed it, seeing and talking to somebody again. Mrs. Evelyn was so very kind." "I am very glad, my darling," said Mrs. Rossitur, stroking away the hair from the forehead that was bent towards her. "I am glad you had it to day, and I am glad you will have it again to morrow. You will have it too, aunt Lucy. Mrs. Evelyn will be here in the morning, she said so." "I shall not see her." "Why? Now, aunt Lucy, you will." "I have nothing in the world to see her in. I cannot." "You have this." "For the morning? A rich French silk? It would be absurd. No, no, it would be better to wear my old merino than that." "But you will have to dress in the morning for Mr. Thorn. He will be here to breakfast." "I shall not come down to breakfast. Don't look so, love. I can't help it." "Why was that calico got for me, and not for you?" said Fleda bitterly. "A sixpenny calico," said Mrs. Rossitur smiling. "It would be hard if you could not have so much as that, love." "And you will not see Mrs. Evelyn and her daughters at all, and I was thinking that it would do you so much good." Mrs. Rossitur drew her face a little nearer and kissed it over and over. "It will do you good, my darling. That is what I care for much more." "It will not do me half as much," said Fleda sighing. Her spirits were in their old place again, no more a tiptoe to night. The short light of pleasure was overcast. She went to bed feeling very quiet indeed, and received Mrs. Evelyn and excused her aunt the next day, almost wishing the lady had not been as good as her word. But though in the same mood she set off with her to drive to Montepoole, it could not stand the bright influences with which she found herself surrounded. She came home again at night with dancing spirits. It was some days before Capt. Rossitur began at all to comprehend the change which had come upon his family. One morning Fleda and Hugh, having finished their morning's work, were in the breakfast room waiting for the rest of the family, when Charlton made his appearance, with the cloud on his brow which had been lately gathering. "Where is the paper?" said he. "I haven't seen a paper since I have been here." "You mustn't expect to find Mexican luxuries in Queechy, Capt. Rossitur," said Fleda pleasantly. "Look at these roses, and don't ask me for papers." He did look a minute at the dish of flowers she was arranging for the breakfast table, and at the rival freshness and sweetness of the face that hung over them. "You don't mean to say you live without a paper?" "Well, it's astonishing how many things people can live without," said Fleda rather dreamily, intent upon settling an uneasy rose that would topple over. "I wish you'd answer me really," said Charlton. "Don't you take a paper here?" "We would take one thankfully, if it would be so good as to come. But seriously, Charlton, we haven't any," she said, changing her tone. "And have you done without one all through the war?" "No, we used to borrow one from a kind neighbour once in a while, to make sure, as Mr. Thorn says, that you had not bartered an arm for a shoulder knot." "You never looked to see whether I was killed in the meanwhile, I suppose?" "No, never," said Fleda gravely, as she took her place on a low seat in the corner. "I always knew you were safe before I touched the paper." "What do you mean?" "I am not an enemy, Charlton," said Fleda laughing. "I mean that I used to make aunt Miriam look over the accounts before I did." Charlton walked up and down the room for a little while in sullen silence, and then brought up before Fleda. "What are you doing?" Fleda looked up. A glance that as sweetly and brightly as possible half asked, half bade him be silent and ask no questions. "What are you doing?" he repeated. "I am putting a patch on my shoe." His look expressed more indignation than anything else. "What do you mean?" "Just what I say," said Fleda, going on with her work. "What in the name of all the cobblers in the land do you do it for?" "Because I prefer it to having a hole in my shoe, which would give me the additional trouble of mending my stockings." Charlton muttered an impatient sentence, of which Fleda only understood that "the devil" was in it, and then desired to know if whole shoes would not answer the purpose as well as either holes or patches. "Quite, if I had them," said Fleda, giving him another glance which, with all its gravity and sweetness, carried also a little gentle reproach. "But do you know," said he after standing still a minute looking at her, "that any cobbler in the country would do what you are doing much better, for sixpence?" "I am quite aware of that," said Fleda, stitching away. "Your hands are not strong enough for that work." Fleda again smiled at him, in the very dint of giving a hard push to her needle, a smile that would have witched him into good humour if he had not been determinately in a cloud and proof against everything. It only admonished him that he could not safely remain in the region of sunbeams, and he walked up and down the room furiously again. The sudden ceasing of his footsteps presently made her look up. "What have you got there? Oh, Charlton, don't! Please put that down. I didn't know I had left them there. They were a little wet and I laid them on the chair to dry." "What do you call this?" he said, not minding her request. "They are only my gardening gloves. I thought I had put them away." "Gloves!" said he, pulling at them disdainfully. "Why, here are two, one within the other. What's that for?" "It's an old fashioned way of mending matters, two friends covering each other's deficiencies. The inner pair are too thin alone, and the outer ones have holes that are past cobbling." "Are we going to have any breakfast to day?" said he, flinging the gloves down. "You are very late." "No," said Fleda quietly, "it is not time for aunt Lucy to be down yet." "Don't you have breakfast before 9 o'clock?" "Yes, by 8:30 generally." "Strange way of getting along on a farm. Well, I can't wait. I promised Thorn I would meet him this morning. Barby, I wish you would bring me my boots." Fleda made two springs, one to touch Charlton's mouth, the other to close the door of communication with the kitchen. "Well, what is the matter? Can't I have them?" "Yes, yes, but ask me for what you want. You mustn't call upon Barby in that fashion." "Why not? Is she too good to be spoken to? What is she in the kitchen for?" "She wouldn't be in the kitchen long if we were to speak to her in that way," said Fleda. "I suppose she would as soon put your boots on for you as fetch and carry them. I'll see about it." "It seems to me Fleda rules the house," remarked Capt. Rossitur when she had left the room. "Well, who should rule it?" said Hugh. "Not she." "I don't think she does," said Hugh; "but if she did, I am sure it could not be in better hands." "It shouldn't be in her hands at all; but I have noticed since I have been here that she takes the arrangement of almost everything. My mother seems to have nothing to do in her own family." "I wonder what the family or anybody in it would do without Fleda," said Hugh, his gentle eyes quite firing with indignation. "You had better know more before you speak, Charlton." "What is there for me to know?" "Fleda does everything." "So I say, and that is what I don't like." "How little you know what you are talking about," said Hugh. "I can tell you she is the life of the house, almost literally. We should have had little enough to live upon this summer if it had not been for her." "What do you mean?" impatiently enough. "Fleda, if it had not been for her gardening and management. She has taken care of the garden these 2 years and sold I can't tell you how much from it. Mr. Sweet, the hotel man at the Pool, takes all we can give him." "How much does her taking care of the garden amount to?" "It amounts to all the planting and nearly all the other work after the first digging, by far the greater part of it." Charlton walked up and down a few turns in most unsatisfied silence. "How does she get the things to Montepoole?" "I take them." "You! When?" "I ride with them there before breakfast. Fleda is up very early to gather them." "You have not been there this morning?" "Yes." "With what?" "Peas and strawberries." "And Fleda picked them?" "Yes, with some help from Barby and me." "That glove of hers was wringing wet." "Yes, with the pea vines and strawberries too. You know they get so loaded with dew. Oh, Fleda gets more than her gloves wet, but she does not mind anything she does for father and mother." "Humph! And does she get enough when all is done to pay for the trouble?" "I don't know," said Hugh rather sadly. "She thinks so. It is no trifle." "Which, the pay or the trouble?" "Both, but I meant the pay. Why, she made $10 last year from the asparagus beds alone, and I don't know how much more this year." "$10! The devil! Why? Have you come to counting your dollars by the tens?" "We have counted our sixpence so a good while," said Hugh quietly. Charlton strode about the room again in much perturbation. Then came in Fleda, looking as bright as if dollars had been counted by the thousand, and bearing his boots. "What on earth did you do that for?" said he angrily. "I could have gone for them myself." "No harm done," said Fleda lightly, "only I have got something else instead of the thanks I expected." "I can't conceive," said he, sitting down and sulkily drawing on his foot gear, "why this piece of punctiliousness should have made any more difficulty about bringing me my boots than about blacking them." A sly glance of intelligence, which Charlton was quick enough to detect, passed between Fleda and Hugh. His eye carried its question from one to the other. Fleda's gravity gave way. "Don't look at me so, Charlton," said she laughing. "I can't help it. You are so excessively comical. I recommend that you go out upon the grass plat before the door and turn round 2 or 3 times." "Will you have the goodness to explain yourself? Who did black these boots?" "Never pry into the secrets of families," said Fleda. "Hugh and I have a couple of convenient little fairies in our service that do things unknownst." "I blacked them, Charlton," said Hugh. Captain Rossitur gave his slippers a fling that carried them clean into the corner of the room. "I will see," he said rising, "whether some other service cannot be had more satisfactory than that of fairies." "Now Charlton," said Fleda with a sudden change of manner, coming to him and laying her hand most gently on his arm, "please don't speak about these things before uncle Rolf or your mother. Please do not, Charlton. It would only do a great deal of harm and do no good." She looked up in his face, but he would not meet her pleading eye, and shook off her hand. "I don't need to be instructed how to speak to my father and mother, and I am not one of the household that has submitted itself to your direction." Fleda sat down on her bench and was quiet, but with a lip that trembled a little and eyes that let fall 1 or 2 witnesses against them. Charlton did not see them, and he knew better than to meet Hugh's look of reproach. But for all that there was a certain consciousness that hung about the neck of his purpose and kept it down in spite of him. And it was not till breakfast was half over that his ill humour could make head against this gentle thwarting and cast it off. For so long the meal was excessively dull. Hugh and Fleda had their own thoughts. Charlton was biting his resolution into every slice of bread and butter that occupied him, and Mr. Rossitur's face looked like anything but encouraging in inquiry into his affairs. Since his son's arrival he had been most uncommonly gloomy, and Mrs. Rossitur's face was never in sunshine when his was in shade. "You'll have a warm day of it at the mill, Hugh," said Fleda, by way of saying something to break the dismal monotony of knives and forks. "Does that mill make much?" suddenly inquired Charlton. "It has made a new bridge to the brook, literally," said Fleda gayly, "for it has sawn out the boards, and you know you mustn't speak evil of what carries you over the water." "Does that mill pay for the working?" said Charlton, turning with the driest disregard from her interference and addressing himself determinately to his father. "What do you mean? It does not work gratuitously," answered Mr. Rossitur with at least equal dryness. "But I mean, are the profits of it enough to pay for the loss of Hugh's time? If Hugh judges they are not, he is at liberty to let it alone." "My time is not lost," said Hugh. "I don't know what I should do with it." "I don't know what we should do without the mill," said Mrs. Rossitur. That gave Charlton an unlucky opening. "Has the prospect of farming disappointed you, father?" "What is the prospect of your company?" said Mr. Rossitur, swallowing half an egg before he replied. "A very limited prospect," said Charlton, "if you mean the one that went with me. Not a fifth part of them left." "What have you done with them?" "Shewed them where the balls were flying, sir, and did my best to shew them the thickest of it." "Is it necessary to shew it to us too?" said Fleda. "I believe there are not 20 living that followed me into Mexico," he went on, as if he had not heard her. "Was all that havoc made in one engagement?" said Mrs. Rossitur, whose cheek had turned pale. "Yes, mother, in the course of a few minutes." "I wonder what would pay for that loss," said Fleda indignantly. "Why the point was gained, and it did not signify what the cost was, so we did that. My poor boys were a small part of it." "What point do you mean?" "I mean the point we had in view, which was taking the place." "And what was the advantage of gaining the place?" "Pshaw! The advantage of doing one's duty." "But what made it duty?" said Hugh. "Orders." "I grant you," said Fleda, "I understand that; but bear with me, Charlton. What was the advantage to the army or the country?" "The advantage of great honour if we succeed, and avoiding the shame of failure." "Is that all?" said Hugh. "All!" said Charlton. "Glory must be a precious thing when other men's lives are so cheap to buy it," said Fleda. "We did not risk theirs without our own," said Charlton colouring. "No, but still theirs were risked for you." "Not at all. Why this is absurd. You are saying that the whole war was for nothing." "What better than nothing was the end of it? We paid Mexico for the territory she yielded to us, didn't we, uncle Rolf?" "Yes." "How much?" 20 millions, I believe." "And what do you suppose the war has cost?" I don't know, 100." "100,000,000! Besides how much besides? And don't you suppose, uncle Rolf, that for half of that sum Mexico would have sold us peaceably what she did in the end?" "It is possible. I think it is very likely." "What was the fruit of the war, Capt. Rossitur?" "Why a great deal of honour to the army and the nation at large." "Honour again! But granting that the army gained it, which they certainly did, for one I do not feel very proud of the nation's share." "Why they are won," said Charlton impatiently. "In an unjust war." "It was not an unjust war." "That's what you call a knock downer," said Fleda laughing; "but I confess myself so simple as to have agreed with Seth Plumfield, when I heard him and Lucas disputing about it last winter, that it was a shame to a great and strong nation like ours to display its might in crushing a weak one." "But they drew it upon themselves. They began hostilities." "There is a diversity of opinion about that." "Not in heads that have 2 grains of information." "I beg your pardon. Mrs. Evelyn and Judge Sensible were talking over that very question the other day at Montepoole, and he made it quite clear to my mind that we were the aggressors." "Judge Sensible is a fool," said Mr. Rossitur. "Very well," said Fleda laughing, "but as I do not wish to be comprehended in the same class, will you shew me how he was wrong, uncle?" This drew on a discussion of some length, to which Fleda listened with profound attention, long after her aunt had ceased to listen at all, and Hugh was thoughtful and Charlton disgusted. At the end of it Mr. Rossitur left the table and the room, and Fleda subsiding turned to her cold coffee cup. "I didn't know you ever cared anything about politics before," said Hugh. "Didn't you?" said Fleda smiling. "You do me injustice." Their eyes met for a second, with a most appreciating smile on his part, and then he too went off to his work. There was a few minutes' silent pause after that. "Mother," said Charlton, looking up and bursting forth, "what is all this about the mill and the farm? Is not the farm doing well?" "I am afraid not very well," said Mrs. Rossitur gently. "What is the difficulty?" "Why, your father has let it to a man by the name of Didenhover, and I am afraid he is not faithful. It does not seem to bring us in what it ought." "What did he do that for?" "He was wearied with the annoyances he had to endure before, and thought it would be better and more profitable to have somebody else take the whole charge and management. He did not know Didenhover's character at the time." "Engaged him without knowing him!" Fleda was the only third party present, and Charlton unwittingly allowing himself to meet her eye received a look of keen displeasure that he was not prepared for. "That is not like him," he said in a much moderated tone. "But you must be changed too, mother, or you would not endure such anomalous service in your kitchen." "There are a great many changes, dear Charlton," said his mother, looking at him with such a face of sorrowful sweetness and patience that his mouth was stopped. Fleda left the room. "And have you really nothing to depend upon but that child's strawberries and Hugh's wood saw?" he said in the tone he ought to have used from the beginning. "Little else." Charlton stifled 2 or 3 sentences that rose to his lips, and began to walk up and down the room again. His mother sat musing by the tea board, still, softly clinking her spoon against the edge of her teacup. "She has grown up very pretty," he remarked after a pause. "Pretty!" said Mrs. Rossitur. "Why?" "No one that has seen much of Fleda would ever describe her by that name." Charlton had the candour to think he had seen something of her that morning. "Poor child!" said Mrs. Rossitur sadly. "I can't bear to think of her spending her life as she is doing, wearing herself out, I know, sometimes, and buried alive." "Buried!" said Charlton in his turn. "Yes, without any of the advantages and opportunities she ought to have. I can't bear to think of it. And yet how should I ever live without her?" said Mrs. Rossitur, leaning her face upon her hands. "And if she were known she would not be mine long. But it grieves me to have her go without her music that she is so fond of, and the books she wants. She and Hugh have gone from end to end of every volume there is in the house, I believe, in every language except Greek." "Well, she looks pretty happy and contented, mother." "I don't know," said Mrs. Rossitur shaking her head. "Isn't she happy?" "I don't know," said Mrs. Rossitur again. "She has a spirit that is happy in doing her duty, or anything for those she loves, but I see her sometimes wearing a look that pains me exceedingly. I am afraid the way she lives and the changes in our affairs have worn upon her more than we know of. She feels doubly everything that touches me or Hugh or your father. She is a gentle spirit." "She seems to me not to want character," said Charlton. "Character! I don't know who has so much. She has at least 50 times as much character as I have. And energy. She is admirable at managing people. She knows how to influence them somehow, so that everybody does what she wants." "And who influences her?" said Charlton. "Who influences her? Everybody that she loves." "Who has the most influence over her, do you mean?" "I am sure I don't know. Hugh, if anybody. But she is rather the moving spirit of the household." Capt. Rossitur resolved that he would be an exception to her rule. He forgot, however, for some reason or other, to sound his father any more on the subject of mismanagement. His thoughts indeed were more pleasantly taken up. CHAPTer 24.
Of Queechy by Susan Warner. This LibriVox is in the public domain. Recording by Arlene Stebbins. CHAPTER XXIV. A breath of the world at Queechy. My Lord Sebastian, the truth you speak doth lack some gentleness, and time to speak it in, you rub the sore, when you should bring the plaster. Tempest. The Evelyns spent several weeks at the Pool, and both mother and daughters, conceiving a great affection for Fleda, kept her in their company as much as possible. For those weeks Fleda had enough of gaiety. She was constantly spending the day with them at the Pool, or going on some party of pleasure, or taking quiet sensible walks and rides with them, along or with only one or two of the most rational and agreeable people that the place could command. And even Mrs. Rossitur was persuaded more times than one to put herself in her plainest remaining French silk, and entertain the whole party, with the addition of one or two of Charlton's friends, at her Queechy farmhouse. Fleda enjoyed it all with the quick spring of a mind habitually bent to the patient fulfilment of duty, and habitually under the pressure of rather sobering thoughts. It was a needed and very useful refreshment. Charlton's being at home gave her the full good of the opportunity more than would have else been possible. He was her constant attendant, driving her to and from the Pool, and finding as much call to him there as she had. For besides the Evelyns, his friend Thorn abode there all his time. The only drawback to Fleda's pleasure as she drove off from Queechy would be the leaving Hugh plodding away at his saw mill. She used to nod and wave to him as they went by, and almost feel that she ought not to go on and enjoy herself, while he was tending that wearisome machinery all day long. Still she went on and enjoyed herself, but the mere thought of his patient smile as she passed would have kept her from too much elation of spirits, if there had been any danger. There never was any. "That's a lovely little cousin of yours," said Thorn one evening when he and Rossitur on horseback were leisurely making their way along up and down the road between Montepoole and Queechy. "She's not particularly little," said Rossitur with a dryness that somehow lacked any savour of gratification. "She is of a most fair stature," said Thorn. "I did not mean anything against that. But there are characters to which one gives instinctively a softening appellative." "Are there?" said Charlton. "Yes, she is a lovely little creature." "She is not to compare to one of those girls we have left behind us at Montepoole," said Charlton. Well, perhaps you are right, but which girl do you mean? For I profess I don't know." "The second of Mrs. Evelyn's daughters, the auburn haired one." "Miss Constance, eh?" said Thorn. "In what isn't the other one to be compared to her?" "In anything. Nobody would ever think of looking at her in the same room." "Why not?" said Thorn coolly. "I don't know why not," said Charlton, "except that she has not a tithe of her beauty. That's a superb girl." For a matter of 20 yards Mr. Thorn went softly humming a tune to himself, and leisurely switching the flies off his horse. "Well," said he, "there's no accounting for tastes. I ask no red and white to make up my delight, no odd becoming graces, black eyes, or little know not what in faces." "What do you want then?" said Charlton, half laughing with him, though his friend was perfectly grave. "A cool eye, and a mind in it." "A cool eye!" said Rossitur. "Yes, those we have left behind us are errant will-o'-the-wisps, dancing fires, no more." "I can tell you there is fire sometimes in the other eyes," said Charlton. "Very likely," said his friend composedly. "I could have guessed as much. But that is a fire you may warm yourself at. No eternal phosphorescence. It is the leaping up of an internal fire. That only shows itself upon occasion." "I suppose you know what you are talking about," said Charlton, "but I can't follow you into the region of volcanoes. Constance Evelyn has superb eyes. It is uncommon to see a light blue so brilliant." "I would rather trust a sick head to the handling of the lovely lady than the superb one, at a venture." "I thought you never had a sick head," said Charlton. "That is lucky for me, as the hands do not happen to be at my service. But no imagination could put Miss Constance in Desdemona's place when Othello complained of his headache. You remember, Charlton? 'Faith, that's with watching, 'twill away again. Let me but bind this handkerchief about it hard.'" Thorn gave the intonation truly and admirably. "Fleda never said anything so soft as that," said Charlton. "No?" "No. You speak well, but soft. Do you know what you are talking about there?" "Not very well," said Charlton. "I only remember there was nothing soft about Othello. What you quoted of his wife just now seemed to me to smack of that quality." "I forgive your memory," said Thorn, "or else I certainly would not forgive you. If there is a fair creation in all Shakespeare, it is Desdemona; and if there is a pretty combination on earth that nearly matches it, I believe it is that one." "What one?" "Your pretty cousin." Charlton was silent. "It is generous in me to undertake her defence," Thorn went on, "for she bestows as little of her fair countenance upon me as she can well help. But, try as she will, she cannot be so repellent as she is attractive." Charlton pushed his horse into a brisker pace not favourable to conversation, and they rode forward in silence, till in descending the hill below Deepwater they came within view of Hugh's workplace, and saw the mill. Charlton suddenly drew bridle. "There she is." "And who is with her?" said Thorn. "As I live, our friend what's his name, who has lost all his ancestors. And who is the other?" "My brother," said Charlton. "I don't mean your brother, Capt. Rossitur," said Thorn, throwing himself off his horse. He joined the party, who were just leaving the mill to go down towards the house. Very much at his leisure, Charlton dismounted and came after him. "I have brought Charlton safely home, Miss Ringgan," said Thorn, who, leading his horse, had quietly secured a position at her side. "What's the matter?" said Fleda, laughing. "Couldn't he bring himself home?" "I don't know what's the matter, but he's been uncommonly dumpish. We've been as near as possible to quarrelling for half a dozen miles back." "We have been more agreeably employed," said Dr. Quackenboss, looking round at him with a face that was a concentration of affability. "I make no doubt of it, sir. I trust we shall bring no unharmonious interruption. If I may change somebody else's words," he added, more low to Fleda, "disdain itself must convert to courtesy in your presence." "I am sorry disdain should live to pay me a compliment," said Fleda. "Mr. Thorn, may I introduce you to Mr. Olmney?" Mr. Thorn honoured the introduction with perfect civility, but then fell back to his former position and slightly lowered tone. "Are you then a sworn foe to compliments?" "I was never so fiercely attacked by them as to give me any occasion." "I should be very sorry to furnish the occasion. But what's the harm in them, Miss Ringgan?" "Chiefly a want of agreeableness." "Of agreeableness! Pardon me! I hope you will be so good as to give me the rationale of that." "I am of Miss Edgeworth's opinion, sir," said Fleda, blushing, "that a lady may always judge of the estimation in which she is held by the conversation which is addressed to her." "And you judge compliments to be a doubtful indication of esteem? I am sure you do not need information on that point, sir." "As to your opinion, or the matter of fact?" said he somewhat keenly. "As to the matter of fact," said Fleda, with a glance both simple and acute in its expression. "I will not venture to say a word," said Thorn, smiling. "Protestations would certainly fall flat at the gates where les douces paroles cannot enter. But do you know this is picking a man's pocket of all his silver pennies and obliging him to produce the gold." "That would be a hard measure upon a good many people," said Fleda, laughing, "but they're not driven to that. There's plenty of small change left." "You certainly do not deal in the coin you condemn," said Thorn, bowing. "But you will remember that none call for gold but those who can exchange it, and the number of them is few. In a world where cowrie passes current, a man may be excused for not throwing about his guineas." "I wish you'd throw about a few for our entertainment," said Charlton, who was close behind. "I haven't seen a yellow boy in a good while." "A proof that your eyes are not jaundiced," said his friend without turning his head, "whatever may be the case with you otherwise. Is he out of humour with the country life you like so well, Miss Ringgan? Or has he left his domestic tastes in Mexico? How do you think he likes Queechy?" "You might as well ask myself," said Charlton. "How do you think he likes Queechy, Miss Ringgan?" "I am afraid something after the fashion of Touchstone," said Fleda, laughing. "He thinks that in respect of itself it's a good life, but in respect that it is a shepherd's life it is not. In respect that it is solitary he likes it very well, but in respect that it is private it is a very vile life. Now in respect it is in the fields it pleaseth him well, but in respect it is not in the court it is tedious." "There's a guinea for you, Capt. Rossitur," said his friend. "Do you know out of what mint?" "It doesn't bear the head of Socrates," said Charlton. "Hast no philosophy in thee, Charlton?" said Fleda, laughing back at him. "Has not Queechy the honour of your approbation, Captain Rossitur?" said the doctor. "Certainly, sir, I have no doubt of its being a very fine country. Only he has imbibed some doubts whether happiness be an indigenous crop," said Thorn. "Undoubtedly," said the doctor blandly, "to one who has roamed over the plains of Mexico, Queechy must seem rather flat place." "If he could lose sight of the hills," said Thorn. "Undoubtedly, sir, undoubtedly," said the doctor. "They are a marked feature in the landscape, and do much to relieve the charge of sameness." "Luckily," said Mr. Olmney smiling, "happiness is not a thing of circumstance. It depends on a man's self." "I used to think so," said Thorn. "That is what I have always subscribed to. But I am afraid I could not live in this region, and find it so long." "What an evening!" said Fleda. "Queechy is doing its best to deserve our regards under this light. Mr. Olmney, did you ever notice the beautiful curve of the hills in that hollow where the sun sets?" "I do notice it now," he said. "It is exquisite," said the doctor. "Captain Rossitur, do you observe, sir, in that hollow where the sun sets?" Captain Rossitur's eye made a very speedy transition from the hills to Fleda, who had fallen back a little to take Hugh's arm, and placing herself between him and Mr. Olmney was giving her attention undividedly to the latter; and to him she talked perseveringly of the mountains, the country, and the people, till they reached the courtyard gate. Mr. Olmney then passed on. So did the doctor, though invited to tarry, averring that the sun had gone down behind the firmament and he had something to attend to at home. "You will come in, Thorn," said Charlton. "Why, I had intended returning, but as the sun has gone down indeed, and as our friend says there is no chance of our seeing him again, I may as well go in and take what comfort is to be had in the circumstances. Gentle Euphrosyne, doth it not become the Graces to laugh?" "They always ask leave, sir," said Fleda hesitating. "A most graceful answer, though it does not smile upon me," said Thorn. "I am sorry, sir," said Fleda, smiling now, "that you have so many silver pennies to dispose of. We shall never get at the gold." "I will do my very best," said he. So he did, and made himself agreeable that evening to every one of the circle, though Fleda's sole reason for liking to see him come in had been that she was glad of everything that served to keep Charlton's attention from home subjects. She saw sometimes the threatening of a cloud that troubled her. But the Evelyns and Thorn and everybody else whom they knew left the Pool at last, before Charlton, who was sufficiently well again, had near run out his furlough. And then the cloud, which had only shewed itself by turns during all those weeks, gathered and settled determinately upon his brow. He had long ago supplied the want of a newspaper. One evening in September the family were sitting in the room where they had had tea, for the benefit of the fire, when Barby pushed open the kitchen door and came in. "Fleda, will you let me have one of the last papers? I have a notion to look at it." Fleda rose and went to rummaging in the cupboards. "You can have it again in a little while," said Barby considerately. The paper was found, and Miss Elster went out with it. "What an unendurable piece of ill manners that woman is!" said Charlton. "She has no idea of being ill mannered, I assure you," said Fleda. His voice was like a brewing storm. Hers was so clear and soft that it made a lull in spite of him. But he began again. "There is no necessity for submitting to impertinence. I never would do it." "I have no doubt you never will," said his father, "unless you can't help yourself." "Is there any good reason, sir, why you should not have proper servants in the house?" "A very good reason," said Mr. Rossitur. "Fleda would be in despair." "Is there none beside that?" said Charlton dryly. "None, except a trifling one," Mr. Rossitur answered in the same tone. "We cannot afford it, dear Charlton," said his mother softly. There was a silence, during which Fleda moralized on the ways people take to make themselves uncomfortable. "Does that man, to whom you let the farm, does he do his duty?" "I am not the keeper of his conscience." "I am afraid it would be a small charge to any one," said Fleda. "But are you the keeper of the gains you ought to have from him? Does he deal fairly by you?" "May I ask first what interest it is of yours?" "It is my interest, sir, because I come home and find the family living upon the exertions of Hugh and Fleda, and find them growing thin and pale under it." You, at least, are free from all pains of that kind, Capt. Rossitur." "Don't listen to him, uncle Rolf," said Fleda, going round to her uncle and making as she passed a most warning impression upon Charlton's arm. "Don't mind what he says. That young gentleman has been among the Mexican ladies till he has lost an eye for a really proper complexion. Look at me, do I look pale and thin? I was paid a most brilliant compliment the other day upon my roses. Uncle, don't listen to him. He hasn't been in a decent humour since the Evelyns went away." She knelt down before him and laid her hands upon his, and looked up in his face to bring all her plea, the plea of most winning sweetness of entreaty in features yet flushed and trembling. His own did not unbend as he gazed at her, but he gave her a silent answer in a pressure of the hands that went straight from his heart to hers. Fleda's eye turned toward Charlton appealingly. "Is it necessary," he repeated, "that that child and this boy should spend their days in labour to keep the family alive?" "If it were," replied Mr. Rossitur, "I am very willing that their exertions should cease. For my own part I would quite as lief be out of the world as in it." "Charlton, how can you?" said Fleda, half beside herself. "You should know of what you speak, or be silent. Uncle, don't mind him. He's talking wildly. My work does me good." "You do not understand yourself," said Charlton obstinately. "It is more than you ought to do, and I know my mother thinks so too." "Well," said Mr. Rossitur, "it seems there is an agreement in my own family to bring me to the bar. Get up, Fleda, let us hear all the charges to be brought against me, at once, and then pass sentence. What have your mother and you agreed upon, Charlton? Go on." Mrs. Rossitur, now beyond speech, left the room, weeping even aloud. Hugh followed her. Fleda wrestled with her agitation for a minute or two, and then got up and put both arms round her uncle's neck. "Don't talk so, dear uncle Rolf. You make us very unhappy. Aunt Lucy did not mean any such thing. It is only Charlton's nonsense. Do go and tell her you don't think so. You have broken her heart by what you said. Do go, uncle Rolf. Do go and make her happy again. Forget it all. Charlton did not know what he was saying. Won't you go, dear uncle Rolf?" The words were spoken between bursts of tears that utterly overcame her, though they did not hinder the utmost caressingness of manner. It seemed at first spent upon a rock. Mr. Rossitur stood like a man that did not care what happened or what became of him, dumb and unrelenting, suffering her sweet words and imploring tears, with no attempt to answer the one or stay the other. But he could not hold out against her beseeching. He was no match for it. He returned at last heartily the pressure of her arms, and unable to give her any other answer kissed her 2 or 3 times, such kisses as are charged with the heart's whole message, and disengaging himself, left the room. For a minute or two after he was gone Fleda cried excessively, and Charlton, now alone with her, felt as if he had not a particle of self respect left to stand upon. One such agony would do her more harm than whole weeks of labour and weariness. He was too vexed and ashamed of himself to be able to utter a word, but when she recovered a little and was leaving the room he stood still by the door in an attitude that seemed to ask her to speak a word to him. "I am sure, Charlton," she said gently, "you will be sorry to morrow for what you have done." "I am sorry now," he said. But she passed out without saying anything more. Capt. Rossitur spent the night in unmitigated vexation with himself. But his repentance could not have been very genuine, since his most painful thought was, what Fleda must think of him. He was somewhat reassured at breakfast to find no traces of the evening's storm. Indeed the moral atmosphere seemed rather clearer and purer than common. His own face was the only one which had an unusual shade upon it. There was no difference in anybody's manner towards himself, and there was even a particularly gentle and kind pleasantness about Fleda, intended, he knew, to soothe and put to rest any movings of self reproach he might feel. It somehow missed of its aim and made him feel worse, and after on his part a very silent meal he quitted the house and took himself and his discontent to the woods. Whatever effect they had upon him, it was the middle of the morning before he came back again. He found Fleda alone in the breakfast room sewing, and for the first time noticed the look his mother had spoken of, a look not of sadness, but rather of settled patient gravity, the more painful to see because it could only have been wrought by long acting causes, and might be as slow to do away as it must have been to bring. Charlton's displeasure with the existing state of things had revived as his remorse died away, and that quiet face did not have a quieting effect upon him. "What on earth is going on?" he began rather abruptly as soon as he entered the room. "What horrible cookery is on foot?" "I venture to recommend that you do not inquire," said Fleda. "It was set on foot in the kitchen, and it has walked in here. If you open the window it will walk out." "But you will be cold." "Never mind. In that case I will walk out too, into the kitchen." "Into the thick of it! No, I will try some other way of relief. This is unendurable." Fleda looked, but made no other remonstrance; and not heeding the look, Mr. Charlton walked out into the kitchen, shutting the door behind him. "Barby," said he, "you have got something cooking here that is very disagreeable in the other room." "Is it?" said Barby. "I reckoned it would all fly up the chimney. I guess the draught ain't so strong as I thought it was." "But I tell you it fills the house." "Well, it'll have to a spell yet," said Barby, "'cause if it didn't, you see, Capt. Rossitur, there'd be nothing to fill Fleda's chickens with." "Chickens! Where's all the corn in the land?" "It's some place besides our barn," said Barby. "All last year's is out, and Mr. Didenhover ha'n't fetched any of this year's home, so I made a bargain with them that they shouldn't starve as long as they'd eat boiled parsley." "What do you give them?" "Most everything. They ain't particular now-a-days. Chunks of cabbage, and scarcity, and punkin, and all that; all the sass that ain't wanted." "And do they eat that?" "Eat it!" said Barby. "They don't know how to thank me for it." "But it ought to be done out of doors," said Charlton, coming back from a kind of maze in which he had been listening to her. "It is unendurable." "Then I guess you'll have to go some place where you won't know it," said Barby. "That's the most likely plan I can hit upon, for it'll have to stay on till it's ready." Charlton went back to the other room, really downhearted, and stood watching the play of Fleda's fingers. "Is it come to this," he said at length, "is it possible that you are obliged to go without such a trifle as the miserable supply of food your fowls want?" "That's a small matter," said Fleda, speaking lightly, though she smothered a sigh. "We have been obliged to do without more than that." "What is the reason?" "Why, this man Didenhover is a rogue, I suspect, and he manages to spirit away all the profits that should come to uncle Rolf's hands. I don't know how. We have lived almost entirely upon the mill for some time." "And has my father been doing nothing all this while?" "Nothing on the farm." "And what of anything else?" "I don't know," said Fleda, speaking with evident unwillingness. "But surely, Charlton, he knows his own business best. It is not our affair." "He is mad!" said Charlton, violently striding up and down the floor. "No," said Fleda, with equal gentleness and sadness, "he is only unhappy. I understand it all. He has had no spirit to take hold of anything ever since we came here." "Spirit!" said Charlton. "He ought to have worked off his fingers to their joints before he let you do as you have been doing." "Don't say so," said Fleda, looking even pale in her eagerness. "Don't think so, Charlton. It isn't right. We cannot tell what he may have had to trouble him. I know he has suffered, and does suffer, a great deal. Do not speak again about anything as you did last night." "Oh," said Fleda, now shedding bitter tears, "this is the worst of growing poor, the difficulty of keeping up the old kindness and sympathy and care for each other." "I am sure it does not work so upon you," said Charlton in an altered voice. "Promise me, dear Charlton," said Fleda, looking up after a moment and drying her eyes again, "promise me you will not say any more about these things. I am sure it pains uncle Rolf more than you think. Say you will not, for your mother's sake." "I will not, Fleda, for your sake. I would not give you any more trouble to bear. Promise me that you will be more careful of yourself in future." "Oh, there is no danger about me," said Fleda with a faint smile, and taking up her work again. "Who are you making shirts for?" said Charlton after a pause. "Hugh." "You do everything for Hugh, don't you?" "Little enough. Not half so much as he does for me." "Is he up at the mill to day?" "He is always there," said Fleda, sighing. There was another silence. "Charlton," said Fleda, looking up with a face of the loveliest insinuation, "isn't there something you might do to help us a little?" "I will help you garden, Fleda, with pleasure." "I would rather you should help somebody else," said she, still looking at him. "What, Hugh? You would have me go and work at the mill for him, I suppose?" "Don't be angry with me, Charlton, for suggesting it," said Fleda, looking down again. "Angry!" said he. "But is that what you would have me do?" "Not unless you like. I didn't know but you might take his place once in a while for a little, to give him a rest." "And suppose some of the people from Montepoole that know me should come by, what are you thinking of?" said he in a tone that certainly justified Fleda's deprecation. "Well," said Fleda in a kind of choked voice, "there is a strange rule of honour in vogue in the world. Why should I help Hugh rather than anybody else?" "He is killing himself," said Fleda, letting her work fall and hardly speaking the words through thick tears. Her head was down, and they came fast. Charlton stood abashed for a minute. "You sha'n't do so, Fleda," said he gently, endeavouring to raise her. "You have tired yourself with this miserable work. Come to the window. You have got low spirited, but I am sure without reason about Hugh. But you shall set me about what you will. You are right, I dare say, and I am wrong. But don't make me think myself a brute, and I will do anything you please." He had raised her up and made her lean upon him. Fleda wiped her eyes and tried to smile. "I will do anything that will please you, Fleda." "It is not to please me," she answered meekly. "I would not have spoken a word last night if I had known it would have grieved you so." "I am sorry you should have none but so poor a reason for doing right," said Fleda gently. "Upon my word I think you are about as good a reason as anybody need have," said Charlton. She put her hand upon his arm and looked up. Such a look of pure rebuke as carried to his mind the full force of the words she did not speak. "Who art thou that carest for a worm which shall die, and forgettest the Lord thy Maker?" Charlton's eyes fell. Fleda turned gently away and began to mend the fire. He stood watching her for a little. "What do you think of me, Fleda?" he said at length. "A little wrong headed," answered Fleda, giving him a glance and a smile. "I don't think you are very bad." "If you will go with me, Fleda, you shall make me what you please of me." He spoke half in jest, half in earnest, and did not himself know at the moment which way he wished Fleda to take it. But she had no notion of any depth in his words. "A hopeless task," she answered lightly, shaking her head as she got down on her knees to blow the fire. "I am afraid it is too much for me. I have been trying to mend you ever since you came, and I cannot see the slightest change for the better." "Where is the bellows?" said Charlton in another tone. "It has expired its last breath," said Fleda. "In other words, it has lost its nose." "Well, look here," he said laughing and pulling her away, "you will stand a fair chance of losing your face if you put it in the fire. You sha'n't do it. Come and show me where to find the scattered parts of that old wind instrument, and I will see if it cannot be persuaded to play again." CHAPTer 25.
Of Queechy by Susan Warner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Abigail Rasmussen. Chapter 25. As good a boy as you need to have. I dinna ken what I should want, if I could get but a man. Scotch Ballad. Capt. Rossitur did no work at the saw mill, but Fleda's words had not fallen to the ground. He began to show care for his fellow creatures in getting the bellows mended. His next step was to look to his gun, and from that time, so long as he stayed, the table was plentifully supplied with all kind of game the season and the country could furnish. Wild ducks and partridges banished pork and bacon even from memory, and Fleda joyfully declared she would not see another omelette again till she was in distress. While Charlton was still at home came a very urgent invitation from Mrs. Evelyn that Fleda should pay them a long visit in New York, bidding her care for no want of preparation but come and make it there. Fleda demurred, however, on that very score; but before her answer was written another missive came from Dr. Gregory, not asking so much as demanding her presence, and enclosing a $50 bill, for which he said he would hold her responsible till she had paid him, with not her own hands but her own lips. There was no withstanding the manner of this entreaty. Fleda packed up some of Mrs. Rossitur's laid by silks, to be refreshed with an air of fashion, and set off with Charlton at the end of his furlough. To her simple spirit of enjoyment the weeks ran fast, and all manner of novelties and kindnesses helped them on. It was a time of cloudless pleasure. But those she had left thought it long. She wrote them how delightfully she kept house for the old doctor, whose wife had long been dead, and how joyously she and the Evelyns made time fly; and every pleasure she felt awoke almost as strong a throb in the hearts at home. But they missed her, as Barby said, dreadfully, and she was most dearly welcomed when she came back. It was just before New Year. For half an hour there was most gladsome use of eyes and tongues. Fleda had a great deal to tell them. How well you are looking, dear Fleda," said her aunt for the third or fourth time. "That's more than lean say for you and Hugh, aunt Lucy. What have you been doing to yourself?" "Nothing new," they said, as her eye went from one to the other. "I guess you have wanted me," said Fleda, shaking her head as she kissed them both again. "I guess we have," said Hugh, "but don't fancy we have grown thin upon the want." "But where's uncle Rolf? You didn't tell me." "He is gone to look after those lands in Michigan." "In Michigan! When did he go?" "Very soon after you." "And you didn't let me know. Oh why didn't you? How lonely you must have been!" "Let you know indeed!" said Mrs. Rossitur, wrapping her in her arms again. "Hugh and I counted every week that you stayed, with more and pleasure each one." "I understand," said Fleda, laughing under her aunt's kisses. "Well, I am glad I am at home again to take care of you. I see you can't get along without me." "People have been very kind, Fleda," said Hugh. "Have they?" "Yes, thinking we were desolate, I suppose. There has been no end to aunt Miriam's goodness and pleasantness." "Oh, aunt Miriam always," said Fleda, "and Seth." "Catherine Douglass has been up twice to ask if her mother could do anything for us, and Mrs. Douglass sent us a rabbit and once a quantity of wild pigeons that Earl had shot. Mother and I lived upon pigeons for I don't know how long. Barby wouldn't eat 'em. She said she liked pork better, but I believe she did it on purpose." "Like enough," said Fleda, smiling from her aunt's arms where she still lay. "And Seth has sent you plenty of your favourite hickory nuts, very fine ones, and I gathered butternuts enough for you near home." "Everything is for me," said Fleda. "Well, the first thing I do shall be to make some butternut candy for you. You won't despise that, Mr. Hugh?" Hugh smiled at her and went on. "And your friend Mr. Olmney has sent us a corn basket full of the super best apples you ever saw. He has one tree of the finest in Queechy, he says." "My friend?" said Fleda, colouring a little. "Well, I don't know whose he is, if he isn't yours," said Hugh. "And even the Finns sent us some fish that their brother had caught, because, they said, they had more than they wanted. And Dr. Quackenboss sent us a goose and a turkey. We didn't like to keep them, but we were afraid if we sent them back it would not be understood." "Send them back!" said Fleda. "That would never do. All Queechy would have rung with it." "Well, we didn't," said Hugh, "but so we sent one of them to Barby's old mother for Christmas." "Poor Dr. Quackenboss!" said Fleda. "That man has as near as possible killed me 2 or 3 times. As for the others, they are certainly the oddest of all the finny tribes. I must go out and see Barby for a minute." It was a good many minutes, however, before she could get free to do any such thing. "You ha'n't lost no flesh," said Barby, shaking hands with her anew. "What did they think of Queechy keep down in York?" "I don't know I didn't ask them," said Fleda. "How goes the world with you, Barby?" "I'm mighty glad you are come home, Fleda," said Barby lowering her voice. "Why?" said Fleda in a like tone. "I guess I ain't all that's glad of it," Miss Elster went on, with a glance of her bright eye. "I guess not," said Fleda, reddening a little. "But what is the matter?" "There's 2 of our friends ha'n't made us but one visit apiece since ever since some time in October." "Well, never mind the people," said Fleda. Tell me what you were going to say." "And Mr. Olmney," said Barby, not minding her, "he's took and sent us a great basket chock full of apples. Now wa'n't that smart of him, when he knowed there wa'n't no one here that cared about 'em?" "They are a particularly fine kind," said Fleda. "Did you hear about the goose and turkey?" "Yes," said Fleda laughing. "The doctor thinks he has done the thing just about right this time, I s'pect. He had ought to take out a patient right for his invention. He'd feel spry if he knowed who eat one on 'em." "Never mind the doctor, Barby. Was this what you wanted to see me for?" "No," said Barby changing her tone, "I'd give something it was. I've been all but at my wits' end, for you know Mrs. Rossitur ain't no hand about anything. I couldn't say a word to her; and ever since he went away we have been just winding ourselves up. I thought I should clear out, when Mrs. Rossitur said maybe you wanted to come until next week." "But what is it, Barby? What is wrong?" "There ha'n't been anything right to my notions for a long spell," said Barby, wringing out her dishcloth hard and flinging it down to give herself uninterruptedly to talk. "But now you see Didenhover nor none of the men never comes near the house to do a chore; and there ain't wood to last 3 days; and Hugh ain't fit to cut it if it was piled up in the yard; and there ain't the first stick of it out of the woods yet." Fleda sat down and looked very thoughtfully into the fire. "He had ought to ha' seen to it afore he went away, but he ha'n't done it, and there it is." "Why, who takes care of the cows?" said Fleda. "O never mind the cows," said Barby, "they ain't suffering. I wish we was as well off as they be. But I guess when he went away he made a hole in our pockets for to mend his'n. I don't say he hadn't ought to ha' done it, but we've been pretty short ever sin's, Fleda. We're in the last bushel of flour, and there ain't but a handful of corn meal, and mighty little sugar, white or brown. I did say something to Mrs. Rossitur, but all the good it did was to spile her appetite, I s'pose; and if there's grain in the floor there ain't nobody to carry it to the mill, nor to thresh it, nor a team to draw it, fur's I know." "Hugh cannot cut wood," said Fleda, "nor drive to mill either, in this weather." "I could go to mill," said Barby, "now you're to home; but that's only the beginning, and it's no use to try to do everything. Flesh and blood must stop somewhere." "No indeed," said Fleda, "we must have somebody immediately." "That's what I had a fixed upon," said Barby. "If you could get hold o' some young feller that wasn't sot up with an idee that he was a grown man and too big to be told, I'd just clap to and fix that little room up stairs for him and give him his vittles here, and we'd have some good of him, instead of having him streaking off just at the minute when he'd ought to be along." "Who is there we could get, Barby?" "I don't know," said Barby, "but they say there is never a nick that there ain't a jog some place; so I guess it can be made out. I asked Mis' Plumfield, but she didn't know anybody that was out of work, nor Seth Plumfield. I'll tell you who does, that is if there is anybody, Mrs. Douglass. She keeps hold of one end of most everybody's affairs, I tell her. Anyhow, she's a good hand to go to." "I'll go there at once," said Fleda. "Do you know anything about making maple sugar, Barby?" "That's the very thing!" exclaimed Barby ecstatically. "There's lots of sugar maples on the farm, and it's murder to let them go to loss; and they hadn't done us a speck o' good ever since I come here. And in your grandfather's time they used to make barrels and barrels. You and me and Hugh, and somebody else we'll have, we could clap to and make as much sugar and molasses in a week as would last us till spring come round again. There's no sense into it; all we'd want would be to borrow a team some place. I had all that in my head long ago. If we could see the last of that man Didenhover onset, I'd take hold of the plough myself and see if I couldn't make a living out of it. I don't believe the world would go now, Fleda, if it wasn't for women. I never see 3 men yet that didn't try me more than they were worth." "Patience, Barby," said Fleda smiling. "Let us take things quietly." "Well I declare I'm beat to see how you take 'em," said Barby, looking at her lovingly. "Don't you know why, Barby?" "I s'pose I do," said Barby, her face softening still more, "or I can guess." "Because I know that all these troublesome things will be managed in the best way and by my best friend, and I know that he will let none of them hurt me. I am sure of it. Isn't that enough to keep me quiet?" Fleda's eyes were filling, and Barby looked away from them. "Well, it beats me," she said, taking up her dishcloth again, "why you should have anything to trouble you. I can understand wicked folks being plagued, but I can't see the sense of the good ones." "Troubles are to make good people better, Barby." "Well," said Barby with a very odd mixture of real feeling and seeming want of it, "it's a wonder I never got religion, for I will say that all the decent people I ever see were of that kind. Mrs. Rossitur ain't though, is she?" "No," said Fleda, a pang crossing her at the thought that all her aunt's loveliness must tell directly and heavily in this case to lighten religion's testimony. It was that thought and no other which saddened her brow as she went back into the other room. "Troubles already?" said Mrs. Rossitur. "You will be sorry you have come back to them, dear." "No indeed," said Fleda brightly. "I am very glad I have come home. We will try and manage the troubles, aunt Lucy." There was no doing anything that day, but the very next afternoon Fleda and Hugh walked down through the snow to Mrs. Douglass's. It was a long walk and a cold one, and the snow was heavy, but the pleasure of being together made up for it all. It was a bright walk too, in spite of everything. In a most thrifty looking well painted farmhouse lived Mrs. Douglass. "Why, 'tain't you, is it?" she said when she opened the door. "Catherine said it was, and I said I guessed it wasn't, for I reckoned you had made up your mind not to come and see me at all. How do you do?" The last sentence in the tone of hearty and earnest hospitality. Fleda made her excuses. "Ay, ay, I can understand all that, just as well as if you said it. I know how much it means too. Take off your hat." Fleda said she could not stay, and explained her business. "So you hadn't come to see me after all. Well now, take off your hat, 'cause I won't have anything to say till you do. I'll give you supper right away." "But I have left my aunt alone, Mrs. Douglass, and the afternoons are so short now it would be dark before we could get home." "Serve her right for not coming along. And you sha'n't walk home in the dark, for Earl will harness the team and carry you home like a streak. The horses have nothing to do. Come, you sha'n't go." And as Mrs. Douglass laid violent hands on her bonnet, Fleda thought best to submit. She was presently rewarded with the promise of the very person she wanted, a boy or young man, then in Earl Douglass's employ; but his wife said she guessed he'd give him up to her, and what his wife said Fleda knew Earl Douglass was in the habit of making good. "There ain't enough to do to keep him busy," said Mrs. Douglass. "I told Earl he made me work more than he saved, but he's hung on till now." "What sort of a boy is he, Mrs. Douglass?" "He ain't a steel trap, I tell you beforehand," said the lady, with one of her sharp intelligent glances. "He don't know which way to go till you show him; but he's a clever enough kind of a chap. He don't mean no harm. I guess he'll do for what you want." "Is he to be trusted?" "Trust him with anything but a knife and fork," she said with another look and shake of her head. "He has no idea but what everything on the supper table is meant to be eaten straight off. I would keep two such men as my husband as soon as I would Philetus." "Philetus?" said Fleda. "The person that brought the chicken and thought he had brought two?" "You've hit it," said Mrs. Douglass. "Now you know him. How do you like our new minister?" "We are all very much pleased with him." "He's very good looking, don't you think so?" "A very pleasant face." "I ha'n't seen him much yet except in church, but those that know say he is very agreeable in the house." "Truly, I dare say," answered Fleda, for Mrs. Douglass's face looked for her testimony. "But I think he looks as if he was beating his brains out there among his books. I tell him he is getting the blues, living in that big house by himself." "Do you manage to do all your work without help, Mrs. Douglass?" said Fleda, knowing that the question was in order, and that the affirmative answer was not counted a thing to be ashamed of. "Well, I guess I'll know good reason," said Mrs. Douglass complacently, "before I'll have any help to spoil my work. Come along and I'll let you see whether I want one." Fleda went, very willingly, to be shown all Mrs. Douglass's household arrangements and clever contrivances of her own or her husband's devising for lessening or facilitating labour. The lady was proud, and had some reason to be, of the very superb order and neatness of each part and detail. No corner or closet that might not be laid open fearlessly to a visitor's inspection. Miss Catharine was then directed to open her piano and amuse Fleda with it, while her mother performed her promise of getting an early supper; a command grateful to one or two of the party, for Catharine had been carrying on all this while a most stately tête à tête with Hugh, which neither had any wish to prolong. So Fleda filled up the time good naturedly with thrumming over the 2 or 3 bits of her childish music that she could recall, till Mr. Douglass came in and they were summoned to sit down to supper, which Mrs. Douglass introduced by telling her guests they must take what they could get, for she had made fresh bread and cake and pies for them 2 or 3 times, and she wa'n't a going to do it again. Her table was abundantly spread, however, and with most exquisite neatness, and everything was of excellent quality, saving only certain matters which call for a free hand in the use of material. Fleda thought the pumpkin pies must have been made from that vaunted stock which is said to want no eggs nor sugar; and the cakes, she told Mrs. Rossitur afterwards, would have been good if half the flour had been left out and the other ingredients doubled. The deficiency in one kind, however, was made up by a superabundance in another. The table was stocked with such wealth of crockery that one could not imagine any poverty in what was going to go upon it. Fleda hardly knew how to marshal the confusion of plates which grouped themselves around her cup and saucer, and none of them might be dispensed with. There was one set of little glass dishes for one kind of sweetmeat, another set of ditto for another kind, an army of tiny plates to receive and shield the tablecloth from the dislodged cups of tea, saucers being the conventional drinking vessels; and there were the standard bread and butter plates, which besides their proper charge of bread and butter and beef and cheese were expected, Fleda knew, to receive a portion of every kind of cake that might happen to be on the table. It was a very different thing, however, from Miss Anastasia's tea table or that of Miss Flora Quackenboss. Fleda enjoyed the whole time without difficulty. Mr. Douglass readily agreed to the transfer of Philetus's services. "He's a good boy," said Earl, "he's a good boy. He's as good a kind of a boy as you need to have. He wants telling, most boys want telling, but he'll do when he is told, and he means to do right." "How long do you expect your uncle will be gone?" said Mrs. Douglass. "I don't know," said Fleda. "Have you heard from him since he left?" "Not since I came home," said Fleda. "Mr. Douglass, what is the first thing to be done about the maple trees in the sugar season?" "Why, you calculate to try making sugar in the spring?" "Perhaps. At any rate I should like to know about it." "Well, I should think you would," said Earl, "and it's easy done; there ain't nothing easier, when you know the right way to set to work about it. And there's a fine lot of sugar trees on the old farm. I recollect of them sugar trees as long ago as when I was a boy. I've helped to work them afore now, but there's a good many years since, has made me a little older. But the first thing you want is a man and a team to go about and empty the buckets. The buckets must be emptied every day, and then carry it down to the house." "Yes, I know," said Fleda, "but what is the first thing to be done to the trees?" "Why, la, 'tain't much to do to the trees. All you've got to do is to take an axe and chip a bit out and stick a chip a leetle way in to the cut for to drain the sap, and set a trough under, and then go on to the next one, and so on. You may make 1 or 2 cuts in the south side of the tree, and 1 or 2 cuts in the north side, if the tree's big enough; and if it ain't, only make 1 or 2 cuts in the south side of the tree. And for the sap to run good it had ought to be that kind o' weather when it freezes in the day and thaws by night. I would say, when it freezes in the night and thaws in the day. The sap runs more bountifully in that kind o' weather." It needed little from Fleda to keep Mr. Douglass at the maple trees till supper was ended, and then as it was already sundown he went to harness the sleigh. It was a comfortable one, and the horses, if not very handsome nor bright curried, were well fed and had good heart to their work. A 2-mile drive was before them, and with no troublesome tongues or eyes to claim her attention, Fleda enjoyed it fully. In the soft clear winter twilight, when heaven and earth mingle so gently, and the stars look forth brighter and cheerfuller than ever at another time, they slid along over the fine roads too swiftly towards home, and Fleda's thoughts as easily and swiftly slipped away from Mr. Douglass and maple sugar and Philetus and an unfilled wood yard and an empty flour barrel, and revelled in the pure ether. A dark rising ground covered with wood sometimes rose between her and the western horizon, and then a long stretch of snow, only less pure, would leave free view of its unearthly white light, dimmed by no exhalation, a gentle, mute, but not the less eloquent witness to earth of what heaven must be. But the sleigh stopped at the gate, and Fleda's musings came home. "Good night," said Earl, in reply to their thanks and adieus. "'Tain't anything to thank a body for. Let me know when you're going into the sugar making, and I'll come and help you." "How sweet a pleasant message may make an unmusical tongue," said Fleda, as she and Hugh made their way up to the house. "We had a stupid enough afternoon," said Hugh, "but the ride home was worth it all." Chapter 25.
Chapter 26 of Queechy by Susan Warner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Arlene Stebbins. Chapter 26. Pine Knots. 'Tis merry in good green wood, so blithe Lady Alice is singing. On the beech's pride and the oak's brown side, Lord Richard's axe is ringing. Lady of the Lake. Philetus came and was inducted into office and the little room immediately, and Fleda felt herself eased of a burden. Barby reported him stout and willing, and he proved it by what seemed a perverted inclination for bearing the most enormous logs of wood he could find into the kitchen. "He will hurt himself," said Fleda. "I'll protect him against anything but buckwheat batter," said Barby with a grave shake of her head. "Lazy folks takes the most pains, I tell him. But it would be good to have some more ground, Fleda, for Philetus says he don't care for no dinner when he has griddles to breakfast, and there ain't anything much cheaper than that." "Aunt Lucy, have you any change in the house?" said Fleda that same day. "There isn't but 3 and 6pence," said Mrs. Rossitur with a pained conscious look. "What is wanting, dear?" "Only candles. Barby has suddenly found we are out, and she won't have any more made before to morrow. Never mind." "There is only that," repeated Mrs. Rossitur. "Hugh has a little money due to him from last summer, but he hasn't been able to get it yet. You may take that, dear." "No," said Fleda, "we mustn't. We might want it more." "We can sit in the dark for once," said Hugh, "and try to make an uncommon display of what Dr. Quackenboss calls sociality." "No," said Fleda, who stood busily thinking, "I am going to send Philetus down to the post office for the paper, and when it comes I am not going to be balked of reading it. I've made up my mind. We'll go right off into the woods and get some pine knots, Hugh. Come, they make a lovely light. You get us a couple of baskets and the hatchet, I wish we had 2, and I'll be ready in no time. That'll do." It is to be noticed that Charlton had provided against any future deficiency of news in his family. Fleda skipped away, and in 5 minutes returned for the expedition, in her usual out of door working trim, namely an old dark merino cloak, almost black, the effect of which was continued by the edge of an old dark mousseline below, and rendered decidedly striking by the contrast of a large whitish yarn shawl worn over it, the whole crowned with a little close fitting hood made of some old silver grey silk, shaped tight to the head, without any bow or furbelow to break the outline. But such a face with inside of it! She came almost dancing into the room. "This is Miss Ringgan, as she appeared when she was going to see the pine trees. Hugh, don't you wish you had a picture of me?" "I have got a tolerable picture of you somewhere," said Hugh. "This is somebody very different from the Miss Ringgan that went to see Mrs. Evelyn, I can tell you," Fleda went on gayly. "Do you know, aunt Lucy, I have made up my mind that my visit to New York was a dream, and the dream is nicely folded away with my silk dresses. Now I must go and tell that precious Philetus about the post office. I am so comforted, aunt Lucy, whenever I see that fellow staggering into the house under a great log of wood. I have not heard anything in a long time so pleasant as the ringing strokes of his axe in the yard. Isn't life made up of little things? Why don't you put a better pair of shoes on? Can't afford it, Mrs. Rossitur. You are extravagant. go and put on my India rubbers. No, ma'am, the rocks would cut them to pieces. I have brought my mind down to my shoes." "It isn't safe, Fleda, you might see somebody." "Well, ma'am, but I tell you I am not going to see anybody but the chickadees and the snow birds, and there is a great simplicity of manner prevailing among them." The shoes were changed, and Hugh and Fleda set forth, lingering a while, however, to give a new edge to their hatchet, Fleda turning the grindstone. They mounted then the apple orchard hill, and went a little distance along the edge of the table land before striking off into the woods. They had stood still a minute to look over the little white valley to the snow dressed woodland beyond. "This is better than New York, Hugh," said Fleda. "I am very glad to hear you say that," said another voice. Fleda turned and started a little to see Mr. Olmney at her side, and congratulated herself instantly on her shoes. "Mrs. Rossitur told me where you had gone and gave me permission to follow you, but I hardly hoped to overtake you so soon." "We stopped to sharpen our tools," said Fleda. "We are out on a foraging expedition." "Will you let me help you?" "Certainly, if you understand the business. Do you know a pine knot when you see it?" He laughed and shook his head, but avowed a wish to learn. "Well, it would be a charity to teach you anything wholesome," said Fleda, "for I heard one of Mr. Olmney's friends lately saying that he looked like a person who was in danger of committing suicide." "Suicide! One of my friends!" he exclaimed in the utmost astonishment. "Yes," said Fleda laughing, "and there is nothing like the open air for clearing away vapours." "You can not have known that by experience," he said looking at her. Fleda shook her head, and advising him to take nothing for granted, set off into the woods. They were in a beautiful state. A light snow but an inch or two deep had fallen the night before. The air had been perfectly still during the day, and though the sun was out, bright and mild, it had done little but glitter on the earth's white capping. The light dry flakes of snow had not stirred from their first resting place. The long branches of large pines were just tipped with snow at the ends; on the smaller evergreens every leaf and tuft had its separate crest. Stones and rocks were smoothly rounded over; little shrubs and sprays that lay along the ground were all doubled in white; and the hemlock branches, bending with their feathery burthen, stooped to the foreheads of the party and gave them the freshest of salutations as they brushed by. The whole wood scene was particularly fair and graceful. A light veil of purity, no more, thrown over the wilderness of stones and stumps and bare ground, like the blessing of charity covering all roughness and unsightliness, like the innocent unsullied nature that places its light shield between the eye and whatever is unequal, unkindly, and unlovely in the world. "What do you think of this for a misanthropical man, Mr. Olmney? There's a better tonic to be found in the woods than in any remedies of man's devising." "Better than books?" said he. "Certainly, no comparison." "I have to learn that yet." "So I suppose," said Fleda. "The very danger to be apprehended, as I hear, sir, is from your running a tilt into some of those thick folioles of yours, head foremost. There's no pitch there, Hugh, you may leave it alone. We must go on, there are more yellow pines higher up." "But who could give such a strange character of me to you?" said Mr. Olmney. "I am sure your wisdom would not advise me to tell you that, sir." "You will find nothing there, Mr. Olmney." They went gayly on, careering about in all directions, and bearing down upon every promising stump or dead pine tree they saw in the distance. Hugh and Mr. Olmney took turns in the labour of hewing out the fat pine knots and splitting down the old stumps to get at the pitchy heart of the wood. And the baskets began to grow heavy. The whole party were in excellent spirits, and as happy as the birds that filled the woods and whose cheery chickadee dee dee was heard whenever they paused to rest and let the hatchet be still. "How one sees everything in the colour of one's own spectacles," said Fleda. "May I ask what colour yours are to day?" said Mr. Olmney. "Rose, I think," said Hugh. "No," said Fleda, "they are better than that. They are no worse colour than the snow's own. They show me everything just as it is, It could not be lovelier." "Then we may conclude, may we not," said Mr. Olmney, "that you are not sorry to find yourself in Queechy again?" "I am not sorry to find myself in the woods again. That is not pitch, Mr. Olmney." "It has the same colour and weight." "No, it is only wet. See this and smell of it. Do you see the difference? Isn't it pleasant?" "Everything is pleasant to day," said he, smiling. "I shall report you a cure. Come, I want to go a little higher and show you a view. Leave that, Hugh, we have got enough." But Hugh chose to finish an obstinate stump, and his companions went on without him. It was not very far up the mountain, and they came to a fine look-out point, the same where Fleda and Mr. Carleton had paused long before on their quest after nuts. The wide spread of country was a white waste now, the delicate beauties of snow were lost in the far view, and the distant Catskill showed winterly against the fair blue sky. The air was gentle enough to invite them to stand still, after the exercise they had taken, and as they both looked in silence Mr. Olmney observed that his companion's face settled into a gravity rather at variance with the expression it had worn. "I should hardly think," he said softly, "that you were looking through white spectacles, if you had not told us so." "Oh, shade may come over what one is looking at, you know," said Fleda. But seeing that he still watched her inquiringly, she added, "I do not think a very wide landscape is ever gay in its effect upon the mind. Do you?" "Perhaps I do not know," said he, his eyes turning to it again as if to try what the effect was. "My thoughts had gone back," said Fleda, "to a time a good while ago, when I was a child and stood here in summer weather, and I was thinking that the change in the landscape is something like that which years make in the mind." "But you have not, for a very long time at least, known any very acute sorrow?" "No," said Fleda, "but that is not necessary. There is a gentle kind of discipline which does its work, I think, more surely." "Thank God for gentle discipline," said Mr. Olmney, "if you do not know what those griefs are that break down mind and body together." "I am not unthankful, I hope, for anything," said Fleda gently, "but I have been apt to think that after a crushing sorrow the mind may rise up again, but that a long continued though much lesser pressure in time breaks the spring." He looked at her again with a mixture of incredulous and tender interest, but her face did not belie her words, strange as they sounded from so young and in general so bright seeming a creature. "There shall no evil happen to the just," he said presently, and with great sympathy. Fleda flashed a look of gratitude at him. It was no more, for she felt her eyes watering, and turned them away. "You have not, I trust, heard any bad news?" "No, sir, not at all." "I beg pardon for asking, but Mrs. Rossitur seemed to be in less good spirits than usual." "He had some reason to say so, having found her in a violent fit of weeping." "You do not need to be told," he went on, "of the need there is that a cloud should now and then come over this lower scene, the danger that if it did not our eyes would look nowhere else? There is something very touching in hearing a kind voice say what one has often struggled to say oneself." "I know it, sir," said Fleda, her words a little choked, "and one may not wish the cloud away, but it does not the less cast a shade upon the face. I guess Hugh has worked his way into the middle of that stump by this time, Mr. Olmney." They rejoined him, and the baskets being now sufficiently heavy and arms pretty well tired, they left the further riches of the pine woods unexplored, and walked sagely homewards. At the brow of the table land Mr. Olmney left them to take a shorter cut to the high road, having a visit to make which the shortening day warned him not to defer. "Put down your basket and rest a minute, Hugh," said Fleda. "I had a world of things to talk to you about, and this blessed man has driven them all out of my head." "But you are not sorry he came along with us?" "Oh no, we had a very good time. How lovely it is, Hugh! Look at the snow down there, without a track, and the woods have been dressed by the fairies. Oh look how the sun is glinting on the west side of that hillock!" "It is twice as bright since you have come home," said Hugh. "The snow is too beautiful to day. Oh, I was right, one may grow morbid over books, but I defy anybody in the company of those chickadees. I should think it would be hard to keep quite sound in the city." "You are glad to be here again, aren't you?" said Hugh. "Very. Oh, Hugh, it is better to be poor and have one's feet on these hills than to be rich and shut up to brick walls." "It is best as it is," said Hugh quietly. "Once," Fleda went on, "one fair day when I was out driving in New York, it did come over me with a kind of pang how pleasant it would be to have plenty of money again and be at ease. And then as I was looking off over that pretty North River to the other shore, I bethought me, 'A little that a righteous man hath is better than the riches of many wicked.'" Hugh did not answer, for the face she turned to him, in its half tearful, half bright submission, took away his speech. "Why, you cannot have enjoyed yourself as much as we thought, Fleda, if you dislike the city so much." "Yes, I did. Oh, I enjoyed a great many things. I enjoyed being with the Evelyns. You don't know how much they made of me, every one of them, father and mother and all the 3 daughters, and uncle Orrin. I have been well petted, I tell you, since I have been gone." "I am glad they shewed you so much discrimination," said Hugh. "They would be puzzled to make too much of you." "I must have been in a remarkably discriminating society," said Fleda, "for everybody was so kind. How do you like the Evelyns on nearer view?" "Very much indeed, and I believe they really love me. Nothing could possibly be kinder, in all ways of shewing kindness. I shall never forget it." "Who were you driving with that day?" said Hugh. "Mr. Thorn." "Did you see much of him?" "Quite as much as I wished." "Hugh, I took your advice." "About what?" said Hugh. "I carried down some of my scribblings and sent them to a magazine." "Did you?" said Hugh, looking delighted. "And will they publish them?" "I don't know," said Fleda. "That's another matter. I sent them, or uncle Orrin did, when I went first down, and I have heard nothing of them yet." "You shewed them to uncle Orrin?" "I couldn't help it, you know. I had to." "And what did he say to them?" "Come, I'm not going to be cross questioned," said Fleda laughing. "He did not prevent my sending them." "And if they take them, do you expect they will give anything for them, the magazine people?" "I am sure if they don't they shall have no more. That is my only possible inducement to let them be printed. For my own pleasure I would far rather not." "Did you sign with your own name?" "My own name! Yes, and desired it to be printed in large capitals. What are you thinking of? No, I hope you'll forgive me, but I signed myself what our friend the doctor calls you." "I'll forgive you if you do one thing for me." "What?" "Shew me all you have in your portfolio. Do, Fleda, to night, by the light of the pitch pine knots. Why shouldn't you give me that pleasure? And besides, you know, Molière had an old woman." "Well," said Fleda, with a face that to Hugh was extremely satisfactory, "we'll see. I suppose you might as well read my productions in manuscript as in print. But they are in a terribly scratchy condition. They go sometimes for weeks in my head before I find time to put them down. You may guess polishing is pretty well out of the question. Suppose we try to get home with these baskets." Which they did. "Has Philetus gone home?" was Fleda's first question. "No," said Mrs. Rossitur, "but Dr. Quackenboss has been here and brought the paper. He was at the post office this morning, he says. Did you see Mr. Olmney?" "Yes, ma'am, and I feel he has saved me from a lame arm. Those pine knots are so heavy." "He is a lovely young man," said Mrs. Rossitur with uncommon emphasis. "I should have been blind to the fact, aunt Lucy, if you had not made me change my shoes. At present, no disparagement to him, I feel as if a cup of tea would be rather more lovely than anything else." "He sat with me some time," said Mrs. Rossitur. "I was afraid he would not overtake you." Tea was ready and only waiting for Mrs. Rossitur to come down the stairs, when Fleda, whose eye was carelessly running down the columns of the paper, uttered a sudden shout and covered her face with it. Hugh looked up in astonishment, but Fleda was beyond anything but exclamations, laughing and flushing to the very roots of her hair. What is the matter, Fleda?" "Why," said Fleda, "how comical! I was just looking over the list of articles in the January number of the Excelsior." "The Excelsior?" said Hugh. "Yes, the magazine I sent my things to. I was running over their advertisement here, where they give a special puff of the publication in general, and of several things in particular; and I saw, here they speak of 'A tale of thrilling interest by Mrs. Eliza Lothbury, unsurpassed,' and so forth, and so forth; another valuable communication from Mr. Charleston, whose first acute and discriminating paper all our readers will remember; the beginning of a new tale from the infallibly graceful pen of Miss Delia Lauriston. We are sure it will be so and so. The Wind's Voices by our new correspondent Hugh has a delicate sweetness that would do no discredit to some of our most honoured names.' What do you think of that?" What Hugh thought he did not say, but he looked delighted and came to read the grateful words for himself. "I did not know but what they had declined it utterly," said Fleda. "It was so long since I had sent it, and they had taken no notice of it; but it seems they kept it for the beginning of a new volume." "Would do no discredit to some of our most honoured names," said Hugh. "Dear Fleda, I am very glad, but it is no more than I expected." "Expected!" said Fleda, "when you had not seen a line. Hush, my dear Hugh, aren't you hungry?" The tea, with this spice to their appetites, was wonderfully relished, and Hugh and Fleda kept making despatches of secret pleasure and sympathy to each other's eyes, though Fleda's face after the first flush had faded was perhaps rather quieter than usual. Hugh's was illuminated. "Mr. Skillcorn is a smart man," said Barby, coming in with a package. "He has made out to go 2 miles in 2 hours and get back again safe." "More from the post office!" exclaimed Fleda, pouncing upon it. "Oh yes, there has been another mail. A letter for you, aunt Lucy, from uncle Rolf. We'll forgive him, Barby. And here's a letter for me from uncle Orrin. And yes, the Excelsior. Hugh, uncle Orrin said he would send it. Now for those blessed pine knots. Aunt Lucy, you shall be honoured with the one whole candle the house contains." The table soon cleared away, the basket of fat fuel was brought in, and 1 or 2 splinters being delicately insinuated between the sticks on the fire, a very brilliant illumination sprang out. Fleda sent a congratulatory look over to Hugh on the other side of the fireplace, as she cosily established herself on her little bench at one corner with her letter. He had the magazine. Mrs. Rossitur between them at the table with her one candle was already insensible to all outward things. And soon the other two were as delightfully absorbed. The bright light of the fire shone upon the 3 motionless and rapt figures, and getting no greeting from them, went off and danced on the old cupboard doors and paper hangings in a kindly hearty joviality that would have put any number of stately wax candles out of countenance. There was no poverty in the room that night, but the people were too busy to know how cosy they were, till Fleda was ready to look up from her note and Hugh had gone twice carefully over the new poem, when there was a sudden giving out of the pine splinters. New ones were supplied in eager haste and silence, and Hugh was beginning the Wind's Voices for the 3rd time, when a soft whispered "Hugh" across the fire made him look over to Fleda's corner. She was holding up with both hands a $5 bank note, and just shewing him her eyes over it. "What's that?" said Hugh in an energetic whisper. "I don't know," said Fleda, shaking her head comically. "I am told the Wind's Voices have blown it here, but privately I am afraid it is a windfall of another kind." "What?" said Hugh laughing. "Uncle Orrin says it is the first fruits of what I sent to the Excelsior, and that more will come; but I do not feel at all sure that it is entirely the growth of that soil." "I dare say it is," said Hugh. "I'm sure it is worth more than that. Dear Fleda, I like it so much." Fleda gave him such a smile of grateful affection, not at all as if she deserved his praise, but as if it was very pleasant to have. "What put it into your head? Anything in particular?" "No, nothing. I was looking out of the window one day and seeing the willow tree blow, and that looked over my shoulder, you know, as Hans Andersen says his stories did." "It is just like you, exactly as it can be. "Things put themselves into my head," said Fleda, tucking another splinter into the fire. "Isn't this better than a chandelier?" "10 times! And so much pleasanter for having got it ourselves. What a nice time we had, Hugh!" "Very. Now for the portfolio. Fleda, come, mother is fast, she won't see or hear anything." "What does father say, mother?" In answer to this they had the letter read, which indeed contained nothing remarkable beyond its strong expressions of affection to each one of the little family, a cordial which Mrs. Rossitur drank and grew strong upon in the very act of reading. It is a pity the medicine of kind words is not more used in the world, it has so much power. Then having folded up her treasure and talked a little while about it, Mrs. Rossitur caught up the magazine like a person who has been famished in that kind, and soon she and it and her tallow candle formed a trio apart from all the world again. Fleda and Hugh were safe to pass most mysterious looking little papers from hand to hand right before her, though they had the care to read them behind newspapers, and exchanges of thought and feeling went on more swiftly still, and softly, across the fire. Looks and smiles and whispers, and tears too, under cover of a Tribune and an Express. And the blaze would die down just when Hugh had got to the last verse of something, and then while impatiently waiting for the new pine splinters to catch he would tell Fleda how much he liked it, or how beautiful he thought it, and the whisper inquiries and critical questions, till the fire reached the fat vein and leaped up in defiant emulation of gas lights unknown, and then he would fall to again with renewed gusto, and Fleda hunted out in her portfolio what bits to give him first, and bade him as she gave them remember this and understand that, which was necessary to be borne in mind in the reading. And through all the brightening and fading blaze, and all the whispering, congratulating, explaining, and rejoicing going on at her side, Mrs. Rossitur and her tallow candle were devoted to each other, happily and engrossingly. At last, however, she flung the magazine from her, and turning from the table sat looking into the fire with a rather uncommonly careful and unsatisfied brow. "What did you think of the second piece of poetry there, mother?" said Hugh. "That ballad, 'The Wind's Voices' it is called." "The Wind's Voices? I don't know. I didn't read it, I believe." "Why, mother, I liked it very much. Do read it. Read it aloud." Mrs. Rossitur took up the magazine again abstractedly and read. "Mamma, what makes your face so sad? The sound of the wind makes me feel glad, but whenever it blows as grave you look, as if you were reading a sorrowful book." "A sorrowful book I am reading, dear, a book of weeping and pain and fear, a book deep printed on my heart, which I cannot read, but the tears will start. That breeze to my ear was soft and mild, just so, when I was a little child, but now I hear in its freshing breath the voices of those that sleep in death." "Mamma," said the child with shaded brow, "what is this book you are reading now? And why do you read what makes you cry?" "My child, it comes up before my eye. 'Tis the memory, love, of a far off day, when my life's best friend was taken away, of the weeks and months that my eyes were dim, watching for tidings, watching for him. Many a year has come and passed, since a ship sailed over the ocean fast, bound for a port on England's shore she sailed, but was never heard of more. Mamma," and she closer pressed her side, "was that the time when my father died? Is it his ship you think you see? Dearest mamma, won't you speak to me?" The lady paused, but then calmly said, "Yes, Lucy, the sea was his dying bed, and now whenever I hear the blast I think again of that storm long past. The wind's fierce bowlings hurt not me, but I think how they beat on the pathless sea, of the breaking mast, of the parting rope, of the anxious strife, and the failing hope." "Mamma," said the child with streaming eyes, "my father has gone above the skies, and you tell me this world is mean and base, compared with heaven, that blessed place. My daughter, I know, I believe it all, I would not his spirit to earth recall. The blessed one he, his storm was brief, mine a long tempest of tears and grief. I have you, my darling, I should not sigh. I have one star more in my cloudy sky, the hope that we both shall join him there, in that perfect rest from weeping and care. "Well, mother, how do you like it?" said Hugh, whose eyes gave tender witness to his liking for it. "It is pretty," said Mrs. Rossitur. Hugh exclaimed, and Fleda, laughing, took it out of her hand. "Why, mother," said Hugh, "it is Fleda's." "Fleda's!" exclaimed Mrs. Rossitur, snatching the magazine again. "My dear child, I was not thinking in the least of what I was reading. Fleda's!" She read it over anew, with swimming eyes this time, and then clasped Fleda in her arms and gave her, not words, but the better reward of kisses and tears. They remained so a long time, even till Hugh left them, and then Fleda released from her aunt's embrace, still crouched by her side with one arm in her lap. They both sat thoughtfully looking into the fire till it had burnt itself out, and nothing but a glowing bed of coals remained. "That is an excellent young man," said Mrs. Rossitur. "Who?" "Mr. Olmney. He sat with me some time after you had gone." "So you said before," said Fleda, wondering at the troubled expression of her aunt's face. "He made me wish," said Mrs. Rossitur hesitating, "that I could be something different from what I am. I believe I should be a good deal happier." The last word was hardly spoken. Fleda rose to her knees and putting both arms about her aunt pressed face to face with a clinging sympathy that told how very near her spirit was, while tears from the eyes of both fell without measure. "Dear aunt Lucy, dear aunt Lucy, I wish you would, I am sure you would be a great deal happier." But the mix of feelings was too much for Fleda. Her head sank lower on her aunt's bosom and she wept aloud. "But I don't know anything about it," said Mrs. Rossitur, as well as she could speak. "I am as ignorant as a child." "Dear aunty, that is nothing. God will teach you if you ask him. He has promised. Oh ask him, aunt Lucy. I know you would be happier. I know it is better, a million times, to be a child of God than to have everything in the world. If they only brought us that, I would be glad of all our troubles, indeed I would. But I don't think I ever did anything right in my life," said poor Mrs. Rossitur. "Dear aunt Lucy," said Fleda, straining her closer, with her very heart gushing out at these words, "dear aunty, Christ came for just such sinners, for just such as you and I." "You," said Mrs. Rossitur, but speech failed utterly, and with a muttered prayer that Fleda would help her, she sunk her head upon her shoulder and sobbed herself into quietness, or into exhaustion. The glow of the firelight faded away till only a faint sparkle was left in the chimney. There was not another word spoken, but when they rose up with such kisses as gave and took unuttered affection, counsel, and sympathy, they bade each other good night. Fleda went to her window, for the moon rode high and her childish habit had never been forgotten. But surely the face that looked out that night was as the face of an angel. In all the pouring moonbeams that filled the air she could see nothing but the flood of God's goodness on a dark world. And her heart that night had nothing but an unbounded and unqualified thanksgiving for all the gentle discipline they had felt, for every sorrow and weariness and disappointment, except besides the prayer, almost too deep to be put into words, that its due and hoped for fruit might be brought forth unto perfection. End of chapter 26.
Chapter 27 of Queechy, by Susan Warner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Abigail Rasmussen. Chapter 27. Sweet in its consequences. I become not a cart as well as another man, a plague on my bringing up. Shakespeare. Every day could not be as bright as the last, even by the help of pitch pine knots. They blazed indeed many a time, but the blaze shone upon faces that it could not sometimes light up. Matters drew gradually within a smaller and smaller compass. Another $5 came from uncle Orrin, and the hope of more, but these were carefully laid by to pay Philetus and for all other wants of the household excepting those the farm supplied, the family were dependent on mere driblets of sums. None came from Mr. Rossitur. Hugh managed to collect a very little. That kept them from absolute distress. That, and Fleda's delicate instrumentality. Regular dinners were given up, fresh meat being now unheard of, unless when a kind neighbour made them a present, and appetite would have lagged sadly but for Fleda's untiring care. She thought no time nor pains ill bestowed which could prevent her aunt and Hugh from feeling the want of old comforts, and her nicest skill was displayed in varying the combinations of their very few and simple stores. The diversity and deliciousness of her bread stuffs, Barby said, was beyond everything, and a cup of rich coffee was found to cover all deficiencies of removes and entremets. And this was always served, Barby said further, as if the President of the United States was expected. Fleda never permitted the least slackness in the manner of doing this or anything else that she could control. Mr. Plumfield had sent down an opportune present of a fine porker. One cold day in the beginning of February Fleda was busy in the kitchen making something for dinner, and Hugh at another table was vigorously chopping sausage meat. "I should like to have some cake again," said Fleda. "Well, why don't you?" said Hugh, chopping away. "No eggs, Mr. Rossitur, and can't afford 'em at 2 shillings a dozen. I believe I'm getting discontented. I have a great desire to do something, to distinguish myself. I would make a plum pudding if I had raisins, but there is not one in the house." "You could get 'em up to Mr. Hemp's for 6d. a pound," said Barby. But Fleda shook her head at the 6d. and went on moulding out her biscuits diligently. "I wish Philetus would make his appearance with the cows. It is a very odd thing they should be gone since yesterday morning, and no news of them." "I only hope the snow ain't so bright it'll blind his eyes," said Barby. "There he is this minute," said Hugh. "It is impossible to tell from his countenance whether successful or not." "Well, where are the cows, Mr. Skillcorn?" said Barby as he came in. "I have went all over town," said the person addressed, "and they ain't no place." "Have you asked news of them, Philetus?" "I have asked the hull town, and I have went all over till I was a'most beat out with the cold, and I ha'n't seen the first sight of 'em yet." Fleda and Hugh exchanged looks, while Barby and Mr. Skillcorn entered into an animated discussion of probabilities and impossibilities. "If we should be driven from our coffee dinners to tea with no milk in it," said Hugh softly in mock dismay. "Wouldn't," said Fleda. "We'd beat up an egg and put it in the coffee." "We couldn't afford it," said Hugh smiling. "Could, cheaper than to keep the cows. I'll have some sugar at any rate, I'm determined. Philetus!" "Marm?" "I wish, when you have got a good pile of wood chopped, you would make some troughs to put under the maple trees. You know how to make them, don't you?" "I do." "I wish you would make some. You have pine logs out there large enough, haven't you?" "They hadn't ought to want much of it. There's some 'gregious big ones." "I don't know how many we shall want, but 100 or 2 at any rate, and the sooner the better. Do you know how much sugar they make from one tree?" "Wall, I don't," said Mr. Skillcorn, with the air of a person who was at fault on no other point. "The big trees give more than the little ones." Fleda's eyes flashed at Hugh, who took to chopping in sheer desperation, and the muscles of both gave them full occupation for 5 minutes. Philetus stood comfortably warming himself at the fire, looking first at one and then at the other, as if they were a show and he had paid for it. Barby grew impatient. "I guess this cold weather makes lazy people of me," she said, bustling about her fire with an amount of energy that was significant. It seemed to signify nothing to Philetus. He only moved a little out of the way. "Didenhover's cleared out," he burst forth at length abruptly. "What?" said Fleda and Barby at once, the broom and the biscuits standing still. "Mr. Didenhover." "What of him?" "He has took himself off out of town." "Where to?" "I can't tell you where to. He ain't coming back, 'tain't likely." "How do you know?" "'Cause he's took all his traps and went, and he said farming didn't pay and he wa'n't a going to have nothin' more to do with it. He telled Mrs. Simpson so. He lived to Mrs. Simpson's, and she telled Mr. Ten Eyck." "Are you sure, Philetus?" "Sure as 'lection. He telled Mrs. Simpson so, and she telled Mr. Ten Eyck, and he's cleared out." Fleda and Hugh again looked at each other. Mr. Skillcorn having now delivered himself of his news went out to the wood yard. "I hope he ha'n't carried off our cows along with him," said Barby, as she too went out to some other part of her premises. "He was to have made us quite a payment on the 1st of March," said Fleda. "Yes, and that was to have gone to uncle Orrin," said Hugh. "We shall not see a cent of it, and we wanted a little of it for ourselves. I have that money from the Excelsior, but I can't touch a penny of it, for it must go to Philetus's wages. What Barby does without hers I do not know. She has had but $15 in 6 months. Why she stays I cannot imagine, unless it is for pure love." "As soon as the spring opens I can go to the mill again," said Hugh after a little pause. Fleda looked at him sorrowfully and shook her head as she withdrew her eyes. "I wish father would give up the farm," Hugh went on under his breath. "I cannot bear to live upon uncle Orrin so." Fleda's answer was to clasp her hands. Her only words were, "Don't say anything to aunt Lucy." "It is of no use to say anything to anybody," said Hugh, "but it weighs me to the ground, Fleda. If uncle Rolf doesn't come home by spring, I hope he will, but if he does not, I will take desperate measures. I will try farming myself, Hugh. I have thought of it, and I certainly will. I will get Earl Douglass or somebody else to play second fiddle, but I will have but one head on the farm, and I will try what mine is worth." "You could not do it, Fleda. One can do anything with a strong enough motive." "I'm afraid you'd be soon tired, Fleda." "Not if I succeeded. Not so tired as I am now." "Poor Fleda! I dare say you are tired." "It wasn't that I meant," said Fleda, slightly drawing her breath. "I meant this feeling of everything going wrong, and uncle Orrin, and all." "But you are weary," said Hugh affectionately. "I see it in your face." "Not so much body as mind after all. Oh Hugh, this is the worst part of being poor, the constant occupation of one's mind on a miserable succession of trifles. I am so weary sometimes. If I only had a nice book to rest myself for a while and forget all these things, I would give so much for it." "Dear Fleda, I wish you had." "That was one delight of being in New York. I forgot all about money from one end of it to the other. I put all that away, and not having to think of meals till I came to eat them. You can't think how tired I get of ringing the changes on pork and flour and Indian meal and eggs and vegetables." Fleda looked tired and pale, and Hugh looked sadly conscious of it. "Don't tell aunt Lucy I have said all this," she exclaimed after a moment rousing herself. "I don't always feel so, only once in a while I get such a fit, and now I have just troubled you by speaking of it." "You don't trouble any one in that way very often, dear Fleda," said Hugh kissing her. "I ought not at all. You have enough else to think of. But it is a kind of relief sometimes. I like to do these things in general, only now and then I get tired, as I was just now, I suppose, and then one sees everything through a different medium." "I'm afraid it would tire you more to have the charge of Earl Douglass and the farm upon your mind, and mother could be of no help to you, nor I, if I am at the mill." "But there's Seth Plumfield. Oh, I've thought of it all. You don't know what I'm up to, Mr. Rossitur. You shall see how I will manage, unless uncle Rolf comes home, in which case I will very gladly forego all my honours and responsibilities together." "I hope he will come," said Hugh. But this hope was to be disappointed. Mr. Rossitur wrote again about the 1st of March, saying that he hoped to make something of his lands in Michigan, and that he had the prospect of being engaged in some land agencies which would make it worth while to spend the summer there. He bade his wife let anybody take the farm that could manage it and would pay, and to remit to Dr. Gregory whatever she should receive and could spare. He hoped to do something where he was. It was just then the beginning of the sugar season, and Mrs. Douglass having renewed and urged Earl's offer to help, Fleda sent Philetus down to ask him to come the next day with his team. Seth Plumfield's, which had drawn the wood in the winter, was now busy in his own sugar business. On Earl Douglass's ground there happened to be no maple trees. His lands were of moderate extent and almost entirely cultivated as a sheep farm, and Mr. Douglass himself, though in very comfortable circumstances, was in the habit of assisting, on advantageous terms, all the farmers in the neighbourhood. Philetus came back again in a remarkably short time, and announced that he had met Dr. Quackenboss in the way, who had offered to come with his team for the desired service. "Then you have not been to Mr. Douglass's?" "I have not," said Philetus. "I thought likely you wouldn't calculate to want him too." "How came the doctor to know what you were going for?" "I told him." "But how came you to tell him?" "Wall, I guess he had a mind to know," said Philetus, "so I didn't keep it no closer than I had to." "Well," said Fleda, biting her lips, "you will have to go down to Mr. Douglass's nevertheless, Philetus, and tell him the doctor is coming to morrow. But I should be very much obliged to him if he will be here next day. Will you?" "Yes, marm." "Now dear Hugh, will you make me those little spouts for the trees? Of some dry wood. You can get plenty out here. You want to split them up with a hollow chisel about 1/4 of an inch thick, and a little more than half an inch broad. Have you got a hollow chisel?" "No, but I can get one up the mill. Why must it be hollow?" "To make little spouts, you know, for the sap to run in. And then, my dear Hugh, they must be sharpened at one end, so as to fit where the chisel goes in. I'm afraid I have given you a day's work of it. How sorry I am you must go to morrow to the mill, and yet I am glad too." "Why need you go round yourself with these people?" said Hugh. "I don't see the sense of it." "They don't know where the trees are," said Fleda. "I'm sure I do not. Do you?" "Perfectly well. And besides," said Fleda laughing, "I should have great doubts of the discreetness of Philetus's auger if it were left to his simple direction. I have no notion the trees would yield their sap as kindly to him as to me. But I didn't bargain for Dr. Quackenboss." Dr. Quackenboss arrived punctually the next morning with his oxen and sled, and by the time it was loaded with the sap troughs, Fleda in her black cloak and grey little hood came out of the house to the wood yard. Earl Douglass was there too, not with his team, but merely to see how matters stood and give advice. "Good day, Mr. Douglass," said the doctor. "You see I'm so fortunate as to have got the start of you." "Very good," said Earl contentedly. "You may have it. The start's one thing and the pull's another. I'm willing anybody should have the start, but it takes a pull to know whether a man's got stuff in him or no." "What do you mean?" said the doctor. "I don't mean nothing at all. You make a start to day, and I'll come a hint and take the pull to morrow. Ha' you got anything to boil down in, Fleda? There's a potash kettle somewheres, ain't there? I guess there is. There is in most houses." "There is a large kettle I suppose large enough," said Fleda. "That'll do, I guess. Well, what do you calculate to put the syrup in? Ha' you got a big cask or plenty of tubs in that? Or will you sugar off the whole lot every night and fix it that way? You must do one thing or t'other, and it's good to know what you're going to do afore you come to do it." "I don't know, Mr. Douglass," said Fleda. "Whichever is the best way. We have no cask large enough, I'm afraid." "Well, I tell you what I'll do. I know where there's a tub, and where they ain't using it nother, and I reckon I can get 'em to let me have it. I reckon I can. And I'll go round for it and fetch it here to morrow morning when I come with the team. Won't be much out of my way. It's more handier to leave the sugaring off till the next day, and it had ought to have a settling besides. Where'll you have your fire built, in doors or out?" "Out, I would rather, if we can. But can we?" "La, 'tain't nothing easier. It's as easy out as in. All you have got to do is to take and roll a couple of pretty sized billets for your fireplace, and stick a couple of crotch sticks for to hang the kittle over. I'd as lieve have it out as in, and if anything a little lievier. If you'll lend me Philetus, me and him'll fix it all ready agin you come back. 'Tain't no trouble at all, and if the sticks ain't here we'll go into the woods after 'em, and have it all sot up." But Fleda represented that the services of Philetus were just then in requisition, and that there would be no sap brought home till to morrow. "Very good," said Earl amicably, "very good. It's just as easy done one day as another. It don't make no difference to me, and if it makes any difference to you, of course we'll leave it to day, and there'll be time enough to do it to morrow. Me and him'll knock it up in a whistle. What's them little shingles for?" Fleda explained the use and application of Hugh's mimic spouts. He turned one about, whistling, while he listened to her. "That's some o' Seth Plumfield's new jigs, ain't it? I wonder if he thinks now the sap's a going to run any sweeter out o' that 'ere than it would off the end of a chip that wa'n't quite so handsome." "No, Mr. Douglass," said Fleda smiling, "he only thinks that this will catch a little more." "His sugar won't never tell where it come from," remarked Earl, throwing the spout down. "Well, you shall see me a more to morrow. Good bye, Dr. Quackenboss." "Do you contemplate the refining process?" said the doctor as they moved off. "I have often contemplated the want of it," said Fleda, "but it is best not to try to do too much. I should like to make sure of something worth refining in the first place." "Mr. Douglass and I," said the doctor, "I hope he's a very good hearted man, Miss Fleda, but he wouldn't suffer loss from a little refining himself. You rascal, where are you going? I tell ye " "I am very sorry, Dr. Quackenboss," said Fleda, when she had the power and the chance to speak again, "I am very sorry you should have to take this trouble, but unfortunately the art of driving oxen is not among Mr. Skillcorn's accomplishments." "My dear Miss Ringgan," said the doctor, nothing, I assure you, could give me greater pleasure than to drive my oxen to any place where you would like to have them go." Poor Fleda wished she could have dispatched them and him in one direction while she took another. The art of driving oxen quietly was certainly not among the doctor's accomplishments. She was almost deafened. She tried to escape from the immediate din by running before to shew Philetus about tapping the trees and fixing the little spouts. But it was a longer operation than she had counted upon, and by the time they were ready to leave the tree the doctor was gee-hawing alongside of it. And then if the next maple was not within sight she could not in decent kindness leave him alone. The oxen went slowly, and though Fleda managed to have no delay longer than to throw down a trough as the sled came up with each tree which she had and Philetus tapped, the business promised to make a long day of it. It might have been a pleasant day in pleasant company, but Fleda's spirits were down to set out with, and Dr. Quackenboss was not the person to give them the needed spring. His long winded complimentary speeches had not interest enough even to divert her. She felt that she was entering upon an untried and most weighty undertaking, charging her time and thoughts with a burthen they could well spare. Her energies did not flag, but the spirit that should have sustained them was not strong enough for the task. It was a blustering day of early March, with that uncompromising brightness of sky and land which has no shadow of sympathy with a heart overcast. The snow still lay a foot thick over the ground, thawing a little in sunny spots, the trees quite bare and brown, the buds even of the early maples hardly showing colour, the blessed evergreens alone doing their utmost to redeem the waste, and speaking of patience and fortitude that can brave the blast and outstand the long waiting and cheerfully bide the time when "the winter shall be over and gone." Poor Fleda thought they were like her in their circumstances, but she feared she was not like them in their strong endurance. She looked at the pines and the hemlocks as she passed, as if they were curious preachers to her, and when she had a chance she prayed quietly that she might stand faithfully like them to cheer a desolation far worse, and she feared far more abiding than snows could make or melt away. She thought of Hugh alone in his mill work that rough chilly day, when the wind stalked through the woods and over the country as if it had been the personification of March just come of ape and taking possession of his domains. She thought of her uncle, doing what? In Michigan, leaving them to fight with difficulties as they might. Why? And her gentle aunt at home, sad and alone, pining for the want of them all, but most of him, and fading with their fortunes. And Fleda's thoughts travelled about from one to the other and dwelt with them all by turns till she was heartsick, and tears fell hot in the snow many a time when her eyes had a moment's shield from the doctor and his somewhat more obtuse coadjutor. She felt half superstitiously as if with her taking the farm were beginning the last stage of their falling prospects, which would leave them with none of hope's colouring. Not that in the least she doubted her own ability and success, but her uncle did not deserve to have his affairs prosper under such a system, and she had no faith that they would. "It is most grateful," said the doctor, with that sideway twist of his jaw and his head at once in harmony, "it is a most grateful thing to see such a young lady what are you about? "Ah ha, then, it is a most grateful thing to see" But Fleda was not at his side. She had bounded away and was standing under a great maple tree a little ahead, making sure that Philetus screwed his auger up into the tree instead of down, which he had several times shewed an unreasonable desire to do. The doctor had steered his oxen by her little grey hood and black cloak all the day. He made for it now. "Have we arrived at the termination of our adventure?" said he as he came up and threw down the last trough. "Why no, sir," said Fleda, "for we have yet to get home again." "'Tain't so fur going that way as if we're this'n," said Philetus. "My, ain't I glad!" "Glad of what?" said the doctor. "Here's Miss Ringgan's walked the whole way, and she a lady. Ain't you ashamed to speak of being tired?" "I ha'n't said the first word o' being tired," said Philetus in an injured tone of voice; "but a man ha'n't no right to kill hisself if he ain't a gal." "I'll qualify to your being safe enough," said the doctor. "But Miss Ringgan, my dear, you you have lost something since you came out." "What?" said Fleda laughing. "Not my patience?" "No," said the doctor, "no, you're an angel; but your cheeks, my dear Miss Ringgan, shew that you have exceeded your "Not my intentions, doctor," said Fleda lightly. "I am very well satisfied with our day's work and with my share of it, and a cup of coffee will make me quite up again. Don't look at my cheeks till then." "I shall disobey you constantly," said the doctor. "But my dear Miss Fleda, we must give you some felicities for reaching home, or Mrs. Rossitur will be distressed when she sees them. Might I propose that you should just bear your weight on this wood sled and let my oxen and me have the honour? The cup of coffee, I am confident, would be at your lips considerably earlier." "The sun won't be a great height by the time we get there," said Philetus in a cynical manner, "and I ha'n't took the first thing to day." "Well, who has?" said the doctor. "You ain't the only one. Follow your nose down hill, Mr. Skillcorn, and it'll smell supper directly. Now, my dear Miss Ringgan, will you?" Fleda hesitated, but her relaxed energies warned her not to despise a homely mode of relief. The wood sled was pretty clean, and the road decently good over the snow; so Fleda gathered her cloak about her and sat down flat on the bottom of the rustic vehicle, too grateful for the rest to care if there had been a dozen people to laugh at her. But the doctor was only delighted, and Philetus regarded every social phenomenon as coolly and in the same business light as he would the butter to his bread, or any other infallible everyday matter. Fleda was very glad presently that she had taken this plan, for besides the rest of body she was happily relieved from all necessity of speaking. The doctor, though but a few paces off, was perfectly given up to the care of his team, in the intense anxiety to shew his skill and gallantry in saving her harmless from every ugly place in the road that threatened a jar or a plunge. Why his oxen didn't go distracted was a question, but the very vehemence and irritation of his cries at last drowned itself in Fleda's ear, and she could hear it like the wind's roaring without thinking of it. She presently subsided to that, with a weary frame and with that peculiar quietness of spirits that comes upon the ending of a day's work in which mind and body have both been busily engaged, and the sudden ceasing of any call upon either, fancy asked no leave and dreamily roved hither and thither between the material and the spirit world, the will too subdued to stir. Days gone by came marshalling their scenes and their actors before her. Again she saw herself a little child under those same trees that stretched their great black arms over her head and swaying their tops in the wind seemed to beckon her back to the past. They talked of their old owner, whose steps had so often passed beneath them with her own light tread, light now, but how dancing then, by his side, and of her father whose hand perhaps had long ago tapped those very trees where she had noticed the old closed up sores of the axe. At any rate his boyhood had rejoiced there, and she could look back to one time at least in his manhood, when she had taken a pleasant walk with him in summer weather among those same woods, in that very ox track she believed. Gone, 2 generations that she had known there; hopes and fears and disappointments, akin to her own, at rest, as hers would be, and how sedately the old trees stood telling her of it, and waving their arms in grave and gentle commenting on the folly of anxieties that came and went with the wind. Fleda agreed to it all. She heard all they said, and her own spirit was as sober and quiet as their quaint moralizing. She felt as if it would never dance again. The wind had greatly abated of its violence, as if satisfied with the show of strength it had given in the morning. It seemed willing to make no more commotion that day. The sun was far on his way to the horizon, and many a broad hill side slope was in shadow. The snow had blown or melted from off the stones and rocks, leaving all their roughness and barrenness unveiled, and the white crust of snow that lay between them looked a cheerless waste in the shade of the wood and the hill. But there were other spots where the sunbeams struck and bright streams of light ran between the trees, smiling and making them smile. And as Fleda's eyes rested there another voice seemed to say, "At evening time it shall be light," and "Sorrow may endure for a night, but joy cometh in the morning." She could have cried, but spirits were too absolutely at an ebb. She knew this was partly physical, because she was tired and faint, but it could not the better be overcome. Yet those streaks of sunlight were pleasant company, and Fleda watched them, thinking how bright they used to be once, till the oxen and sled came out from the woods, and she could see the evening colours on the hill tops beyond the village, lighting up the whole landscape with promise of the morrow. She thought her day had seen its brightest, but she thought too that if she must know sorrows it was a very great blessing to know them at Queechy. The smoke of the chimney tops came in sight, and Fancy went home, a few minutes before her. "I wonder what you'll take and do to yourself next," said Barby in extreme vexation when she saw her come in. "You're as white as the wall, and as cold, ain't you? I'd ha' let Philetus cut all the trees and drink all the sap afterwards. I wonder which you think is the worst, the want o' you or the want o' sugar?" A day's headache was pretty sure to visit Fleda after any over exertion or exhaustion, and the next day justified Barby's fears. She was the quiet prisoner of pain, but Earl Douglass and Mr. Skillcorn could now do without her in the woods, and her own part of the trouble Fleda always took with speechless patience. She had the mixed comfort that love could bestow, Hugh's sorrowful kiss and look before setting off for the mill, Mrs. Rossitur's caressing care, and Barby's softened voice and sympathizing hand on her brow, and hearty heart speaking kiss; and poor little King lay all day with his head in her lap, casting grave wistful glances up at his mistress's face and licking her hand with intense affection, when even in her distress it stole to his head to reward and comfort him. He never would budge from her side or her feet till she could move herself and he knew that she was well. As sure as King came trotting into the kitchen Barby used to look into the other room and say, "So you're better, ain't you, Fleda? I knowed it." After hours of suffering the fit was at last over, and in the evening, though looking and feeling racked, Fleda would go out to see the sap boilers. Earl Douglass and Philetus had had a very good day of it, and now were in full blast with the evening part of the work. The weather was mild, and having the stay of Hugh's arm, Fleda grew too amused to leave them. It was a very pretty scene. The sap boilers had planted themselves near the cellar door on the other side of the house from the kitchen door and the wood yard, the casks and tubs for syrup being under cover there, and there they had made a most picturesque workplace. 2 strong crotched sticks were stuck in the ground some 6 or 8 feet apart, and a pole laid upon them, to which by the help of some very rustic hooks 2 enormous iron kettles were slung. Under them a fine fire of smallish split sticks were doing duty, kept in order by a couple of huge logs which walled it in on the one side and on the other. It was a dark night, and the fire painted all this in strong lights and shadows, threw a faint fading aurora like light over the snow beyond the shade of its log barriers, glimmered by turns upon the paling of the garden fence, whenever the dark figures that were passing and repassing between gave it a chance, and invested the cellar opening and the outstanding corner of the house with striking and unwonted dignity, in a light that revealed nothing except to the imagination. Nothing was more fancifully dignified or more quaintly travestied by the light than the figures around it. busy and flitting about and shewing themselves in every novel variety of grouping and colouring. There was Earl Douglass, not a hair different from what he was every day in reality, but with his dark skin and eyes, and a hat that like its master had concluded to abjure all fashions, and perhaps for the same reason he looked now like any bandit, and now in a more pacific view could pass for nothing less than a Spanish shepherd at least, with an iron ladle in lieu of crook. There was Dr. Quackenboss, who had come too, determined, as Earl said, to keep his end up. Excessively bland and busy and important, the fire would throw his one sidedness of feature into such aspects of gravity or sternness that Fleda could make nothing of him but a poor clergyman or a poor schoolmaster alternately. Philetus, who was kept handing about a bucket of sap or trudging off for wood, defied all comparison. He was Philetus still, but when Barby came once or twice and peered into the kettle, her strong features with the handkerchief she always wore about her head were lit up into a very handsome gypsy. Fleda stood some time unseen in the shadow of the house to enjoy the sight, and then went forward on the same principle that a sovereign princess shows herself to her army, to grace and reward the labours of her servants. The doctor was profuse in inquiries after her health, and Earl informed her of the success of the day. "We've had first rate weather," he said. "I don't want to see no better weather for sugar making. It's as good kind o' weather as you need to have. It freezes everything up tight in the night, and it threw in the sun this morning as soon as the sun was anywhere. The trees couldn't do no better than they have done. I guess we hadn't got much this side of 200 gallons. I ain't sure about it, but that's what I think, and there's nigh 200 gallons we fetched down. I'll qualify to better than 150, or 160 either. We should ha' had more yet if Mr. Skillcorn hadn't managed to spill over one cask of it. I reckon he wanted it for sass for his chicken." "Now, Mr. Douglass," said Philetus in a comical tone of deprecation. "It is an uncommonly fine lot of sugar trees," said the doctor, "and they stood so on the ground as to give great felicities to the oxen. Now, Fleda," Earl went on, busy all the while with his iron ladle in dipping the boiling sap from one kettle into the other, "you know how this is fixed when we've done all we've got to do with it? It must be strained out of this biler into a cask or a tub or something nother, anything that'll hold it, and stand a day or so. You may strain it through a cotton cloth or through a woollen cloth or through any kind of a cloth, and let it stand to settle, and then when it's biled down, Barby knows about biling down, you can tell when it's come to the sugar, when the yellow blobbers rises thick to the top and puffs off, and then it's time to try it in cold water. It's best to be a little the right side of the sugar and stop before it's done too much, for the molasses will drain off afterwards." "It must be clarified in the common cement," put in the doctor. "O' course it must be clarified," said Earl. "Barby knows about clarifying. That's when you first put it on. You had ought to throw in a teeny drop of milk for to clear it. Milk's as good as most anything, or if you can get it, calf's blood's better." "Eggs would be a more preferable ingredient on the present occasion, I presume," said the doctor. "Miss Ringgan's delicacy would would shrink from and the albumen of eggs will answer all the same purpose." "Well, anyhow you like to fix it," said Earl. "Eggs or calf's blood. I won't quarrel with you about the eggs, though I never heerd of blue ones afore, except the robins and bluebirds, and I've heerd say the swamp blackbird lays a handsome blue egg, but I never happened to see the nest myself. And there's the chipping sparrow, but you'd want to rob all the birds' nests in creation to get enough of 'em, and they ain't here in sugar time nother. But anyhow, any eggs'll do I s'pose if you can get 'em, or milk'll do if you hadn't nothin' else. And after it is turned out into the barrel you just let it stand still a spell till it begins to grain and look clean on top." "May I suggest an improvement?" said the doctor. "Many persons are of the opinion that if you take and stir it up well from the bottom for a length of time it will help the coagulation of the particles. I believe that is the practice of Mr. Plumfield and others." "'Tain't the practice of as good men as him, and as good sugar bilers besides," said Earl, "though I don't mean to say nothing agin Seth Plumfield nor agin his sugar, for the both is as good as you'd need to have. He's a good man and he's a good farmer. There ain't no better man in town than Seth Plumfield, nor no better farmer, nor no better sugar nother; but I hope there's as good, and I've seen as handsome sugar that wasn't stirred as I'd want to see or eat either." "It would lame a man's arm the worst kind," said Philetus. Fleda stood listening to the discussion and smiling, when Hugh suddenly wheeling about brought her face to face with Mr. Olmney. "I have been sitting some time with Mrs. Rossitur," he said, "and she rewarded me with permission to come and look at you. I mean, not that I wanted a reward, for certainly I did not." "Ah, Mr. Olmney," said Fleda laughing, "you are served right. You see how dangerous it is to meddle with such equivocal things as compliments. But we are worth looking at, aren't we? I have been standing here this half hour." He did not say this time what he thought. "Pretty, isn't it?" said Fleda. "Stand a little further back, Mr. Olmney. Isn't it quite a wild looking scene in that peculiar light and with the snowy background? Look at Philetus now with the bundle of sticks. Hugh, isn't he exactly like some of the figures in the old pictures of the martyrdoms, bringing billets to feed the fire? That old martyrdom of St. Lawrence, whose was it? Spagnoletto, at Mrs. Decatur's, don't you recollect? It is fine, isn't it, Mr. Olmney?" "I'm afraid," said he, shaking his head a little, "my eye wants training. I have not been once in your company, I believe, without your shewing me something I could not see." "That young lady, sir," said Dr. Quackenboss from the far side of the fire where he was busy giving it more wood, "that young lady, sir, is a patron to her to all young ladies." "A patron?" said Mr. Olmney. "Passively, not actively, the doctor means," said Fleda softly. "Well, I won't say but she's a good girl," said Mr. Douglass in an abstracted manner, busy with his iron ladle. "She means to be a good girl. She's as clever a girl as you need to have." Nobody's gravity stood this, excepting Philetus, in whom the principle of fun seemed not to be developed. "Miss Ringgan, sir," Dr. Quackenboss went on with a most benign expression of countenance, "Miss Ringgan, sir, Mr. Olmney, sets an example to all ladies who have had elegant advantages. She gives her patronage to the agricultural interest in society." "Not exclusively, I hope," said Mr. Olmney, smiling and making the question with his eye of Fleda, but she did not meet it. "You know," she said rather quickly and drawing back from the fire, "I am of an agricultural turn perforce. In uncle Rolf's absence I am going to be a farmer myself." "So I have heard. So Mrs. Rossitur told me. But I fear, pardon me, you do not look fit to grapple with such a burden of care." Hugh sighed, and Fleda's eyes gave Mr. Olmney a hint to be silent. "I am not going to grapple with anything, sir. I intend to take things easily." "I wish I could take an agricultural turn too," said he smiling, "and be of some service to you." "Oh I shall have no lack of service," said Fleda gayly. "I am not going unprovided into the business. There is my cousin Seth Plumfield, who has engaged himself to be my counsellor and instructor in general. I could not have a better, and Mr. Douglass is to be my right hand, I occupying only the quiet and unassuming post of the will, to convey the orders of the head to the hand. And for the rest, sir, there is Philetus." Mr. Olmney looked, half laughing, at Mr. Skillcorn, who was at that moment standing with his hands on his sides, eyeing with concentrated gravity the movements of Earl Douglass and the doctor. "Don't shake your head at him," said Fleda. "I wish you had come an hour earlier, Mr. Olmney." "Why?" "I was just thinking of coming out here," said Fleda, her eyes flashing with hidden fun, "and Hugh and I were both standing in the kitchen when we heard a tremendous shout from the wood yard. Don't laugh, or I can't go on. We all ran out towards the lantern which we saw standing there, and so soon as we got near we heard Philetus singing out, 'Ho, Miss Elster, I'm dreadfully on't!' Why he called upon Barby I don't know, unless from some notion of her general efficiency, though to be sure he was nearer her than the sap boilers, and perhaps thought her aid would come quickest. And he was in a hurry, for the cries came thick, 'Miss Elster, here, I'm dreadfully on't!'" "I don't understand." "No," said Fleda, whose amusement seemed to be increased by the gentleman's want of understanding, "and neither did we till we came up to him. The silly fellow had been sent up for more wood, and splitting a log he had put his hand in to keep the cleft instead of a wedge, and when he took out the axe the wood pinched him, and he had the fate of Milo before his eyes, I suppose, and could do nothing but roar. You should have seen the supreme indignation with which Barby took the axe and released him with 'You're a smart man, Mr. Skillcorn.'" "What was the fate of Milo?" said Mr. Olmney presently. "Don't you remember? The famous wrestler that in his old age, trying to break open a tree, found himself not strong enough, and the wood closing upon his hands held him fast till the wild beast came and made an end of him. The figure of our unfortunate woodcutter, though, was hardly so dignified as that of the old athlete in the statue. Dr. Quackenboss and Mr. Douglass, you will come in and see us when this troublesome business is done?" "It'll be a pretty spell yet," said Earl, "but the doctor he can go in. He ha'n't nothin' to do. It don't take more'n half a dozen men to keep one pot a bilin'." "Ain't there 10 on 'em, Mr. Douglass?" said Philetus. CHAPTer 27.
Chapter 28 of Queechy by Susan Warner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Arlene Stebbins. Chapter 28. The Brook's Old Song and the New. He that has light within his own clear breast may sit in the centre and enjoy bright day. Milton. The farming plan succeeded beyond Fleda's hopes, thanks not more to her wisdom than to the nice tact with which the wisdom was brought into play. The one was eked out with Seth Plumfield's, the other was all her own. Seth was indefatigably kind and faithful. After his own day's work was done he used to walk down to see Fleda, go with her often to view the particular field or work just then in question, and give her the best counsel dictated by great sagacity and great experience. It was given too with equal frankness and intelligence, so that Fleda knew the steps she took and could maintain them against the prejudice or ignorance of her subordinates. But Fleda's delicate handling stood her yet more in stead than her strength. Earl Douglass was sometimes unmanageable, and held out in favour of an old custom or a prevailing opinion in spite of all the weight of testimony and light of discovery that could be brought to bear upon him. Fleda would let the thing go, but seizing her opportunity another time she would ask him to try the experiment, on a piece of the ground, so pleasantly and skilfully that Earl could do nothing but shut his mouth and obey, like an animal fairly stroked into good humour. And as Fleda always forgot to remind him that she had been right and he wrong, he forgot it too, and presently took to the new way kindly. In other matters he could be depended on, and the seed time and harvest prospered well. There was hope of making a good payment to Dr. Gregory in the course of a few months. As the spring came forward Fleda took care that her garden should, both gardens indeed. There she and Philetus had the game in their own hands, and beautifully it was managed. Hugh had full occupation at the mill. Many a dollar this summer was earned by the loads of fine fruit and vegetables which Philetus carried to Montepoole, and accident opened a new source of revenue. When the courtyard was in the full blaze of its beauty, one day an admiring passer by modestly inquired if a few of those exquisite flowers might be had for money. They were given him most cheerfully that time, but the demand returned, accompanied by the offer, and Fleda obliged herself not to decline it. A trial it was to cut her rosins and jessamines for anything but her own or her friend's pleasure, but according to custom she bore it without hesitation. The place became a resort for all the flower lovers who happened to be staying at the Pool, and rose leaves were changed into silver pennies as fast as in a fairy tale. But the delicate mainspring that kept all this machinery in order suffered from too severe a strain. There was too much running, too much considering, too much watchfulness. In the garden pulling peas and seeing that Philetus weeded the carrots right; in the field or the woodyard consulting and arranging or maybe debating with Earl Douglass, who acquired by degrees an unwonted and concentrated respect for womankind in her proper person; breakfast waiting for her often before she came in the house her old housewifery concerns, her share in Barby's cares or difficulties, her sweet countenancing and cheering of her aunt, her dinner, her work; then when evening came, budding her roses or tying her carnations or weeding or raking the ground between them, where Philetus could do nothing. or training her multiflora and sweetbrier branches, and then often, after all, walking up to the mill to give Hugh a little earlier a home smile, and make his way down pleasant. No wonder if the energies which owed so much of their strength to love's nerving should at last give out, and Fleda's evening be passed in wearied slumbers. No wonder if many a day was given up to the forced quietude of a headache, the more grievous to Fleda because she knew that her aunt and Hugh always found the day dark that was not lightened by her sunbeam. How brightly it shone out the moment the cloud of pain was removed, winning the shadow from their faces and a smile to their lips, though Solitude always saw her own settle into a gravity as fixed as it was soft. "You have been doing too much, Fleda," said Mrs. Rossitur one morning when she came in from the garden. "I didn't know it would take me so long," said Fleda, drawing a long breath, "but I couldn't help it. I had those celery plants to prick out, and then I was helping Philetus to plant another patch of corn." "He might have done that without help, I should think." "But it must be put in to day, and he had other things to do." "And then you were at your flowers?" "Oh well, budding a few roses, that's only play. It was time they were done. But I am tired, and I am going up to see Hugh. It will rest me and him too." The gardening frock and gloves were exchanged for those of ordinary wear, and Fleda set off slowly to go up to the saw mill. She stopped a moment when she came upon the bridge, to look off to the right where the waters of the little run came hurrying along through a narrow wooded chasm in the hill, murmuring to her of the time when a little child's feet had paused there, and a child's heart danced to its music. The freshness of its song was unchanged, the glad rush of its waters was as joyous as ever, but the spirits were quieted that used to answer it with sweeter freshness and lighter joyousness. Its faint echo of the old time laugh was blended now in Fleda's ear with a gentle wail for the rushing days and swifter fleeing delights of human life. Gentle, faint, but clear; she could hear it very well. Taking up her walk again with a step yet slower and a brow yet more quiet, she went on till she came in sight of the little mill, and presently above the noise of the brook could hear the saw going. To her childish ears what a signal of pleasure that had always been; and now she sighed, and stopping at a little distance looked for Hugh. He was there; she saw him in a moment going forward to stop the machinery, the piece of timber in hand having walked its utmost length up to the saw. She saw him throwing aside the new cut board and adjusting what was left till it was ready for another march up to headquarters. When it stopped the second time Fleda went forward. Hugh must have been busy in his own thoughts, for he did not see her until he had again adjusted the log and set the noisy works in motion. She stood still. Several huge timbers lay close by, ready for the saw, and on one of them, where he had been sitting, Fleda saw his Bible lying open. As her eye went from it to him it struck her heart with a pang that he looked tired, and that there was something of delicacy, even of fragility, in the air of face and figure both. He came to meet her and welcomed her with a smile that coming upon this feeling set Fleda's heart a quivering. Hugh's smile was always one of very great sweetness, though never unshadowed; there was often something ethereal in its pure gentleness. This time it seemed even sweeter than usual, but though not sadder, perhaps less sad. Fleda could hardly command herself to reply to it. She could not at the moment speak. Her eye glanced at his open book. "Yes, it rests me," he said answering her. "Rests you, dear Hugh?" He smiled again. "Here is somebody else that wants resting, I am afraid," said he, placing her gently on the log; and before she had found anything to say he went off again to his machinery. Fleda sat looking at him and trying to clear her bosom of its thick breathing. "What has brought you up here through the hot sun?" said he, coming back after he had stopped the saw and sitting down beside her. Fleda's lip moved nervously and her eye shunned meeting his. Softly pushing back the wet hair from his temples, she said, "I had one of my fits of doing nothing at home. I didn't feel very bright, and thought perhaps you didn't; so on the principle that two negatives make an affirmative." "I feel bright," said Hugh gently. Fleda's eye came down to his, which was steady and clear as the reflection of the sky in Deepwater Lake, and then hers fell lower. "Why don't you, dear Fleda?" "I believe I'm a little tired," Fleda said, trying but in vain to command herself and look up; and there are states of body when anything almost is enough to depress one. "And what depresses you now?" said he, very steadily and quietly. "Oh, I was feeling a little down about things in general," said Fleda in a choked voice, trying to throw off her load with a long breath. "It's because I'm tired, I suppose." "I felt so too, a little while ago," said Hugh, "but I have concluded to give all that up, Fleda." Fleda looked at him. Her eyes were swimming full, but his were clear and gentle as ever, only glistening a little in sympathy with hers. "I thought all was going wrong with us," he went on, "but I found it was only I that was wrong, and since that I have been quite happy, Fleda." Fleda could not speak to him. His words made her pain worse. "I told you this rested me," said he, reaching across her for his book, "and now I am never weary long. Shall I rest you with it? What have you been troubling yourself about to day?" She did not answer while he was turning over the leaves, and he then said, "Do you remember this, Fleda? 'Truly God is good to Israel, even to them that are of a clean heart.'" Fleda bent her head down upon her hands. "I was moody and restless the other day," said Hugh, "desponding of everything, and then I came upon this psalm, and it made me ashamed of myself. I had been disbelieving it, and because I could not see how things were going to work good, I thought they were going to work evil. I thought we were wearing out our lives alone here in a wearisome way, and I forgot that it must be the very straightest way that we could get home. I am sure we shall not want anything that will do us good, and the rest I am willing to want. I am sure we shall not want anything that will do us good, and the rest I am willing to want. And so are you, Fleda?" Fleda squeezed his hand. That was all. For a minute he was silent, and then went on, without any change of tone. "I had a notion a while ago that I should like it if it were possible for me to go to college, but I am quite satisfied now. I have good time and opportunity to furnish myself with a better kind of knowledge that I shall want where college learning wouldn't be of much use to me; and I can do it, I dare say, better here in this mill than if we'd stayed in New York and I had lived in our favourite library." "But dear Hugh," said Fleda, who did not like this speech in any sense of it, "the two things do not clash. The better man the better Christian always, other things being equal. The more precious kind of knowledge should not make one undervalue the less." "No," he said, but the extreme quietness and simplicity of his reply smote Fleda's fears. It answered her words and waived her thought. She dared not press him further. She sat looking over the road with an aching heart. "You haven't taken enough of my medicine," said Hugh smiling. "Listen, Fleda. 'All the paths of the Lord are mercy and truth unto such as keep his covenant and his testimonies.'" But that made Fleda cry again. "All his paths, Fleda. Then whatever may happen to you, and whatever may happen to me, or to any of us, I can trust him. I am willing one should have the world, if I may have what Abraham had. Fear not, I am thy shield and thy exceeding great reward; and I believe I shall, Fleda, for it is not the hungry that he has threatened to send empty away." Fleda could say nothing, and Hugh just then said no more. For a little while, near and busy though thoughts might be, tongues were silent. Fleda was crying quietly, the utmost she could do being to keep it quiet. Hugh, more quietly, was considering again the strong pillars on which he had laid his hope, and trying their strength and beauty, till all other things were to him as the mist rolling off from the valley is to the man planted on a watch tower. His meditations were interrupted by the tramp of horse, and a party of riders male and female came past them up the hill. Hugh looked on as they went by. Fleda's head was not raised. "There are some people enjoying themselves," said Hugh. "After all, dear Fleda, we should be very sorry to change places with those gay riders. I would not for 1,000 words give my hope and treasure for all other they can possibly have, in possession or prospect." "No indeed!" said Fleda energetically and trying to rouse herself; "and besides that, Hugh, we have as it is a great deal more to enjoy than most other people. We are so happy." "In each other," she was going to say, but the words choked her. "Those people looked very hard at us, or at one of us," said Hugh. "It must have been you, I think, Fleda." "They are welcome," said Fleda. "They couldn't have made much out of the back of my sun bonnet." "Well, dear Fleda, I must content myself with little more than looking at you now, for Mr. Winegar is in a hurry for his timber to be sawn, and I must set this noisy concern going again." Fleda sat and watched him, with rising and falling hopes and fears, forcing her lips to a smile when he came near her, and hiding her tears at other times, till the shadows stretching well to the east of the meridian admonished her that she had been there long enough, and she left him still going backward and forward tending the saw. As she went down the hill she pressed involuntarily her hands upon her heart, for the dull heavy pain there, but that was no plaster for it, and when she got to the bridge the soft singing of the little brook was just enough to shake her spirits from the doubtful poise they had kept. Giving one hasty glance along the road and up the hill to make sure that no one was near, she sat down on a stone in the edge of the woods and indulged in such weeping as her gentle eyes rarely knew, for the habit of patience so cultivated for others' sake constantly rewarded her own life with its sweet fruits. But deep and bitter in proportion was the flow of the fountain once broken up. She struggled to remind herself that Providence runneth not on broken wheels. She struggled to repeat to herself what she did not doubt, that all the ways of the Lord are mercy and truth to his people. In vain. The slight check for a moment to the torrent of grief but gave it greater head to sweep over the barrier, and the self reproach that blamed its violence and needlessness only made the flood more bitter. Nature fought against patience for a while, but when the loaded heart had partly relieved itself patience came in again, and she rose up to go home. It startled her exceedingly to find Mr. Olmney standing before her, and looking so sorrowful that Fleda's eyes could not bear it. "My dear Miss Ringgan, forgive me, I hope you will forgive me, but I could not leave you in such distress. I knew that in you it could only be from some very serious cause of grief." "I cannot say it is from anything new, Mr. Olmney, except to my apprehensions." "You are all well?" he said inquiringly, after they had walked a few steps in silence. "Well? Yes, sir," said Fleda hesitatingly, "but I do not think that Hugh looks very well." The trembling of her voice told him her thought, but he remained silent. "You have noticed it?" she said hastily looking up. "I think you told me he was always delicate? And have you noticed him looking so lately, Mr. Olmney? I have thought so, but you say he always was that. If you will permit me to say so, I have thought the same of you, Miss Fleda." Fleda was silent. Her heart ached again. "We would gladly save each other from every threatening trouble," said Mr. Olmney after a pause, "but it ought to content us that we do not know how. Hugh is in good hands, my dear Miss Ringgan." "I know it, sir," said Fleda, unable quite to keep back her tears, "and I know very well this thread of our life will not bear the strain always, and I know that the strands must in all probability part unevenly, and I know it is in the power of no blind fate, but that does not lessen our clinging to each other? Oh no! It grows but the tenderer and the stronger for the knowledge." Fleda could but cry. "And yet," he said very kindly, "we who are Christians may and ought to learn to take troubles hopefully, for tribulation worketh patience, and patience, that is, quiet waiting on God, works experience of his goodness and faithfulness, and experience worketh hope, and that hope, we know, maketh not ashamed." "I know it," said Fleda, "but Mr. Olmney, how easily the brunt of a new affliction breaks down all that chain of reasoning." "Yes," he said sadly and thoughtfully, "but my dear Fleda, you know the way to build it up again. I would be very glad to bear all need for it away from you." They had reached the gate. Fleda could not look up to thank him. The hand she held out was grasped, more than kindly, and he turned away. Fleda's tears came hot again as she went up the walk. She held her head down to hide them, and went round the back way. CHAPTer 28.
CHAPTER XXIX. Of Queechy, by Susan Warner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Abigail Rasmussen. CHAPTER XXIX. Flighty and unsatisfactory. Now the melancholy god protect thee, and the tailor make thy doublet of changeable taffeta, for thy mind is a very opal. Twelfth Night. "Well, what did you come home for?" was Barby's salutation. "Here's company been waiting for you till they're tired, and I'm sure I be." "Company!" said Fleda. "Yes, and it's ungrateful in you to say so," said Barby, "for she's been in a wonderful hurry to see you, or to get something to eat, I don't know which, a little of both I hope in charity." "Why didn't you give her something to eat? Who is it?" "I don't know who it is. It's one of your high flyers, that's all I can make out. She ain't a hat a bit better than a man's beaver. One 'ud think she'd stole her little brothers for a spree, if the rest of her was like common folk. But she's got a tail to her dress as long as from here to Queechy Run, and she's been tiddling in and out here with it puckered up under her arm 60 times. I guess she belongs to some company of female militie, for the body of it is all thick with braid and buttons. I believe she ha'n't sot still 5 minutes since she came into the house, till I don't know whether I am on my head or my heels." "But why didn't you give her something to eat?" said Fleda, who was hastily throwing off her gloves and smoothing her disordered hair with her hands into something of composure. "Did," said Barby. "I give her some of them cold biscuit and butter and cheese, and a pitcher of milk. Sot a good enough meal for anybody. But she didn't take but a crumb, and she turned up her nose at that. Come, go, you've slicked up enough. You're handsome enough to show yourself to her any time o' day for all her jigamabobs." "Where is aunt Lucy?" "She's up stairs. There's been nobody to see her but me. She's had the whole lower part of the house to herself, kitchen and all, and she's done nothing but go out of one room into another ever since she come. She'll be in here again directly if you ain't spry." Fleda went in, round to the west room, and there found herself in the arms of the second Miss Evelyn, who jumped to meet her and half stifled her with caresses. "You wicked little creature, what have you been doing? Here I have been growing melancholy over the tokens of your absence, and watching the decline of the sun with distracted feelings these 6 hours." "6 hours?" said Fleda smiling. "My dear Fleda, it's so delicious to see you again," said Miss Evelyn with another prolonged hug and kiss. "My dear Constance, I am very glad. But where are the rest?" "It's unkind of you to ask after anybody but me, when I came here this morning on purpose to talk the whole day to you. Now, dear little Fleda," said Miss Constance, executing an impatient little persuasive caper round her, "won't you go out and order dinner? For I'm raging. Your woman did give me something, but I found the want of you had taken away all my appetite, and now the delight of seeing you has exhausted me, and I feel that nature is sinking. The stimulus of gratified affection is too much for me." "You absurd child," said Fleda, "you haven't mended a bit. But I told Barby to put on the tea kettle, and I will administer a composing draught as soon as it can be got ready. We don't indulge in dinners here in the wilderness. Meanwhile, suppose that exhausted nature try the support of this easy chair." She put her visitor gently into it, and seating herself upon the arm, held her hand and looked at her with a smiling face, and yet with eyes that were almost too gentle in their welcoming. "My dear Fleda, you're as lovely as you can be. Are you glad to see me?" "Very." "Why don't you ask after somebody else?" "I was afraid of overtasking your exhausted energies." "Come and sit down here upon my lap. You shall, or I won't say another word to you. Fleda, you've grown thin. What have you been doing to yourself?" "Nothing with that particular purpose." "I don't care. You've done something. You have been insanely imagining that it is necessary for you to be in 3 or 4 places at the same time, and in the distracted effort after ubiquity you are in imminent danger of being nowhere. There's nothing left of you." "I don't wonder you were overcome at the sight of me," said Fleda. "But you are looking charmingly for all that," Constance went on, "so charmingly that I feel a morbid sensation creeping all over me while I sit regarding you. Really, when you come to us next winter, if you persist in being, by way of shewing your superiority to ordinary human nature, a rose without a thorn, the rest of the flowers may all shut up at once, and the rose reddens in my very face to spite me." "Is ordinary human nature typified by a thorn?" You give it rather a poor character." "I never heard of a Thorn that didn't bear an excellent character," said Constance gravely. "Hush," said Fleda laughing, "I don't want to hear about Mr. Thorn. Tell me of somebody else." "I haven't said a word about Mr. Thorn," said Constance ecstatically, "but since you ask about him I will tell you. He has not acted like himself since you disappeared from our horizon; that is, he has ceased to be at all pointed in his attentions to me. His conversation has lost all the acuteness for which I remember you admired it. He has walked Broadway in a moody state of mind all winter, and grown as dull as is consistent with the essential sharpness of his nature. I ought to expect our last interview, though, for his entreaties to mamma that she would bring you home with her were piercing." Fleda was unable in spite of herself to keep from laughing, but entreated that Constance would tell her of somebody else. "My respected parents are at Montepoole with all their offspring, that is, Florence and Edith. I am at present anxiously inquired after, being nobody knows where, and to be fetched by mamma this evening. Wasn't I good, little Fleda, to run away from Mr. Carleton to come and spend a whole day in social converse with you?" "Carleton?" said Fleda. "Yes. Oh, you don't know who he is. He's a new attraction. There's been nothing like him this great while, and all New York is topsy turvy about him. The mothers are dying with anxiety and the daughters with admiration, and it's too delightful to see the cool superiority with which he takes it all, like a new star that all the people are pointing their telescopes at, as Thorn said spitefully the other day. Oh, he has turned my head. I have looked till I cannot look at anything else. I can just manage to see a rose, but my dazzled powers of vision are equal to nothing more." "My dear Constance!" "It's perfectly true. Why, as soon as we knew he was coming to Montepoole I wouldn't let mamma rest till we all made a rush after him; and when we got here first, and I was afraid he wasn't coming, nothing can express the state of my feelings. But he appeared the next morning, and then I was quite happy," said Constance, rising and falling in her chair on what must have been ecstatic springs, for wire ones it had none. "Constance," said Fleda, with a miserable attempt at rebuke, "how can you talk so? And so we were all riding round here this morning, and I had the self denial to stop to see you and leave Florence and the Marlboroughs to monopolize him all the way home. You ought to love me for ever for it." "My dear Fleda," said Constance, clasping her hands and elevating her eyes in mock ecstasy, "if you had ever seen Mr. Carleton I dare say I have seen somebody as good," said Fleda quietly. "My dear Fleda," said Constance, a little scornfully this time, "you haven't the least idea what you are talking about. I tell you he is an Englishman. He is of one of the best families in England, not such as you ever see here but once in an age. He's rich enough to count Mr. Thorn over I don't know how many times." "I don't like anybody the better for being an Englishman," said Fleda, "and it must be a small man whose purse will hold his measure." Constance made an impatient gesture. "But I tell you it isn't. We knew him when we were abroad, and we know what he is, and we knew his mother very well. When we were in England we were a week with them down at their beautiful place in shire, the loveliest time. You see she was over here with Mr. Carleton once before, a good while ago, and mamma and papa were polite to them, and so they shewed us a great deal of attention when we were in England. We had the loveliest time down there you can possibly conceive. And my dear Fleda, he wears such a fur cloak, lined with the most exquisite black fox." "But Constance," said Fleda, a little vexed though laughing, "any man may wear a fur cloak. The thing is what is inside of it." "It is perfectly indifferent to me what is inside of it," said Constance ecstatically. "I can see nothing but the edges of the black fox, especially when it is worn so very gracefully." "But in some cases there might be a white fox within." "There is nothing of the fox about Mr. Carleton," said Constance impatiently. "If it had been anybody else I should have said he was a bear 2 or 3 times. But he wears everything as he does his cloak, and makes you take what he pleases from him, what I wouldn't take from anybody else, I know." "With a fox lining?" said Fleda laughing. "Then foxes haven't got their true character, that's all. Now I'll just tell you an instance. It was at a party somewhere. It was at that tiresome Mrs. Swinburne's, where the evenings are always so stupid, and there was nothing worth going or staying for but the supper, except Mr. Carleton, and he never stays 5 minutes, except at 2 or 3 places, and it drives me crazy, because they are places I don't go to very often. Suppose you keep your wits and tell me your story? Well, don't interrupt me. He was there, and he had taken me into the supper room, when mamma came along and took it into her head to tell me not to take something, I forget what, punch I believe, because I had not been well in the morning. Now you know, it was absurd. I was perfectly well then, and I told her I shouldn't mind her. But do you believe Mr. Carleton wouldn't give it to me? Absolutely told me he wouldn't, and told me why, as coolly as possible, and gave me a glass of water and made me drink it, and if it had been anybody else I do assure you I would have flung it in his face, and never spoken to him again, and I have been in love with him ever since. Now, is that tea going to be ready?" "Presently. How long have you been here?" "Oh, a day or two, and it has poured with rain every single day since we came, till this one. And just think," said Constance, with a ludicrously scared face, "I must make haste and be back again. You see, I came away on principle, that I may strike with the effect of novelty when I appear again. But if I stay too long, you know, there is a point—" "On the principle of the ice boats," said Fleda, "that back a little to give a better blow to the ice, where they find it tough?" "Tough!" said Constance. "Does Florence like this paragon of yours as well as you do?" "I don't know. She don't talk so much about him, but that proves nothing. She's too happy to talk to him. I expect our family concord will be shattered by and by," said Constance, shaking her head. "You seem to take the prospect philosophically," said Fleda, looking amused. "How long are you going to stay at the Pool?" Constance gave an expressive shrug, intimating that the deciding of that question did not rest with her. "That is to say, you are here to watch the transit of this star over the meridian of Queechy?" "Of Queechy? Of Montepoole." "Very well, of Montepoole. I don't wonder that nature is exhausted. I will go and see after this refection." The prettiest little meal in the world was presently set forth for the two. Fleda knew her aunt would not come down, and Hugh was yet at the mill, so she led her visitor into the breakfast room alone. Constance by the way again, fondly embracing her and repeating, "My dear little Fleda, how glad I am to see you!" The lady was apparently hungry, for there was a minute of silence while the refection began, and then Constance exclaimed, perhaps with a sudden appreciation of the delicious bread and butter and cream and strawberries, "What a lovely old room this is! And what lovely times you have here, don't you, Fleda?" "Yes, sometimes," Fleda said with a sigh. "But I shall tell mamma you are growing thin, and the first minute we get home I shall send for you to come to us. Mrs. Thorn will be amazingly glad to see you." "Has she got back from Europe?" said Fleda. "Ages, and she's been entertaining the world as hard as she could ever since. I have no doubt Lewis has confided to the maternal bosom all his distresses, and there never was anything like the rush that I expect will be made to our greenhouse next winter. Oh Fleda, you should see Mr. Carleton's greenhouses." "Should I?" said Fleda. "Dear me, I hope mamma will come," said Constance, with a comical fidgety shake of herself. "When I think of those greenhouses I lose my self command. And the park, Fleda, it's the loveliest thing you ever saw in your life, and it's all that delightful man's doing, only he won't have a geometric flower garden, as I did everything I could think of to persuade him. I pity the woman that will be his wife. She won't have her own way in a single thing. But then he will fascinate her into thinking that his way is the best, so it will do just as well, I suppose. Do you know I can't conceive what he has come over here for. He has been here before, you know, and he don't seem to me to know exactly what he means to do. At least I can't find out, and I have tried." "How long has he been here?" "Oh, a month or two, since the beginning of April, I believe. He came over with some friends of his, a Sir George Egerton and his family. He is going to Canada to be established in some post there, I forget what, and they are spending part of the summer here before they fix themselves at the north. It is easy to see what they are here for. They are strangers, and amusing themselves. But Mr. Carleton is at home, and not amusing himself; at least he don't seem to be. He goes about with the Egertons, but that is just for his friendship for them, and he puzzles me. He don't know whether he is going to Niagara, he has been once already, and perhaps he may go to Canada, and possibly he will make a journey to the West, and I can't find out that he wants anything in particular." "Perhaps he don't mean that you shall," said Fleda. "Perhaps he don't, but you see that aggravates my state of mind to a distressing degree, and then I'm afraid he will go somewhere where I can't keep watch of him." Fleda could not help laughing. "Perhaps he was tired of home and came for mere weariness." "Weariness! It's my opinion he has no idea there is such a word in the language. I am certain if he heard it he would call for a dictionary the next minute. Why, at Carleton it seems to me he was half the time on horseback, flying about from one end of the country to the other; and when he is in the house he is always at work at something. It's a piece of condescension to get him to attend to you at all. Only when he does, my dear Fleda, he is so enchanting that you live in a state of delight till next time; and yet I never could get him to pay me a compliment to this minute. I tried 2 or 3 times, and he rewarded me with some very rude speeches." "Rude?" said Fleda. "Yes, that is, they were the most graceful and fascinating things possible, but they would have been rudeness in anybody else. Where is mamma?" said Constance, with another comic counterfeit of distress. "My dear Fleda, it's the most captivating thing to breakfast at Carleton." "I have no idea the butter and bread is sweeter there than in some other parts of the world," said Fleda. "I don't know about the bread and butter," said Constance, "but those exquisite little sugar dishes, my dear Fleda, every one has his own sugar dish, and cream ewer, the loveliest little things." "I have heard of such things before," said Fleda. "I don't care about the bread and butter," said Constance. "Eating is immaterial with those perfect little things right opposite to me. They weren't like any you ever saw, Fleda. The sugar bowl was just a little plain oval box, with the lid on a hinge, and not a bit of chasing, only the arms on the cover, like nothing I ever saw but an old fashioned silver tea caddy, and the cream jug, a little straight up and down thing to match. Mamma said they were clumsy, but they bewitched me." "I think everything bewitched you," said Fleda smiling. "Can't your head stand a sugar dish and milk cup?" "My dear Fleda, I never had your superiority to the ordinary weaknesses of human nature. I can stand one sugar bowl, but I confess myself overcome by a dozen. How we have all wanted to see you, Fleda, and papa, you have captivated papa, and he says—" "Never mind, don't tell me what he says," said Fleda. "There, that's your modesty that everybody raves about. I wish I could catch it. Fleda, where did you get that little Bible? While I was waiting for you I tried to soothe my restless anticipations with examining all the things in all the rooms. Where did you get it?" "It was given me a long while ago," said Fleda. "But it is real gold on the outside, the clasps and all. Do you know it? It is not washed." "I know it," said Fleda smiling, "and it is better than gold inside." "Wasn't that mamma's favourite Mr. Olmney that parted from you at the gate?" said Constance, after a minute's silence. "Yes." "Is he a favourite of yours too?" "You must define what you mean by 'favourite,'" said Fleda gravely. "Well, how do you like him?" "I believe everybody likes him," said Fleda, colouring and vexed at herself that she could not help it. The bright eyes opposite her took note of the fact with a sufficiently wide awake glance. "He's very good," said Constance, hugging herself, and taking a fresh supply of butter; "but don't let him know I have been to see you, or he'll tell you all sorts of evil things about me, for fear you should innocently be contaminated. Don't you like to be taken care of?" "Very much," said Fleda smiling, "by people that know how." "I can't bear it," said Constance, apparently with great sincerity. "I think it is the most impertinent thing in the world people can do. I can't endure it, except from oh my dear Fleda, it is perfect luxury to have him put a shawl round your shoulders." "Fleda," said Earl Douglass, putting his head in from the kitchen, and before he said any more bobbing it frankly at Miss Evelyn, half in acknowledgment of her presence, and half as it seemed in apology for his own, "Fleda, will you let Barby pack up something 'nother for the men's lunch? My wife would ha' done it, as she had ought to, if she wa'n't down with the teeth-ache, and Catherine's away on a jig to Kenton, and the men won't do so much work on nothing, and I can't say nothing to 'em if they don't, and I'd like to get that 'ere clover field down afore night. It's going to be a fine spell o' weather. I was going to try to get along without it, but I believe we can't." "Very well," said Fleda. "But Mr. Douglass, you'll try the experiment of curing it in crocks?" "Well, I don't know," said Earl, in a tone of very discontented acquiescence. "I don't see how anything would be as sweet as the sun for drying hay. I know folks says it is, and I've heerd 'em say it is, and they'll stand to it, and you can't beat 'em off the notion it is; but somehow or 'nother I can't seem to come into it. I know the sun makes sweet hay, and I think the sun was meant to make hay, and I don't want to see no sweeter hay than the sun makes. It's as good hay as you need to have." "But you wouldn't mind trying it for once, Mr. Douglass, just for me?" "I'll do jest what you please," said he, with a little exculpatory shake of his head. "'Tain't my concern, it's no concern of mine. The gain or the loss'll be your'n, and it's fair you should have the gain or the loss, whichever on 'em you choose to have. I'll put 'em in cocks. How much heft should be in 'em?" "About 100 pounds, and you don't want to cut any more than you can put up to night, Mr. Douglass. We'll try it." "Very good. And you'll send along something for the men, Barby knows," said Earl, bobbing his head again intelligently at Fleda. "There's 4 on 'em, and it takes something to feed 'em. Working men'll put away a good deal o' meat." He withdrew his head and closed the door, happily for Constance, who went off into a succession of ecstatic convulsions. "What time of day do your eccentric haymakers prefer for the rest of their meals, if they lunch at 3 o'clock? I never heard anything so original in my life." "This is lunch number 2," said Fleda smiling. "Lunch number 1 is about 10 in the morning, and dinner at 12." "And do they gladden their families with their presence at the other ordinary convivial occasions?" "Certainly." "And what do they have for lunch?" "Varieties bread and cheese and pies and quirl cakes. At every other meal they have meat." "Horrid creatures!" "It is only during haying and harvesting." "And you have to see to all this. Poor little Fleda! I declare if I was you I'd do something." "No," said Fleda quietly, "Mrs. Douglass and Barby manage the lunch between them. I am not at all desperate. But to have to talk to these people!" "Earl Douglass is not a very polished specimen," said Fleda smiling, "but I assure you in some of these people there is an amount of goodness and wit and shrewd practical sense and judgment that would utterly distance many of those that would call them bears." Constance looked a good deal more than she said. "My dear little Fleda, you're too sensible for anything; but as I don't like sense from anybody but Mr. Carleton, I would rather look at you in the capacity of a rose, smiling a gentle rebuke upon me while I talk nonsense." And she did talk, and Fleda did smile and laugh in spite of herself, till Mrs. Evelyn and her other daughters made their appearance. Then Barby said she thought they'd have talked the house down, and she expected there'd be nothing left of Fleda after all the kissing she got. But it was not too much for Fleda's pleasure. Mrs. Evelyn was so tenderly kind, and Miss Evelyn as caressing as her sister had been, and Edith, who was but a child, so joyously delighted, that Fleda's eyes were swimming in happiness as she looked from one to the other, and she could hardly answer kisses and questions fast enough. "Them is good looking enough girls," said Barby, as Fleda came back to the house after seeing them to their carriage. "If they knowed how to dress themselves. I never see this fly away one afore. I knowed the old one as soon as I clapped my eyes on her. Be they stopping at the Pool again?" "Yes." "Well, when are you going up there to see 'em?" "I don't know," said Fleda quietly; and then sighing as the thought of her aunt came into her head, she went off to find her and bring her down. Fleda's brow was sobered, and her spirits were in a flutter that was not all of happiness, and that threatened not to settle down quietly. But as she went slowly up the stairs, Faith's hand was laid, even as her own grasped the balusters, on the promise, "All the paths of the Lord are mercy and truth unto such as keep his covenant and his testimonies." She set Faith's foot down on those sure stepping stones, and she opened her aunt's door and looked in, with a face that was neither troubled nor afraid. Chapter 29